energy. You find the relationship about the Naga in many things, even in the Bible, when the Israelites were so-called worshipping the Hathor, were worshipping Hathor in the desert when Moses came down and broke down the tablets because he was pissed off. The snakes were biting the people, and then Moses elevated the snake because God told him so and put it on a cross or a pole, and whoever looked on the snake were healed. This is the same symbolism of this naga or the serpent energy or kundalini or whatever you may term it. And you also see it as the caduceus, you find it in the ambulance, and also it relates to wisdom and hermetic principles. That's how it got into the Western culture. But in all traditions, if you look, you find the Tuas were venerated. The Anunnaki, basically, it has nothing to do with like aliens or all these other things. But the Tua, they are people don't understand who they are. There are even maps. If most of your flat earthers have not looked into maps, there are maps where they show you that in the North Pole there's an island, and they show you, there's a name there they've written Pygmy. These people are all over the world, and there's a lot about them they don't talk about. They're not as simple as you may put them. They're one of the oldest people who have been here, and there's a reason why they were venerated. In Egypt, they were known to be as gods. Most of the ritual, they were called upon to come and dance and do all those other things. So the Anunnaki doesn't necessarily have to mean anything bad or alien, and I won't even be surprised if the Tua are not only found on Earth. They are found also in many other places. But if we only understood the kind of reality we live in. So all those people out there who claim that the Anunnaki are aliens and all these other things, you need to understand most of the histories we find, even the records, whether you're reading Zachariah Sitchin or all these other people, their works, they might be reading a propaganda or a revised version of the original information. You even find the same thing in Egypt when the Akhenaten took over. He destroyed all those other temples, erasing names and replacing whatever he thought is possible. When people come and revise these things, they think they're getting the clear picture, but they don't know the context of the conflicts that was happening in these places that shaped what we interpret it as what it is today. Even then, the mythology in themselves are explaining like how the different priesthood perceived different things, which came into Christianity as the Lucifer energy, Satan energy, and the Christ energy, which is the real Trinity. And these things are occult in nature. When new people read about the Bible and think that these other traditions are doing the opposite of you or they're evil because you don't understand what they mean. For example, if you just took your time and read what these other traditions are saying, you might even be able to understand your Bible better because you'll get to see the idiosyncraticity of all these things, and you'll find most of this idiosyncraticity, there is a pattern to them. There's a reason why this 3 is important, 4, 12, 7, and all these other things, and you find them repetitive. It doesn't matter which scripture you're reading, you find them repetitive in all scriptures because all these people had the same knowledge. And like, I hope Tyler is, she's not here, but the other last time I was here, we were arguing with Christians. I hope they understand. I'm not arguing in the sense of saying like they don't know what they're doing or it's false. I'm not saying it's false or anything.
Well,
All
they
I'm
better
saying is that
chill out before they come back up here and start pressing you. But go ahead, man.
but I have to clear, most of these people will misunderstand. But I understand why they think that way because they only read in one thing. But if you did a comparison, you'll even see most of the things that you think is Christian, they are found in many people, traditional people, even the people who don't even believe in the Bible, who ever read the Bible. You find them doing these same things that are encoded in the Bible because the Bible itself is an encoded message. You find the same thing in when you read the Vedas. It's not as plain as people think it is. There are hidden messages in it. There's a reason why they use specific numbers. The letters themselves, they are numbers and they hold a specific vibration. language like the Sanskrit, even each alphabet itself has a meaning. So you find there's more information into it. Like you can find a verse there explaining the Pythagoras theorem, but people will just think it's a religious verse. But the people who wrote it, they were understanding the concepts which they were encoding in these scriptures. That's why you don't find these numbers by mistake in whatever record you're reading. It relates to a core concept that explain the fabric of the reality which we perceive experience, which the modern science lacks, because the modern science, they look into the physicality, and whatever they can't see does not exist. They try to work it all the way around, to the point even they don't understand their own mind. Their thinking affects the results of the experiments that they see, because they don't know even your mind can influence the whatever object you're experimenting on. And if you think that is the result you're looking for, that element will change its nature and try to achieve whatever you're desiring. So even the experiment itself, when you don't understand the mind, is clouded delusion in a sense. So even these mythologies in themselves, don't take them to be stupid or pagan, or the way they've made them look like. These mythologies, they're very old information. They cannot be passed away orally. For example, how can you explain a history of 5,000 years, 500,000 years? Even when I begin explaining to you in details everything that happened, you'll have died before even I reach half of the stories. So most of them came to us in form of songs, myths, and all these other things. They don't mean what you think it is. That's why they had mystery schools. Most of the indigenous tribes had mystery schools where people will be taught these songs, they will be taught these myths, but when they get initiated into different levels, they'll be given the interpretation and the deeper meaning of them, which most of them linked to astrological, even the physical body. And this was the tapestry which they used to heal and change circumstances of events also, because it's a universal code. So the Anunnaki is nothing to be scared. Even the language is Sumeria and all this other thing. It all stems from Egyptian languages. But the way they have made you disenfranchise this knowledge, you think is different. Like if anybody wants to know what was happening in Egypt, you can go right now and study the Vedic system. It was the same thing that was happening in Egypt, but people will think it's different. Most of the rituals in the temples, you find them, they're the same. The knowledge they are teaching is the same. How they were setting up their rituals, their altars, their temples, even the knowledge of building the temples, they are the same. Most of the Egyptian scriptures that were talking about these things, they were stolen away or burned down, like they like to claim. But most of them were stolen away. And when the invasion in Egypt became frequent, most of this knowledge was started becoming secret. It became a family tradition. Right now, it's remaining to clans that still hold this knowledge. There are clans in Africa that may interpret to you the hieroglyphs, but they will never rather talk about it. But people think it's a dead, or there's no connection to people who are living today. The same way you find people in China and all these other places, there are people who are related to them in Africa. I'm not saying that all people came from Africa. I'm just trying to show you that all these places, all these civilizations that you talk about that are old, they are all connected, because if you look at them in a sense, even in their mythology, how their contexts are, it is just the same thing. It's like even there was just the same teacher going around teaching people these concepts, if you look at it that way. So don't be scared when they say something is alien, angel, or all this other thing. They try to hide the occult information. So if you don't know the hidden knowledge of this information, when you see these numbers in your Bible, you don't know even why the 7 is constant. When you see Indians worshiping a serpent with 7 heads, you'll not even make connection with your own Bible, because you are ready to judge. You don't know how they relate and they speak on the same thing. So the Anunnaki are not something to be scared of. They are us. We all come from the Tua, the Sun, or the Hoi. We stem from all branch of people. And there have been many people who even have been extinct because the human civilization is not 6,000 years, like the Bible is trying to portray to you. There have been 30,000 years of civilization. Don't ask me to prove it, but you see they find monuments all over the place that they don't know even who are the people who built it, why they built it. They find some of them under the oceans. They don't even understand what were they doing. You find they find these various anomalies, but they don't talk about it if it doesn't align with their narratives. They'll find circles of stones, of quartz stones in South Africa. They'll say these were cattle ranches, but when someone comes and analyze, they find these circles were emitting a lot of energy. They'll never say that we were advanced in the past more than we are today. Even most of the things we're using today is just rediscovery. And I think most of them, they're just using this ancient knowledge and disseminating it to the public when they find a way of reverse engineering it in a way that they can benefit for themselves. Because most of this information and technology in the past, it was never meant to be manipulated by a single entity and all these people.
Hey man, you're right about that, CL Dub. A lot of the information has been hidden. We have been misinterpreting it. I do think you got to go to different parts of the history and get pieces and put the full piece or the full picture of the puzzle together. I did have a question, but I see like there's mad hands up. I don't know if anybody want to chime in. If not, I do want to slide. Oh, 51 just dropped. All right, so we'll wait for 51 to come back if you want to come back. If not, it's cool. Let's slide to Steve. And I do see some requests, so we're gonna cycle some mics. Shout out to CW.
51 format. I still see him up here, but maybe I'm just lagging.
Yeah, it says connecting for me.
Mic check 51, you up here?
You said 51?
Okay.
He's disconnected.
Okay.
Oh wait, he may be on a second account. My bad, I mean to dox you, but it just looked like it's a second. Proud, cycle up Chris if you can. Why we do that? My bad. Let's go to Steve. What up, Steve? Thanks,
Hey,
Steve.
Sacred.
Good to see you, bro.
Good to speak with y'all. I think Her Highness Liliana was before me. You want to go first, Liliana?
Such a gentleman.
Okay, I'll try to be really brief. Yeah, everything people have been saying is really resonating. And is our friend from that other space over here, I mean, that other account, this and that, did he leave? Darn. Oh, I think he left, right? This and that, I don't think he's here. Anyways, he had invited me to.
I think he just left. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Darn. Oh, yeah. Well, he had invited me to come speak about what the Vedas have to say about the underground realms. But I just want to put it out there real quickly, is that, you know, I know I bring up the Vedic stuff often, and people think like, oh, just because you're from India, you know, you favor them. But that's really not how I operate. My family is multiracial, multicultural. I just think of myself as an inhabitant of Mother Earth. You know, I don't really bond with any culture for any other reason other than I would see some truth in it. And I operate from the principle of, you know, a rose by any other name is still a rose, you know. So to think that, you know, a rose that's growing in India, if it's called by another name, is not a rose, that's just a silly way to be, you know, silly way to think. And I think that also one of the reasons that I resonate with the Vedic culture is that I have observed what my parents are like and what my grandparents were like and what my parents told me about their grandparents. And I'll tell you, just observing my own parents, is that I've never met human beings of higher virtue. You know, they had every virtue you can possibly think of that human beings would have had, you know. Honesty, integrity, humility, compassion, everything, you know, hardworking. I mean, everything. They just, you know, gave me the right values in life. And so that's why I have a lot of respect for that heritage is because I've seen the result of what that heritage has made. Now, having said that, yes, of course, sure, India is in a state of chaos, and just it has devolved in a way, and it's like now, oh, go bathe in the Ganges and all your sins will be washed away. It's like, no, that's not how it works. That same culture is the one that came up with the concept of karma, which is as you sow, so shall you reap. So, of course, India is in a state of, having becoming degenerate to some extent, but still, there is still some truth there. And I know that in the past, that when I brought Vedic stuff up, I've had flat earthers who I love and respect, scream at me and tell me I'm demonic, and because, nothing outside of the Bible is any good and blah, blah, blah. But I just wanted to say that, my own ancestors in the Vedas and, in the various old texts actually did recognize Jesus as being the Son of God. And they did recognize that whatever he was teaching was truly universal. They didn't see him as Christian. They didn't see him as belonging to any one religion or anything. So, I just want to inspire flat earthers, to expand their horizons, because if we leave out ancient cosmology and try to decode ancient cosmologies from different parts of the world, it's like saying like, oh, we're into flat earth, but we're just going to completely ignore the existence of China or India or Africa or Asia. That's not part of the flat earth. We're just going to be concerned with the part of flat earth that we live in. Let's just only talk about America as being part of it's just as silly, because the flat earth includes all of it, and cosmology includes all of it. And the fact that the swastika has been so ubiquitous, it's been there in every culture, up until the Nazis, up until it was vilified by the Nazis using it or whatever. And now it's become like a bad symbol and a symbol of hatred. But actually, throughout history, it's been universally a symbol of prosperity and benevolence and goodness and all this stuff. So, anyways, the Vedic cosmology does actually have a lot to say about the realms that are underground. So, basically they did acknowledge that we lived on a flat, round plane around which there's a dome, or like a spinning dome around it. And the descriptions actually of those realms are very detailed and very interesting. And then also they did describe realms that are very, very high frequency. They're so high frequency that we cannot see them. And those realms are above. And sometimes those people that, the entities that live in the realms above, you could call them angelic or whatever. They're described very much like they're angels, that sometimes they're able to lower their frequency and become visible to us. So they come down here but they're all within the dome. And then the entities that are underground, they're, usually it's very, very interesting what they talk about it. And it actually makes a lot of logical sense of why those realms are there and why God created those realms and why they are inhabited. Anyways, this was kind of, I know that Zach, his name is Josh, I think, Josh and Zach, they had wanted me to come speak at their space, and I just haven't made it over there. But anyways, I just hope that as flat earthers, we can remain open. And, ancient Vedic people, they very much were open to Christ and the Bible. And so Hindus don't reject. Of course, there's, how do you say, fanatics everywhere, right? So there, of course, are hate-filled fanatics in India also. But that's not who I'm aligned with. That's not who my parents were aligned with. My parents taught me that there's good everywhere, just like there's evil everywhere. And there was, I think, a time when we were very, very highly technologically advanced, and we were one universal culture because they were so highly technologically so advanced, and they shared that the advancement and the technologies were shared all throughout the realm. and that all peoples were one, and they traveled and they mixed and they shared information, and that's how we become rich, is that by collectively sharing information. Because if we didn't adopt the Vedic numbers, the numerology and the numbers, we'd still be in Europe, we'd still be using Roman numerals, right? So, and then if we didn't adopt things from other cultures, like we wouldn't have chocolate, we wouldn't have tomatoes, potatoes, coffee. I mean, everything comes from foreign lands, right? So I think it's in our own interest to let go of any kind of fanaticism and try to harvest the good that is in every culture and ignore the bad that is, ignore the evil that is in every culture. So anyways, love you guys, and thank you for letting me rant on.
No, that was real, Liliana. I think a lot of people make that mistake of just focusing on what they don't like about things that are different from what they subscribe to, believe in, or appeal to. And it's just going to be more beneficial to just accept the things that resonate with you and leave everything else where it is. And that difference between those ideas may actually force you to grow. And I think there is some issues in the community with some of the judgmental approach. We're not going to be perfect, obviously, but I think we're a lot better than other communities, right? I have to give credit to where it's due. So as long as we lead with love, not be so judgmental, and treat everybody like how you want to be treated, I feel like we can learn a lot from each other and grow. And I think that's
Definitely. I mean, I think
right.
that, if we're going to criticize some other history or culture, then we shouldn't be straw manning it. We should completely steel man it before we make any criticism, right? So that's the thing they're unable to do. So I just think that it'd be just good to operate with a more open mind and less judgmental.
Hey, can I add to that for just 15 seconds? Because it's something that I couldn't help from thinking about. Even the Haitian community that's over here, and they're trying to have a better life, work, start businesses and stuff like that. I'm just thinking, can you imagine how bad that will be, seeing these people being denied just based on nothing and being sent back to their country, being ripped from their homes that they have already established. I just can't. I was just thinking when she was talking, I was just thinking I think people can contribute more than what they are a hindrance. And when people are here illegally in America, say specifically Springfield, Ohio, this administration that wants to come in saying that, hey, we have to send them back. They got to go. For what? They did nothing wrong. They came here illegally. And yet he wants to rip them from their homes and their lives, their schools, to send them back because of a rumor that's not true. So I don't know. I think that's just another level of disrespect and the very opposite of what you guys are saying. I just want people to think about that. I couldn't imagine that happening to me or my family if I'm starting somewhere new, running from, whatever's happening in this country and being ripped from my house because of some rumor, knowing that if I've been here already a year, starting a business or a job, it's just, yeah. Some people do stuff like that to hide their hate and racism through executive orders and stuff like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds wild. I think it was Bill and then Mr. X.
Can I go ahead and go, Sacred? Just real
We
quick.
didn't talk to you already. Oh, okay, you could chime in. That's fine. I just want to make sure I get through everything.
My bad. I passed it on to Liliana, but
Oh yeah, that's right. My bad, Steve. My bad. That's right. Go ahead.
you're good, sir. Always a pleasure. Been a while, so I'm always glad to catch up with you guys, and proud to Queen. Thank you so much for making this possible. TM, Ken, Xavier, Taylor, Liliana, Bill, and every other beautiful soul in here. glad to be a part of this community. It's very special. A lot of the connections that we try to make, a lot of the pieces of the puzzle that we try to put together, and we're doing that together. And what I want to touch on, I appreciate Liliana kind of helping that segue into this this other level of information that we should be aware of. It's always unfortunate when Globers get hung up on the trivial stuff, like getting hung up on the mathematical equations and calculations, when all that can be put to rest by a simple observation, by just looking at the elements of the true elements of this realm, of this world, seeing just how water behaves. It's very simple. It's a very simple observation to take notice of a vast region across the world, and on the way that air would interact only under a pressurized container, and then the ability of the light that we see. Whenever there's always some sort of high altitude image we're looking at, we're always looking at the horizon straight ahead. It never falters. It remains right at the center level, no matter what is shown, no matter what type of images that Globers try to hang on to. There's no denying on what they're seeing, that the horizon is always there. And then next to that is always this focal point of light that we know of as the sun, always providing that hotspot on just identifying a little bit of a specified location on where this light is, rather than where they think it is. That should be providing much more a different angle of illumination. But of course, that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing a very simple observation of what these elements are telling us. And I'm always saying, in order for us to understand true Earth, we have to understand or know who we are, and what we are, and how we are. The level of insight that one can obtain when we learn about our bodies and what exactly is going on here is pretty profound. It's pretty amazing. In regards to just that location of what we're looking at when we see the sun, and why it's important to comprehend the vicinity of it, is very instrumental in learning about our behavior and our energy, and even on our behavior, because of the energies that are involved, the mixture of it. I used to rack my brain when I didn't know these things about how astrology works. And there's no denying the level of accuracy that what someone's soul contract would entail when they look at their astrological sign. The reason it's so accurate, the reason it pinpoints our our overall being, is because of that strong level of the sun's energy within the placement of our sky clock and the placement of this realm. And when we're born, there's no denying who we are and how our behaviors come about by this particular signature that we're given. Right now, we're at the point of time, with tropical astrology, that we're in the time of Libra right now, and that's very indicative on when someone is born, on their behavior and how they interact. Not to mention what exactly their physical bodies entailing with this interesting this layer of energy. Amongst the breath that we take when we're residing in this world, on how we exist with the basic elements. And I'm not talking about the periodic table. The periodic table was just more pseudoscience to further confuse us and divide us and deter us from even wanting to know just how this comes about. It comes down to the real basics: earth, air, fire, and water, and all of these that are possible and in combination with each other through the medium of ether. So these are all this is the unified conjunction that's taking place, that makes all these true elements possible with us on true Earth. And this very same behavior that we see on Earth is behaving within our bodies. The level of of the integrity of how our body makeup is, and the basic mineralization of how our bodies are formed via these this 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 category that's called cell salts or tissue salts, and they're identified with that label of salts, but it's just the base. It's just another element of a mineralization, that earth factor that exists within our body, and how it's kinetic with a lot of the energy, the electric energy. So our bodies are electric. You know, when we hear about the electric universe, yeah, there's nothing more. There's no better way to describe exactly how we're living in this realm and how to describe our bodies, but in this direction of an electrical standpoint, an electrical nature. But the combination on how this is interacting um, with our physical body. Say, for example, when we look at the sign of Aries, Aries is combined with a tissue salt called potassium phosphate. This is a mineral that helps our body produce a particular special fluid in our body. The Aries constellation, or I mean, the Aries sign is affixed to the head portion or cerebrum of our head, because it's behaving in a way that it needs the necessary fluids to operate in this special functionality of creating these cerebral spinal fluids that can interact with our thought patterns that also take place throughout our entire body. When we move to the next sign of Taurus, it's aligned with sodium sulfate. And this is going to fall through another area of our brain of that deals with our subconscious, our cerebellum. And the cerebellum is the gate to which these fluids are about to enter, that they cross through to enter the rest of our body, and how this electrical message, how this signal is sent through the rest of our body via the parasympathetic or the vagus nerve, on how our body is sending and receiving these messages that is moving through our body. If we move to the sign of Libra, Libra is affixed to a mineral called sodium phosphate. And Libra's sign has the scales on it because the sodium phosphate is responsible for adjusting the balance of the biochemical balance within our body, of maintaining a level of a productive level of alkalinity versus acidity. See, our bodies are naturally acidic, and that's mostly where cancer is derived from. If we create an imbalance in our body, that acid level raises, and it's going to cause a lot of health problems. So we have to equalize that or neutralize that with an alkaline component. The particular mineral salt that's aligned with the energy from Libra, the sodium phosphate, helps with this. That mineralization that takes place within our body actually neutralizes this high level of acidity to maintain that health within us. And we can further it all the way through the whole zodiac chart, all the way to Pisces, which is affixed to the ferrum phosphate. This is iron. This is the one of the prime components, or if not the most important issue to our body, of our iron hemoglobin. This is the plasma carrier that's sent through our body. This is how our electric universe within our bodies work, as this iron needs to transfer a lot of this, the fluids to maintain that integrity. And the vast network of these sodium layers that exist within our body, is very abundant on Earth as well. Whenever we look at lava, we're looking at the migration of this molten salt, this molten sodium that's taking place within Earth. It's just a different level of charge. So, when someone is, it's not just about hiding the other lands. When it comes to why the narrative is created on the globe, it's not just to hide other lands, and it's not just to disconnect us from the creator, but it's disconnecting us from us. It's not allowing us to know really who we are, what we are, how we are, and how this physical energy behaves and interacts with our other higher self, the balance of our physical self with our spiritual self. This is the integral network. This is that law of one. This is that electrical behavior that we engage in every day, that's taking place within the various energy signatures. That sun is traveling through each sign throughout the year, all 12 months, just like we're told about the 12 apostles. All these stories are integrated for that very same reason on the way the Earth's behaving to allow us to understand on just how our bodies are behaving and what the reality of our own body is. Our own body is that one verse, our own universe. So when they deter us from this true aspect of this true knowledge of true Earth, they're really taking away our ability to save ourselves. And this is why it's important to understand and learn many other elements of energy that are taking place in this information on how we assess it, on how we break it down, how we decipher it. All this is true, all this is real,
You
and it's in our
cannot
hands.
save yourself. The earth is not flat.
And yeah,
Jesus Christ is the
that's
only
it.
way.
That's all I got. I appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Appreciate that. Whoever voiced their opinion saying they don't believe the earth is flat, please put your hand up. We are definitely going to double back on you because there's a whole bunch of people in here that would disagree. But we kind of want to get through the hands. You might as well get some citations and some empirical evidence ready. Exclusive evidence too, if you are firmly of a belief that your globe Earth is fact. But I think Xavier was next.
Yeah, why not let the Glober go first and we could play tennis with everybody in the panel. Go ahead, Glober.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's too many hands up for that.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right, I'll make it quick then. So what I noticed in these conversations that everyone is fundamentally saying the same thing if you pay attention, right? We say it different ways, but down to the core, it's claims need to be substantiated, and they need to be substantiated by evidence. So how could everybody be saying the exact same thing, and there's so many disagreements? I mean, it's odd that we go to a debate or a conversation, more likely, and we leave the same way we came in. People high five their like-minded individual groups when they go back and they reject the opposition. I mean, surely there's something broken about that, right? There's something broken. What do we know? Well, what do we know for sure in that case, right? We know our interpretations differ. So our interpretations differ about what constitutes evidence. Okay, so we know it's circular to say if we use our own interpretation to interpret whose interpretation is correct, that's circular. Okay, so we can't use interpretation to figure out whose interpretation is correct. Therefore, what? What does that leave us? That leaves us, there has to be something outside ourselves, outside our subjective interpretation to discern what's going on and what constitutes evidence in the stuff that we're looking for, right? Lily talked about a rose by any other name would still be that flower that smells good, right? I find a lot of these conversations, even when there's this agreement, like this and that talking about with Whitsit, that they pretty much agree on the ether, but do you? I think opposite to that rose, you agree on ether in name only. The substance that and how the nature of ether is, like Sacred talked about, that is important. You can't fundamentally disagree on the nature of what ether is. We've heard of static ether, we've heard of dynamic ether, and to what Ashton Forbes presents, he presents as something entirely different. He substitutes space-time for ether. He puts a timeline on ether and a world line. I mean, you can't. That's not even reification. That's reification mixed with I don't even know what. So the nature of what you're talking about is important. We got to identify what we're talking about, right? We gotta we gotta understand the meaning of the words that we're using. Somebody tried to dismiss. Was it India? I'm not sure who it was. But they're going back and forth and saying, well, you don't understand what you're talking about when you're referring to ether. And like what's talked about, if you could educate that person on your interpretation of it, and if that interpretation is correct by using something outside of yourself, then that's what we accept. We should accept that, I would think. What else would get you to change your mind and say, no, okay, what I believe was wrong? This and that, hit it on the head. People do not like to admit that they're wrong. We've had different interpretations of the Bible, different interpretations of scientific evidence. and people are afraid to admit or don't have too much ego to admit when they're wrong. But even before that, even if you could, what is your standard? And that standard has to be objective. It can't be different from everybody else. There has to be a standard for falsification. And I won't go through the spiel again. We kind of get what we use. But I put something in the nest. Speaking of Ashton Forbes, he rejects some of the interpretations made by Mickelson Morley with these conversations with Flat Earther. As you can see above, he put something on the nest where he says, Mickelson Morley refuted. Okay. All right. We accepted the null hypothesis within that test anyway. So that's fine. We're in alignment there. But why do you reject it as a denied velocity of the predicted orbital velocity of Earth? Why do you deny that? That has huge implications. What about this experiment or this observation made you think otherwise? When I looked at it, it's an interferometer, right? And it's positioned vertical. What about these fringe patterns? What about these fringe patterns moving in a vertical vector? Do you dismiss the affirmative in Mickelson Morley, adopt the null hypothesis, but reject the huge implication that the orbital velocity that's predicted is nullified? Why do you reject that? That doesn't make any sense. So even if you were to present receipts like this and that was talking to with Witsit, are you going to accept the receipt? What's your criteria for accepting receipts? And that's something that everybody has to do some self-reflection on, because we can't all be saying fundamentally the same things, that we need to substantiate our claims with evidence, and we have huge gaps in our understanding of what that means. And the last thing I'll say, the regular Mickelson Morley that I just put up in the nest as well, we understand accepting that null hypothesis has huge implications. Either accept that the orbital velocity that's predicted is wrong, or how light propagates needs to be revisited. They revisited in saying light propagates in all reference frames constant, which is different from continuous, meaning it is of the same velocity in all reference frames, whether you're moving or stationary. And that poses a huge problem, because if we know that the speed of something is its distance over time, then that distance from A to B is significant. We can't have a different distance and have the same speed of something be constant, or unless you start stretching and warping that distance to accommodate for your velocity. And that's what they did. So like Witsit and Saker was talking about, you can't drop relativity with this understanding of this. You can. It's fundamentally intertwined. So if there's a problem with that, that has to be acknowledged. We can't go back into our like-minded groups, high-five each other, and reject the opposition. That can't be the case. So what would take him to acknowledge that? And if he has a good reason to not acknowledge that, what is your fundamental?
Abraham Lincoln, which jeans he had on? Wranglers?
Oh, dear God. Who let Mimi up here?
Mimi, pause up for
Wranglers or Levi's?
15 seconds. I'm about to land it. 15 seconds. I think you have another drink.
Well.
Have another drink in the meantime.
Wranglers, Levi's. There's a whole pattern on the back of Levi's.
I refuse to believe you drink this much. Your liver will be done. It's got to be a character. But in conclusion, to that Mickelson Morley acknowledgement that Ashton Forbes used to do.
There's a whole tongue on Levi's. Y'all see the little people, and it's on, and it's in red. That's a
characters. Yeah, so I forgot where it's going, but in a nutshell, you got to accept the receipts, and there's got to be an objective standard to how you accept or reject receipts, and that's got to be for everybody. We can't reject receipts based on our standard.
Yeah, and it was in Philadelphia. Hey, Levi's. Remember the chocolate factory? Stop laughing. It's not funny. Because I want to know what jeans that Abraham Lincoln have on when he got shot. When he was at the dome. Is it Levi's or Wranglers? I could have said Lee's. Remember Lee's?
Mimi, I've been playing with you, man.
Man, first and foremost, it's Wranglers in. What the hell? Who
Why is it always in the best part?
Now it's pretty much done. The stuff is up in the nest. You guys have already seen it before. The papers are attached to the thread if you want to go to the papers. But that is a crux that needs to be discussed between Ashton Forbes and Whitsitt if they ever have that conversation. Why reject some parts of observations and accept others? There can't be cherry-picked evidence that we accept. And we know our interpretations differ. And it's circular to say our interpretation can interpret whose interpretation is correct. Therefore, it must be outside of ourselves. The scientific method, logic, etc. These are the standards, the criteria that's objective. And I'll land it there.
X, you kind of remind me of what I was saying like a little while back, as to like this debate feels circular because who's the arbiter of like UN? Like I'll usually ask who's the final PhD boss? Who's the person that determines like, hey, in a peer review process, your peer review trumps Trump. So how do you have a final boss in a process of consensus?
I was thinking about that biblical conversation that you guys had last week. Thank goodness I was there. I don't know how you dealt with it, but that's that right there. And the biblical quote unquote truths are harder because now you have to get the etymology of what the words mean. Are they different words but kept the meaning? It's a whole cluster F with interpretation, and that's just biblical stuff. How can you be an arbiter versus whose interpretation, whose etymology book is correct? I think that there's a responsibility for especially people who believe in the Bible to be accurate with that stuff and not let it get to a shouting match. And science should be more rigorous, you would think, right? Because it's just cause and effect, but it's not. We have two different experiments right up there in the nest. Ashton Kutcher's vertical interferometer versus the classic Michelson-Morley. Why? What is his reasoning for accepting one and rejecting another? And that would be interesting to see what his answer would be to that.
Ashton Forbes. Ashton Kutcher.
I said Ashton Kutcher, my bad.
No Diddy parties, man. No Diddy parties.
Hey, yo. Shout out to Mr. X, man. Always making me think. Should be thinking about it, too.
I don't know who is next. You guys want to rock?
I think it was Jason.
Yeah, Jason.
Yeah, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
So I'm a flat earther. I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Jason.
I can't help but when I hear CLW,
Your mic all jacked
it
up.
sounds like he's. Is that?
Your mic jacked up.
Yeah, there's some type of background feedback or noise. Uh-oh, NASA.
Mic check. Oh, he did?
Yeah, he was too close to the NASA receivers. No, I'm playing. I don't know. Sound like a walkie-talkie.
I just had a couple of questions real quick, if I can get through them.
Howdy, Bill.
Bill, howdy.
Yeah, having a great time. Hey, CLW, he was on a couple hours ago and talking about cymatics, and I was wondering if he knew about Michael Tellinger, which I posted his link down there in the purple pill. And then the second question I had was for both CLW and for Taylor, if they knew about Numbers 13 and where it talks about the sons of Anak, which would be the Anunnaki, who are the giants. And that way, CLW, so he could understand who the Anunnaki really are. And if Taylor had talked to that with Maze and what she might have had to say about it.
Yeah, so yeah, the Anunnaki, that's those watchers that came down from Samaria, right? The Sumerian tablets wrote about them, but it never says they came from another planet. So all these people keep saying, you know, the Anunnaki came from some other planet. It never once talks about them coming from another planet. Nowhere does it talk about them coming from another planet. So I really started out like kind of getting into this on UFO Twitter, like that opened a lot of doorways for me to learn about more things. But you know, after researching the alien phenomena, I'm telling y'all, it's all demonic. It's very clearly demonic. There's a lot of evidence for that. So, yeah, is there anything else that you want to know about the Anunnaki? Numbers 13 talks about the giants whenever they went to scope out the land of Canaan. It said they looked like grasshoppers in their sight. So people that don't think there was genetic manipulation, I don't know how they explain away things like this in the Bible when there was obviously giants.
100%.
Was it in the Yasser or Jubilees? I ain't sure which one it is, but that tells you exactly about the genetic engineering right there in the book. And then as far as Numbers 13, it tells you who the dad is of all those giants. Anak. Well, who are the Anak? Who are the sons of Anak? The Anunnaki. Who is Anak? He is a giant, a Nephilim.
That's exactly
Okay,
right. And
let me
whenever I
address
heard
that
those names,
shortly.
I realized that too, like the Anak. And whenever I was reading the Bible, because like y'all know I read the Bible, and like I was like, oh wow, this must be the Anunnaki. But yeah, thank you for reminding me about that. I forgot that exact name Anak was in there describing them too.
But you see, in the Bible, when you talk about Enoch, you're talking about Enoch. You're talking about a lot of things. So, about the giants, and it's not just the giants that were there. And even the giant is not literal. There are different things that came here. Not all of them were the same. Not all of them stood for the same thing. That's why even in most places you have priesthood fighting each other because of the influence from external forces. About the Anunnaki and the giants and so-called reptilians, it has nothing to do with them. For example, when people read when you read a culture, it's not the same as the people who live the culture. It's just like you're getting snippets of the culture, and people take this way too seriously. You find a dead culture, you find their scriptures, and they're not even seeking. They're not even seeking to understand what this word means. They're just looking to make sense of whatever they found. But whatever they found doesn't mean it's really what the word mean, or whatever the people who are living that culture or practicing, or how they refer to that term. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the same as the person interpreting. Michael Tellinger, I know Michael Tellinger. Most of his information is top notch, but he also suffers from interpreting tradition in a wrong way because he's not living the tradition. You need to understand this aspect. Every culture, whenever you try to translate a culture which you're not living in, you're bound to mistranslate it in one way or another. Imagine reading information about people who no longer live there.
Why do you think the giants are just allegory or whatever? There's all kinds of evidence that they existed. You bring up all
I'm not
kinds of
saying they did
artifacts.
not exist. I'm not saying they did not exist. They did exist. But when you read that word giant in the Bible, they're not referring only to big creatures or anything like that.
Really?
They're also talking about men of renown.
Say that again.
Men of renown. Basically, men of stature.
The men of old, men of renown, those were the giants, the Nephilim in Genesis.
And heroes.
The first celebrities.
Right? But when you go into the genetics of them, They're giants. They're big people. They're big, ugly people. What is that, as a matter of fact? And then after they destroyed themselves, they turned around. Fallen angels taught us genetic engineering. That's where we come up with the chimera, the minotaurs, the satyrs, the mermaids, etc.
And guess what? It says it'll be just like the days of Noah at the end times. When guess what they were doing? What was happening? They were genetically engineering stuff. There was these fallen angels coming down making hybrids. And if you look into the alien abduction phenomena, it says that they're like, what are the aliens doing here? And it's like, oh, they have making this hybridization program. And apparently in the deep underground military bases, they have plenty of hybrids. Go look up Greg Rinchich. And he said that you can't even walk in the deep underground military bases. You have to make sure and sign basically a contract that you're not going to say the name Jesus. Like he explains it in detail, Greg Rinchich.
Let me ask you something. For example, this UFO phenomena, I've heard that people have seen spaceship coming from miles away from the universe just to steal a cow. Most of these things is just made up. You need to understand it. Most of these spaceship, they are government. They are the ones who make them. They're not even spaceship. And the knowledge that the government is using is not even new knowledge. People use these things. Let me inform you so that you understand even deeper. When you're talking about aliens visiting Earth, like in our tradition, whenever an alien or whatever it claimed to be came in a mechanical vehicle, we viewed them to be of a lower consciousness. Those who came with the love and the highest knowledge that they could bring, they didn't need any vehicle to bring themselves here. They just
We
come in a
found
blink of an eye.
We found those vehicles. They're called Vimanas.
I don't think there's any
But you see,
distinction though between governmental craft and fallen angel technology, because I think that they're one and the same.
you need to understand there's nothing like fallen angel. Those are metaphors. There's no
Then what do
fallen
you think?
angel.
What do you think they are? Where do you think they're coming from?
For example, when Adam and Eve were chased out of the garden, they became fallen angels.
No, they
Even
did
the
not
Bible
become
they
fallen
tells you,
angels.
listen, even the Bible they tell you God put Adam into a
That's
deep sleep,
contradictory.
but they never tell you that Adam woke up.
What?
That is contradictory. The Bible literally says angels, and a third of the angelic host fell from heaven. So you are critiquing something that is obviously said in the Bible.
It's not contradictory. For example, 1/3, when you divide it, is 3.33, which is 33. Jesus was crucified when he was 33 years old. You have 33 bones in your vertebrae bone. They're not speaking about what you're thinking.
You're trying to put it metaphorically, literal. It's actually literal unless it tells you otherwise. But you're trying to put everything as allegory and metaphor.
The Bible tells you itself the entire book is a metaphor, allegory.
Incorrect.
I don't know. Taylor's going to disagree with you on that.
It definitely makes more sense, more literal than it does allegorical and metaphorical. But
I disagree with that. I think everybody has their own interpretation of anything.
being as it's fractal, it's all of those.
All ancient scriptures, they are allegorical in a way. This doesn't mean it lacks any literal form of sense. It encompasses all these levels of reality. But the deepest knowledge, they are not the surface thing that you see there. They talk about more things that you can perceive. It depends with the person who's reading them, with their capacity to understand what they're reading, to see what they're really talking about.
Is there an example that you think like of something that was written that didn't like happen in particular?
For example, that whole Exodus incident, it never happened.
The what?
The Exodus incident.
Oh, that's funny because they found archaeological evidence for it.
That doesn't mean anything.
Okay, so then what evidence would you need to show it's literal?
The evidence is you find this. For example, they tell you the Israelites took 40 years to go to the new land, and the people went to the land of Canaan. They were a new generation. This whole thing is a metaphor.
Because
For example,
because they roamed
if
in
you
the
want to do intense
desert.
Kundalini awakening,
This
hold
is
on.
because they had to take over the Anunnaki.
It has
You are
nothing to do with that.
interjecting
It has nothing to
into
do with
what
that.
it says in the Bible. You need to let it exegete
For
to
example,
yourself.
if you look at
Don't
the
imply
area
meaning.
where Egypt is and the so-called land of Canaan, even if people were to wander for 40 years, it doesn't make sense.
They did not take a straight path for 40 years. It said they wandered and they had
That's
to
why
go
I'm saying
take over the
wander.
land of Canaan. They were not taking one straight path. They had to go conquer these people before taking over that land.
That whole story is a metaphor. The land of Egypt is talking about the physical body.
Okay,
They're
we've
talking
already
about
actually
suffering.
went into this before. I don't feel like taking over this space again with you because the conversation got nowhere, no matter how much evidence I presented to you. So I'd rather just not. Like, we've already went through all of this. We've talked about all these topics before. So let's just save people the time.
For example, what was the biggest teaching of Jesus? Be about your father's
We can
business.
go over it because I could just destroy you again like I did last time in this conversation. But I don't feel like taking up people's time because after that, Sacred shut down the space. So I'm not trying to get the space shut down again. But I've already proved to you that what you're saying is completely wrong.
I'm not saying whatever you're saying is wrong. You're free to interpret
You're
whatever you interpret.
contradicting
But me, I'm just
yourself.
trying to
You
relate
just
how I
said
see
what
it.
she said is wrong.
Hmm?
Everything you have said so far is full of contradictions.
How so?
Can you name them?
You have literally said she's incorrect, and then afterwards you say, no, I'm not saying you're incorrect. That's one example. I can list a lot more if you want.
Listen, I'm talking in terms of esoteric. If you want to get the Sunday school knowledge, it's also right in its own way. That's why I said it depends on the person who's reading that information.
So you are making an
You cannot
objective
interpret
truth
something outside
vague.
of your own mental capacity.
Truth, I think it stems from the fact that they disagree on whether the Bible is like you can interpret it in one way or if it's straightforward.
No, it's not straightforward. That's the sense. When you are taking it literally, it's when you take it to be straightforward, and you miss how
Right, that's where
circular
you
it
and
is.
Taylor disagree. Where you and Taylor disagree.
No, I don't necessarily disagree with her because I can find way of the way she's explaining it literally. I can find a way of making sense of what she's saying. But I'm talking about the esoteric meaning. I'm not talking to disagree with her.
So most of the Old Testament actually is just a bunch of stories of events that happen and lands that conquered other lands. A lot of it is not, like, if you were to read it, you wouldn't say this might be metaphorical because it's like it's giving you lineages, it's giving you these people conquered these people, then this happened. A lot of it's kind of, it was kind of boring, to be honest, where it's just all these historical events that happened and it's just, I mean, the New Testament is a lot different because Jesus comes and like gives you parables, but the majority of the New Testament is telling you about Jesus' life, like where he went here, then he went there to teach this, and he went to the Pharisees, and he healed people. Like, it just gives details of these stories and events that he did and places he went. But yeah, so I mean, there are things like Revelations is probably the most the book that's the most up for like interpretation because it has a lot of like spiritual stuff. It's some crazy stuff going down in Revelation. So I can agree with you there. I really can on Revelations, but a lot of the other ones just like historical, like reckoning of things that happened, like in sequential order.
Hey, Taylor, those names, those genealogies, they're not boring if you get into the translations of those names.
Exactly. I know, I've heard about that, but I didn't actually know about like the serpent seed line theory and the Nephilim. Like when I was first reading the Bible until afterwards, I was like, oh, that's why it's so important that these people got conquered because they were Nephilim. So it did make it much more interesting to go learn that these people were hybrids.
Taylor, for example, most of that information, most of that information is not new. There are many indigenous people who have myths about giants and many weird creatures that they didn't pick it from the Bible. Hold on.
All around the world.
Yeah, they didn't pick it from the Bible. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Many things in the Bible are based on things that took place and literal events. But the people who orchestrated that story, they are symbolic in the essence of the way they put the narrative. For example, can you know all the miracles Jesus performed, Elijah performed?
I didn't understand your English. You said Elijah?
Yeah, Elijah.
Give me an example, because I know Elijah brought somebody back to life who was dead, but he didn't. Oh yeah, Elijah didn't raise from the dead. He never died. So instead of Elijah dying for 3 days and conquering hell and then, appearing back to people after he died, Elijah didn't do that. He was just taken straight to heaven.
Who else was taken to heaven straight? Enoch, right?
Enoch.
Also, who else was taken straight to
So
heaven? Jesus, right?
Jesus died. He died. He wasn't taken straight to heaven.
That death is a symbolic thing. It's not what you think.
Okay.
But
Anyway,
this narrative is just repetition of the same concept. The
so
Old Testament
let
is
me
not different from
respond
the
to
New
your other point
Testament.
though, because you're scattergunning, as Witsit taught me last night. What you're doing is you keep bringing up different points. You're scattergunning, and we can never actually get down to any of them. So what I was
No, I'm
going to
not
say,
scattering.
hold
I'm
on,
just trying to show you the
let me finish,
interrelationship.
because nobody's going to be able to follow if we keep changing the topic. But in terms of the giants, go look up the Anasazi Native Americans. They have stories of literal giants, and there's stories about the giants around the world, but not because they were copied off one another, but because they were actually there, because they were actual events. So there's many Native American legends of the giants that were interpreted as being completely factual that they passed down through their generations.
We also have legends of giants and dragons and all these other things. It's not only limited to Native Americans. But
Yeah,
if
all
you understood it
around
the
the
way I
world.
understood it, it will even make more sense when you read the Bible when they tell you about those things.
Okay, just tell me what shape you think the Earth is, COW.
The shape of the earth has no shape.
The Earth has no shape.
It's a realm, yeah.
Okay. And I didn't even understand it's a what?
It's a realm. It's not a shape.
A realm?
Yeah.
So what shape do you think the ground is on this 2D or 3D reality that we live in?
What do you mean by shape? Like,
Do you think the ground that we walk on is curving?
no. Why
So
do
it's
you people
flat.
always assume that?
What you're saying makes no sense. The definition of a realm is a field of domain or space. So are you saying to us that we are currently, are you sitting down or standing somewhere?
You create your own reality.
That we are just,
if you think
that
you live
we
in
are
a
just
globe,
in a space, that it has no shape.
no, the shape, you can make it to be any shape, Like you can think, for example, people have theories like they think the earth is a pancake or whatever, there's a firmament, but these are all just people trying to understand what they think it is, but they don't really know what it is. The boundary
well,
of the earth
let's
is not
hear your
the
opinion.
firmament. Listen.
Okay.
The boundary of the
But let's, now you are saying that the Bible's not literal and it's all symbolic, correct? Now, what is, in your opinion, the symbolic meaning of where it says in the Bible, the four corners of the earth?
It's just the manifestation of space, which is number 4, the 4 elements. The same way the people who talk about Jesus as Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the 12 disciples, the 12 tribes came from 4 women. It's just the same thing.
No, you are making the topic vague. I said the symbolism of the four corners of the earth. Don't go on a different topic.
It's the cardinal direction which is linked to the elements. If you know any ancient traditions, the elements are usually linked to the cardinal directions, north, east, west, and south, the news.
I think the four corners of the earth meant everywhere. It doesn't necessarily mean there are corners, but it referred to everywhere.
What about the pillars of the earth?
That's a good question.
What about the earth will never be moved? And that's said in like 3 or 4 Bible verses.
Exactly.
No one is arguing that the earth is moving, or did anyone put that claim forward?
People who think the earth is round think it's moving at a couple million miles kilometers per hour.
It's okay for them to think that, but I can't judge them. It's just based on what they know.
Then again, that's opinion. You need to let the word speak for itself. Don't apply your own opinion to the word. You just create confusion.
Real truth. This is the first time I see you in here. What's your take on the shape of the earth?
Well, from what I understand of it so far, is the four corners of the earth. Don't think of it as, this is my opinion. Let's just keep that straight. Is imagine, I don't know the exact shape, right? But let's just go off, say like a pancake, right? Now the four corners, if you cut that pancake down into quarters, and you take those quarters and you move them slightly apart, you have your corners in the middle with an ice wall around the top outside and your firmament over it.
So you're a flat earther.
Yep. I don't believe in Einsteinian theory.
What about the firmament being as hard as a molten mirror?
Well, that would make sense because it says in the Bible separating the waters above from below. So obviously you're going to have something to be able to withstand that.
Brian, feel free to jump in. I think you're the only one with your hand up.
So I see that you changed the name there. False claims. Did anyone come in here and drop any challenges? Did I miss anything good? No. Flat and Destruction never show up.
No.
Huh?
Dude's been running on a timeline, lying about his claims.
So he knows Twitter's still available and satellites are still working and he can come in here? All right, just checking.
You know what's even worse? He's a grown-ass man. I thought he was a kid. I thought he was a child. So I was like, all right, he's skating by, but he's a grown-ass man that debated with and lost. He's taking out his revenge on everybody else. It's insane.
Dude, is he really that guy in that in those debates? Is that
yeah,
really
that's
who
him.
he is? Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, that dude is a spiraling. Oh, you guys just don't know nothing. I'm going to Google it for you. Look at us right there. All you got to do is Google it. You guys are so lazy. You guys are stupid. That's why you can debunk everything, because everything's got a Google answer. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. There it is. Why I got to get out of my couch, man? Why I got to look at anything? I could Google it. Yeah,
That shit's crazy. Who found that? Who linked that up? Who figured out who he was? Proud? Sacred?
But now that I see his face with it, that's all I can see now. Oh man, I just see his debates now, just like it, and that makes so much more sense now. Oh,
him and his weird mustache.
That guy's he cannot, even on these debates. You just see him in the background, just somebody else's talk. You see him just losing his mind. It's like, bro, you can't even sit still, man. Get off whatever you're on. Get off it.
Well, now it makes sense why he could never remain mic'd up. He can never remain muted. Anytime we talk to you, come off mic and then start complaining. It's like that. It was insane. I really thought this guy was a child, like younger than 20 years old.
I thought he was in his 1920s ish area right there. Yeah. So, but I heard people talking about these claims too, man, and the way these globies are, everything we were taught, the spinny water rock, apples falling, not being taught relativity, and all these are all the claims, man. I don't accept we make one claim unless somebody says they know how high the sun is. That's a claim, but other than that, we ain't making no claims. They have to defend all their claims. They can't. We can bring our evidence for our proof for the observations that go against the claim. But we ain't making no claim. This everything we say. Oh, you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. Oh, that's a claim. Prove it. Like, bro, what? What do you mean prove that?
I mean, I did. I found that UK Eden project. That one's indoor, gas pressure, different gradients, all contained within its own little environment outside of the Earth's atmosphere.
These guys are killing me, man. Yeah, we ain't making no claims. But we back it up. We show all of our observations. The only things these guys got are 5 standard answers, man. They got gravity, refraction, perspective, you don't understand scale, and here's
your map?
Here's a diagram.
Where's your map?
In real life. Where's your map? Ah, where's your map? Ah, where's your ice wall? Ah, give me a picture of your flat earth. Ah, give me your ice wall. Ah. It's like, come on, man, really? If that's the best you got,
Yo, that's literally how he sounds. He has zero bass in his voice.
dude, I know my boy Shane down there still waiting for somebody to talk to him about mass, man. He's ready to get taken to the schoolhouse, man. He's like, let's go.
Yo, this dude, for the audience's sake, said that 90-degree angles are required for a globe Earth to work.
Man, seriously, they say shit like that right out loud. Right out loud. Just confidently.
While denying plane surveying.
When it frickin' says plane right in the word title. Survey, plane, survey, plane.
I was in a so earlier this week. One of my neighbors is a small engine pilot, and I asked him to take me up, and it was nice to do, around a small airport, and so we flew around, and when we landed, I was like, "Hey, I think I saw the curvature." And he he looked over at me and he's like, "No, you didn't." And I started laughing because they all know my viewpoint on it. And he said, one day I'd like to see it. And he's a pilot, and it's wild because like nobody, even Google will say now, you've got to be over 80,000 feet, and nothing flies that high. So nobody's ever seen it. So I thought that was so funny that when he saw me laughing, he remembered who I was for, just that instant of he remembered who he was talking to. And when I was laughing about that was really, really funny because, nobody's ever seen it. Nobody's ever seen it. And it's the people that have done the least amount of, research or had the least amount of life experience to, prove, what they were taught as children when you don't know any better and you can't argue, right? Like as a, kindergartner, junior kindergartner, when you're indoctrinated into globalism, there's no way you can effectively argue at that point. But so everybody grows up into it. But I'll never forget the look on his face when he realized I was really laughing, and especially when he said, "No, you didn't," because he knew damn well,
These guys can still see the curve from planes, even though when you tell them that signs that say, no, you can't do it, they still double down on it, so you can't.
Well, not the pilots that I've met, but again, that was in private too. That was just he and I. It's a totally different thing if you say that in a crowd of people. That's a big mean argument, right? That's like Peter when the Romans, heavily armed, were like, Jesus? And Peter's like, no, I don't, right? Like, it's a whole different game when you're going to be faced with immediate combat by people that are going to be mad, right? Like, I think anybody that's talked about, the first rule about Flat Club is don't talk about Flat Club, but if you let it out in public, you gotta be real ready. And so it's pretty, all I can say is, my neighbor, that pilot at that time, knew damn well that he had never seen it. And, he does, he's been a pilot for, small engine pilot for like 30, 40 years. I remember as a kid, he used to land his plane behind my public school. And, we all thought that was pretty cool. So, yeah.
You're a flat earther, Dave? I thought you were on the fence last time you were in here.
You have,
So,
I mean, like, I don't know how long everybody has been talking in public about it, but I started in 2015, and it's been a real it's been an ongoing battle. And oh yeah, of course, I'm not going to do that. And they know better than to argue with me because they knew the life that I had lived, like being on jet planes for 3-4 times a year for many years, going in the middle of the going out far on a cruise ship in the ocean. They knew damn well better. They're like, well, he's right, but it's social and professional suicide if you engage with him. Or sorry, if you say that he's right, like you can kiss you can kiss any promotions or that kind of thing. You can say goodbye to that. You'll just be ostracized. Though it seems, I mean, like, these last couple of years, things seem to be loosening up on that. Weather modification, you can talk about that. And now that the deep state has been, even that doctor in New York that admitted he went to, after locking everybody down, he went in the complete opposite direction, having pretty wild parties, it sounds like, with very other wealthy people. And now he's talking like, forget about vaccines, your health is your responsibility, kind of thing. So I do think that there's a growing sect in the establishment, inner party people that that are not wanting to go along with the party line anymore. So, we'll see what happens. But yeah, for the most part, especially in 2015, if you came out with that, it's just the worst possible decision you could ever make. Well, maybe not the worst, but it will change it changed my life and the trajectory of it in ways that there was no way at the time. I knew it was going to change. I knew my life was going to change drastically, but I mean, there was no way to know how far-reaching and for how long those consequences would be a part of it for.
Hey, Dave, at that point in your life, man, how much did you really know was true about the flat Earth theory in 2015?
Well, I had always had this. Well, my father said we never landed on the moon. So I guess you can't have the first photo of the globe Earth from a military operation. And they never lie, right? The government doesn't lie, and the military doesn't keep secrets, right? So the lying secret keeping people take you on the first trip, they go somewhere they've never been. So I guess you can't use that as evidence. And it wasn't until with 2015 and seeing thinking that you could do that, you find out more and more. But I immediately just went back to all of my memories of anything. I was just like, all of this is fake.
What did you think about the square box around the Earth when they put it in Photoshop and crunk up the levels? What did you think about it?
I thought it was a cute, meme, and just evidence of, further evidence of, you can manipulate anything. You can draw a picture of anything you want, and if you get people young enough and they can't challenge it, well, they'll believe anything. There's no other way to do it. There are no other outcomes. That was the whole, Plato and Socrates in the cave, right? Are you born tabula rasa? You're born with a blank slate. And Socrates is like, yeah. So, they won't know anything. They won't know anything other than what you tell them, what you put on the cave wall. So, yeah, that's how we all grew up, right?
That's the harsh reality, bro. And now that we're awake, man, I don't see public school lasting more than 5 more years, a decade, maybe. It's gonna fall apart, bro. Lack of funding, maybe budgeting. Who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah. I think all I'm gonna say is, I don't know that that's good or bad. Like I think we all had, well, at least I did, but I had a really fortunate and really, really great time in public school and in high school. Like I had a great time there. So I don't necessarily want to see it like it. To me, it's not all bad. It's not all bad. It's like it's a it can be a really beneficial tool. But right now it certainly seems insidious. Like they're not bringing people up and nurturing people in a way to make themselves, self-reliant or self-sufficient and confident and competent at anything. It just seems like the public schools and the teachers unions have taken a line of just basically being, making sex the main focal point, and anything else is just they don't fail people anymore. You don't get the joy of victory or the sting of failure. So, as soon as any standards of academics go away, I mean, yeah, I guess it's gonna go and die. It wouldn't surprise me. But it's not a hard thing to do if you just, change the programming back to, how I grew up back in the late 80s and graduated in high school in 2003. None of this, the sex stuff was not a major part of the curriculum, and racial stuff was not a major part of the curriculum like it is now.
Yeah, when did government take over education? Like in the 80s, like mid to early to
No,
mid 80s?
the government really became a big player, a big major player. Well, I mean, the people that ran education never really. It was all stratified prior to the Second World War, and you look at that history between 1900 and pretty well the end of the Second World War in 1945. The first, if you had children, if you had 30-year-old or younger children prior to 1910, the Second World War killed a great deal of them. And then there was a nice time in the 1920s, but there was still no public school. And then the 30s happened, and a lot of people lost their homes, and the Great Depression, and a lot of people weren't born. And you couldn't even get life insurance policies on young children because the mortality rate and abandonment rate was so high. So, and then the 1940s, the Second World War broke out, and again, another round of everybody's children were killed. So basically, there was this tremendous amount of people that were killed in the First World War, not born or died in the 30s, and killed off again in the 1940s. And so by the time big government took over in the 50s, when public school, because by that time they had made the case for income tax, and so had a budget that they had never had prior, right, to pay for the Second World War. It's temporary tax. And so it wasn't until after the Second World War, when there were a lot of old people, a couple of young people that were ready to breed, and then very, very young people, the baby boom, that's when government took over education. And then, people still thought a reasonable amount of people still thought that the earth was flat back then, because that's what the church taught. Well, until, in the Spanish Inquisition was used to, there was a debate there where the Pope, they thought the earth was flat using the four corners bit, and the Spanish inquisitors decided to change it to globe. So they killed a lot of flat earthers, because if you disagreed with the church during the Spanish Inquisition, you were killed. So if you jump forward from that into the 1950s, there were a few people that still believed it, but that's when government took over education, and they brought out, their scientists, and we all know who started NASA, right? The U.S. government started it, but their top scientists were all Nazi people that were prepared to, kill the infirm and people of certain genetic heritages and sexual
I think
preferences.
that's part of the narrative. You got to do a deep dive into World War II on that. Brian can help you with that.
There's a lot that was, I'll say there was a great deal that was hidden during that time, but at the end of the day, those are still the people that were in charge, and they were. That's when they grabbed control of the programming of the United States. The United States education system. It hadn't really existed before then, or it was not.
John
as
D. Rockefeller, it was
organized.
1902. He donated like millions to their general education board. He basically took control over that and established like whatever book we're gonna be put out for the curriculum.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, I think that there was a push to do it, but it was nowhere near as organized as when the 50s rolled around and everybody was pro-U.S. government. Well, maybe not everybody, but enough people were pro.
Post World War II, like you were saying, you were alluding to a minute ago as well, kind of going back and forth in the timeline, and we were on the education system, and Hitler. I think everybody over in the Europe, and everybody kind of used the Prussian. It's called the Prussian school system. It's based on regurgitating. They always had them long rulers they would pop you with, if you got out of line. And so it's a mind game all the way up, and we see the effects of it nowadays, man, with adults. I'm 42, man, and people down in their mid 20s just, I feel bad for the people coming out of this education system. That's kind of where it came from during the war, and it was used as a tool to, only get you ready for either military or the workforce, corporations, technocracies, and all that. So, we're seeing it, bro, and we're right in the middle of it, the effects of it. And another 10 years, bro, everybody's gonna be broken, man, in their mind, spiritually, emotionally, and I'd hate to see that happen, man. I'm glad we're doing this kind of talks and helping each other learn. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's, all I'm gonna say is, I think that you do the best that you can. And, John D. Rockefeller, he spent money on education, but it's not because he wanted, illiterate and useless people. Now, I'm not going to go much beyond that. Maybe there was something nefarious, but, if you don't have workers, right? Who's heating your water up, who's making the roads, who's having the how do you have a great material lifestyle if you do not breed a generation of people that can are obedient and productive to some degree. I will say the major error of the major critique that I would say is not enough people were bred to have were taught to develop either a dissenting or skeptical opinion of anything. Like, that was not celebrated. That kind of creativity of being like, well, it's always been done this way, so we do it this way. And it's like, well, if you just kind of turned that and was like, well, we always do it this way, can anybody think of a way to do this a little better? And so right then and there, you start people on give them the mindset of questioning the way things have always been. Now, maybe you can't improve it. If you think about, certain processes like making concrete. Well, the Romans made concrete, so there's thousands of years of making concrete, and maybe today you can't think of any way to make it better, or it's really, really tough. But the point is if you tell people, well, this is how it's always done, can anybody think of a better way to do it? You get them on the path of thinking creatively about a matter that is, quote unquote, solved, right? Or settled science, and missing and not teaching people how to be skeptical is, in my opinion, it's a recipe for disaster, because what innovations or improvements are going to come from a group of people that don't even think to try to do anything differently? So I do agree with you. The vast majority of people are not being taught to be very, they're not going to move the technological or innovation needle forward. And that's really unfortunate. And it's a crime. It's a thought crime to do that.
I agree, though. I agree. They need more people pushing each other, in a creative kind of way, not militant minded, and not, told you're not as good if you make a different letter grading system. It's, it's just, it's all there for show. And I think that anyone who ever says settled science is a valid way to say something is totally defeated. They're defeated, man, because science should never be settled. It should always be advancing, for the better or worse. We don't know, because most of the time, all these patents that are filed or genius level people that are entering, just say fresh out of college, man, and they're eager to help society. They're screaming climate change everywhere, but where's all the green technologies that really have been already filed for patents and stuff like that years and years and decades ago, man? All this stuff converting DC to AC power, or and having your own chargers that can keep a charge to an electric car, say, and you got one personally at your house free of charge because the energy's free. None of that's being explored. So back on the subject, I agree with you, man, about we just really got to figure out ways through these kind of talks to benefit our younger generation. Bro, we have to. We're going to be either exterminated because we can't reproduce enough, or our people are just going to grow so ignorant and they're going to believe everything the system tells them that, what we say is irrelevant or what Google says is more relevant. You see, like we can't let that point get to it,
Like that they're space dust and they came from an explosion in the middle of nowhere billions of years ago, and everything's random.
The only time you multiply by zero and it doesn't get zero. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Anybody? I just checked back in because I was in here last night real late, and y'all are still going. That's crazy. Sacred and proud. Y'all. I don't know how y'all are still awake, but y'all have. Has there been any Globers, any like science discussion in here today on the stationary Saturday? What have I missed?
You missed a lot.
Yeah, who came through?
Exactly, but we're open still for a little while longer. It is last call though, so anybody who with any last comments, questions, and concerns, feel free to come up and grab a mic.
Y'all have some Globers come through here?
That was
Trolls,
more
but
last
nobody
night, right?
like put
More
up with
one.
the bait. Yeah, more on last night.
Oh, you're talking about the dumpster bonfire last night, yeah.
Coffee was here too. Coffee came through.
Where's the man with the money mouth?
What, this guy in the title?
Yeah.
In a comment section near you. Oh no, actually, hold on. I think I seen him in another space.
Is it one of his own spaces? Yeah, dude's a weirdo. He kept tagging me, naming his spaces after me, trying to call me out, going on almost every single one of my posts, just commenting, saying that he's debunking me with words. I'm like, where's the evidence, dude?
Sounds like Pippi.
You know what's funny? Like I just realized, I didn't even think about it until just now. I didn't even realize it, but this whole time last night, he was scared to come in here. So you all are going to control the conversation, and this $1,000 is on my terms and my server. And then Mordwan comes in here and he's like, "Come on, bro, you shouldn't be scared. I'll go in there and talk to him." And he comes in here and drops twice as much money as the dude did. Oh man,
I can't wait for Prod to clip that up.
I think Marty ought to be banned from the bidding there because he ain't gonna be able to pay his debts off if he bets anymore.
I don't think that they're in the business of banning people. However, I do think it's good that we don't allow the whole Mordwan phenomenon to happen, because trust me, that's what happens every time. Same thing with Omni, right? When like a couple weeks ago, like these people have a reputation for doing certain things for a reason. So it's like you just have to be very mindful going into an interaction. Like, all right, we're going to set a time limit on this. Like, we're going to have to strictly moderate this because otherwise it's going to be a dumpster fire.
Well, I meant banned from the betting table. I just couldn't get it out. I was tongue-tied.
Oh, okay.
It would be interesting and particularly useful. Like if you can't get, and I know I'm probably the poster boy for long-winded explanations, but it would be useful for like a timer. If you are doing, especially in a debate, in a debate arena, a minute and a half or even 45 seconds is a long time to produce an original response. And if you cannot organize your thoughts in 45 seconds, basically you're word salading and it's not worthwhile. Concede the point, right?
Hey, what about like a chess style debate?
That's right. That's right. Like a timer on your move. Yeah. That would be good.
I thought about starting a brand new debate show, man, since I'm familiar with a lot of people here in YouTube and Facebook. I mean, I'm about to get a brand new computer, so I'm trying to figure out something to really get into to spend some valuable time on, But
Yeah, I think anytime you can have a structured debate, is always good about any topic. About any
And just
topic.
be completely neutral. No
And
bias. I mean, if you
yeah,
believe in one or the other or this and that, up, down, whatever, I think
yeah,
if you want to do a true debate, man, whoever's right there trying to keep the flames down, yeah, you'd have to be non-biased for sure.
a skilled moderator, just calling balls and strikes and keeping the topics moving along, but at the same time letting the true spirit of debate, when I don't know if anybody watched Vance versus Walls, but there was the one exchange when they cut their mics off that would be a time to let them have their straight back and forth until they're done arguing with one another on that particular topic. So there are times when, you want the participants to be able to take it where they want to go, but then, I think that it's important as well to, as soon as somebody insults somebody else, I think was that Godwin's rule, the first person to call the other person a Nazi loses. I think it's fair to extend that to the first person that delivers an insult, should automatically lose on that topic. And then, in the spirit of the arena, you move on to the next one. But, it's to provide a great arena for debate. That's a skill in and of itself beyond the topic and the participants.
Oh, Pietro, you missed this one global. Raj came and said that crepuscular rays was word salad.
Oh, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, you can Google that. I mean, I don't. Does the man have Google? I mean, he was on a computer, right?
We all. I tried to walk him through it. How long did I spend on that, y'all? Like 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, at least, maybe even 20.
At least, yeah.
He said by wishes saying the star trails is similar to crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays was word salad.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
bro.
that's right. The science, the people putting together the words that sound like science words, like as a newcomer to a topic, like how are you supposed to discern, what that is or is not in terms of factual, because it just sounds right. It's like if anybody's ever played, one of my favorite games is called Balderdash, and they'll give you like a word and you're supposed to come up for a definition of it. And it's great because if you can have a mind to think like how a definition should sound, it is very, very difficult to know a very specific topic, right? Like, how would you know what a corpuscle, right? Like, who is somebody that's not versed in it? How are you going to know?
They're using the term incorrectly, word salad. Like any coherent thought that they don't like, that they label word salad. Literally. It's crazy.
That's exactly that. Anything that they don't like or don't agree with, they just call it word salad. That was
or don't even
But they literally,
or don't
in
understand.
a word salad, they'll do it. In a word salad, they'll do the same thing. Literally, they're doing word salad.
Well, then, yeah, and it's horrible, but that is the battle, is not only do you have to be right, you have to be persuasive. And so they can say it's word salad, but if it resonates with enough people are going to be like, well, they're right. It's not word salad. That is correct.
It's all about correlating what he stated with what the discussion's about. It's easy to correlate the two. There's a phenomenon going on above our heads, and that's what he's referring to when he brings them up.
That's right. That's right. And like, how are you to? Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a real tough one. But on the
a word salad about a red herring fallacy or begging the question fallacy.
I mean, it's not altogether surprising that people are incapable of understanding terms when they're also incapable of understanding logic, these same people. I mean, I don't know if you guys were listening last night to that dumpster fire, but you know, we had this man saying that, this geocentric model that works perfectly and has been peer reviewed and published in European physics journals and stuff, uh, that accurately describes the motion of the planets in a geocentric framework. He was saying, well, the only reason that it works is because the guy picked Mars, and he picked Mars. He says he picked it arbitrarily. He could have picked any planet, but that's not true. He picked Mars because it's the only planet that would have worked. And we're like, okay, well, why is it that Mars would work and all the other planets wouldn't? And he was like, well, Mars is smaller than some of the other planets, so the orbital dynamics are different for it. It's like, okay, but there's also planets that are smaller than Mars. So are you saying that Mars works only because it's a smaller one, but the ones that are smaller than it wouldn't work? Crickets, dude. No answer. And it's like, all right, well, you say it's arbitrary, right? Okay, well, if it's arbitrary, then it would work for anything. You're saying it's not arbitrary. So if it's not arbitrary, what's the unique property of Mars that makes it the one and only planet that magically coincidentally works within a geocentric mathematical framework? Also, crickets. Like, these people, when faced with their own logical inconsistencies and contradictions, like, they're unable to say anything. But rather than like acknowledge it or admit it, they just continue going in circles. It's the same thing with the word salad. The word salad claims, they're like, this person has laid out an argument for me with coherency and, all kinds of logic. But since I'm either not able to refute it or maybe don't understand it myself, I'm just going to say word salad over
it's
and over.
that, or then they would have to accept the fact that, well, damn, okay, what this guy's saying is true. Well, then what about everything the teachers told me? What about the system? And they actually start having to question things and using their brain, and they start questioning that and finding fault, and they'll find fault with a whole lot of other things. And they will have realized, they will have bought in and believed into a lie, and they have to question that now, and they don't want to have to do that because it's uncomfortable.
That's one way truth, but I think it's not even that deep, because like it wasn't even like a concession of your whole model is wrong. It was just like, yo, you just got to concede that you don't have exclusive evidence. He couldn't even do that, right? So when Witzel was like, bro, like, I said if I'm wrong, I'll give you 20 bands. If you're wrong, you got to give me 2,000. Like, that was like a 10x skew, and he still took the bet. And it was like, bro, you're just gonna be wrong. I know the guy. Like, I did the research. Like, I know this more than you. Like, hey, how about this? If you just concede, we could just wash this bet clean, and you don't have to pay me because I really don't want your money. And dude said, bro, I'd rather just pay you than concede. So what do that tell me? Was you there for that, Piezo?
Yeah, bro, I was there for all that, man.
I'm like, bro, what do you mean you rather pay than concede?
That's unbelievable.
What does it mean to you to say that, okay, I'm wrong, it's not exclusive? Not that it's incomplete or it's wrong, even though that's really what it is, but just to concede that you don't have exclusivity, you couldn't even do that, you rather pay? That means that it's something other than just
doubt the size of some people's ego.
Hold on. It's got to be something other than just, oh, my worldview. Like, nah, that's ego right there, which is not even nothing. That's just pure ego. Now let me just read the page, because I ended up tweeting about this later on because Proud had sent me a tweet that I replied to, and I got the pages that they were referring to. I put it up top. It's from the Newton-Machian analysis of neo-Tychonian, model of planetary motions. Luka Popov. I'm gonna just read the conclusions just so I can see what they're talking about. Since the analysis of planetary motions has been performed in the Newtonian framework with the assumptions of Mach's principle. So this is what Witzel was saying. He says, yo, even in your own paradigm, not only is it kinematically equivalent with the motions being a geocentric framework, there's also a dynamic equivalence, meaning that we could still use Newton. That's why it's called the Newtonian, the Newton-Machian analysis. So that's what he was putting him in the corner saying, bro, we got kinematics and dynamics. We took both of those and it still works in a geocentric framework. And I don't even believe in Newtonian shit, but it still works if I wanted to use it. So this is what they're talking about. The kinematical equivalence of the Copernican heliocentric and the Neo-Tychonian geocentric systems is shown to be a consequence of the presence of pseudopotential in the geocentric system, which, according to Ernst Mach, must be regarded as a real potential or originating from the fact of the simultaneous acceleration of the universe, right? The acceleration of the universe spinning, not the earth spinning and making it look like the stars are spinning. The literal sky sidereal rotation can have the same effects and the same observations of the universe spinning. This analysis can be done on any other celestial body observed from the Earth. Since the Sun and the Mars are chosen arbitrarily and there is nothing special about Mars, one can expect to come up with the same general conclusion. So that's what they were all talking about. There is, I mean, y'all can read the rest, but.
Yup. And he was like, no, man. He says he chose it arbitrarily, that there's nothing special about Mars, but he didn't choose it arbitrarily. He chose it because Mars is the only one that would work. And I'm like, okay, well, that would mean that there's something special about Mars, because he says it's arbitrary because there's nothing special about Mars. If it's not arbitrary, that means Mars is special. So what is it that's special about Mars? Couldn't even answer the question because there's not an answer, because it's just a stupid thing to have to ask somebody.
Just a dumb thing to want to argue. Like, why would you go against the literal black and white word? It's right there in black and white. It's right there. It says it. And we're like, yo, you sure you want to bet me, bro? Like, I'll give you 25,000 if I'm wrong, and you can give me 2. And he still took it. And to me, like I said, it's just got to be ego. Because if you can't even admit you wrong, that means it's going to hurt more for you to just say, damn, Witsit, the flat earther, you were right. And me, the globe earther, I was completely wrong. And I don't want to have to say that. So here's 2 bands. It's that to me is, I've never seen nothing like that before, bro. That was a Flat Earth Friday first. I'm telling you.
Any man who's unable to humble himself is doomed to be a slave to his own vices. We saw that in action.
Or maybe he just rode lights talking with Witsit and was willing to pay for some more time with him.
Bro, we're going to run them anti-flat earth pockets. That's why I said I'm kind of mad at this. I don't destroy flirts, dishonest Glober. He didn't pull up for the 1,000, but we made 2,000. We doubled up. Yo, went from Griffin to Gibson.
Yo, Mordwan, he kept saying something too. What the fuck was he saying? It was the heliocentric model from 2 different reference frames. They're like, well, the alternative destroys the heliocentric model. Like, you can't have it both.
Yo, I wanted to share this before the space closes. I don't know how much time you guys got left, but I was wanting to share it last night, but we spent 4 hours on Mordwan. So,
yo, talk about it, Piezo. They need to hear this. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. So there's this phenomenon known as the Faraday unipolar induction paradox, or just the Faraday induction paradox, or just the Faraday paradox. They even have a Wikipedia page about it. But if you look in the chat, or in the Jumbotron, the second post to the left, there's 2 YouTube links. It's the first one that shows it, and the second one gives kind of more of a background on it. But what it is, Faraday You know, his laws of induction, he's the one who discovered the laws of induction, electromagnetic induction. And, you know, we still use those today. Those are the basis for pretty much all generator technology, right? Utilizing, you know, relative motion between, you know, in a two-piece system between a magnet and a stator. And you can, by turning the, you know, the stator, right, with respect to the magnet, because it's hooked to an axle, you can spin that axle and produce a current. So you can convert mechanical motion, like with an engine, like you got a motor, right? Like think about like an alternator on your car. You got a motor that turns the wheel, the flywheel, and it rotates with respect to the magnet, and then there's a current that's produced between the two, and you extract that as electrical energy. This is 200 years ago almost. Well, the problem is back in those days, you know, Einstein's theories hadn't been invented yet. They still were using Newtonian dynamics, which in Newtonian dynamics, there's this concept known as absolute space, in which everything's not relative, in which there is this one stationary fixed coordinate system of reality in the universe with that all measurements are taken with respect to that coordinate system. Well, Faraday's paradox is that it's expected, right? It's expected that the current that's produced is because you've got your little magnet disk and you got your little copper disk, right? And when they rotate with respect to one another, the current's produced. Well, the expectation based on that is that if either one of them moves with respect to the other, a current will be produced. And if both of them spin together so that there's no relative motion, a current will not be produced. This is how Einstein envisioned Faraday's laws of induction, and this is how they were described under the Einsteinian framework, which physics follows today. Problem is that that's not what happens. You see, when you have that magnet disk sitting there and you have that copper disk sitting on top of it, sure, if you spin the copper disk, you produce current just like you'd expect. But if you keep the copper disk stationary and you spin the magnet disk, it does not produce a current. Weird, right? And then the other case is that when you spin both of them together, they're not moving relative to each other. They're stuck together, right? You would not expect a current to be produced. But in reality, it does make one. If you glue them together, like the magnet and the copper, and you just spin them all as one object, it still produces a current. And it's like, how? Well, what it demonstrates is that the magnetic field that's produced by the magnet itself is not attached, so to speak, to the magnet. The magnet is not creating a magnetic field that's attached to it, that moves with it. What the magnet's actually doing is the magnet is imposing a magnetic field on space itself, okay? The space
bro,
around the magnet.
please say that one more time, because it gotta sink in, bro. Like, just think about it, y'all. Spinning a physical magnet. What do you predict that's gonna happen with the field? Will it spin with the magnet? Or will it stay stationary, fixed to space if you're spinning the magnet? Think about the field just stationary as you're rotating the magnet. Like, what? Let
Right.
that sink in, bro.
And why it's so profound is that disk magnet, right? It has you can imagine the pole going through the center as like it's like axis, right? It's axis of rotation. That's its axis of symmetry, right? It's symmetrical around the center point. When you spin the magnet, there is no change to the axis of symmetry, okay? So the magnetic field is being created with respect to the axis of symmetry, right? It's creating a dipole, right? North on top and south on bottom, and it goes around in a toroid shape. But if the field was actually attached to the magnet, it would have to spin with the magnet, which is what Einstein predicts. Because it does not, the only alternative explanation is that the magnetic field that the magnet produces is modifying the properties of space itself around the magnet, so that if you rotate the magnet but not the copper ring, the properties of the magnetic field in the space remain the same, so there is no dragging of the metal through the magnet field. If you rotate the copper ring, but not the magnet, just the standard setup, of course it does. Of course it creates a current. But if you rotate them both together, right? If you rotate them both together, it's all the same as if you only rotated the copper ring, because remember, there's no difference of rotating the magnet. So rotating the magnet, not rotating the magnet, the same field is present. The only thing that matters is the rotation of the metal disc and its movement through that stationary magnetic field. Now, this completely invalidates Einstein's relativity theory, because in his theory, right, you are not allowed to assign imaginary vectors to points in space in which electromagnetic processes take place. There is no such thing as an absolute space. There's no fixed space. There's no fixed frame. All motion in the universe is relative. You're not able to modify arbitrarily the properties of space itself with a magnet, because the field is supposed to follow it. So it's been almost 200 years since this was discovered. It's still a property that people can't understand. It's considered a paradox. That's why it's called the Faraday paradox in the mainstream paradigm. And it will never be reconcilable with relativity. But it points to absolute space. In fact, if you watch these videos, that first video, he demonstrates all of this with a little 3D printed generator he made. And then in the second video, he actually explains after this took place, like throughout the late 1800s and then the early 1900s, people started making technology with it. They actually started making electromagnetic interferometers with it, basically, in which they were able to use them as inertial navigation systems. So just like we have interferometry nowadays for inertial navigation, they were able to use the fixed coordinate system of absolute space that the magnetic field was being created with respect to, and the motion of the metal through that fixed coordinate system. They were able to use that to get a fix to perform inertial navigation. I mean, it's like that doesn't work in a system in which, the Earth is rotating and spinning and flying through space. Here's another part that people fail to realize, and this is like the icing on the cake, right? If that magnetic field was attached to the Earth, right? Or sorry, attached to the magnet, and the magnet spun, then the field would have to spin with it. Well, the magnetic field produced by the disk magnet is the same type of magnetic field that the Earth has, right? It's got that dipole toroidal field. So if we look at the implications of the Faraday induction paradox, right, the spinning of the magnet does not change the magnetic field. So the spinning of the Earth would not change the Earth magnetic field. The only thing that would matter would be the movement of the metal. And we know that if the magnet and the metal rotate together, a current is still produced in the Faraday generator. So apply it to the Earth. If the Earth and the metal on it were rotating together, which they would be if, Earth's rotating and the objects are sitting on the surface of the Earth, then all the metal everywhere on the Earth should be producing a current all the time. And obviously it's not.
Case closed, bro. This is definitive. I don't even know why they haven't just abandoned the current model after this. Like, this is like observable and demonstrable, y'all.
They have too much. They have too much attached to hiding it from us. All science and the aether,
Hey, PSO, I'm kind of sorry, man. I'm Russell, man. Nice to meet you, bro. I've seen you on here a lot, and I just haven't introduced myself. I guess it's been pretty busy. I did want to ask a question. When you were mentioning, the spinning of the magnetic field, do you mean like just ring magnet kind of things, or electromagnet?
You can do it with. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
You could do it with either one. So if you think about like a disc magnet, like the magnet out of like a speaker, like if you take a speaker and break it apart and take the
Yeah,
magnet
yeah,
out,
yeah. The big magnet. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, the ring magnet in there, yeah, that's the
Mhm.
type of magnet, a permanent magnet. But if you watch that second video I linked in that post in the Jumbotron, it goes and talks about them being done not only with permanent magnets but also with solenoids, which are electromagnets. The
Yeah.
effect is the same, right? He even does a setup where he takes the recording device itself, the battery power supply source to power the rotation itself, every component of the entire system he mounts on the rotating platform together, and it all spins together, and it still produces and detects the current.
Nice. Now, when you said there's something, I may have misunderstood you when you said that things aren't always consistently giving off that charge. That say I have a metal detector, and I've got it on the setting of a certain depth and a certain wavelength I'm looking for. Like silver is different than copper and gold, of course, and so that kind of output, does that not count for? Even though we're not moving, I'm not alluding to that, but even at a standstill, would we not still have these metals be putting off these frequencies or charge? I guess you could say. I may be saying it wrong, but help me out there a little bit if you see what I'm saying.
Are you asking like by what mechanism metal detectors detect metal?
No, just is there a point to which these metals may not, that are under us in the ground, may not be giving off that kind of readable signature? I guess, is that what you mean by charge when you said
So
the
current.
metal?
So based on the Faraday induction paradox, we know that if a magnet and a metal object rotate together so that there's no relative motion between them, it produces a current because the magnetic field itself is stationary in 3D space, and the metal object is still moving through that stationary magnetic field. So on Earth, if Earth is the spinning magnet, and objects on the surface of the Earth are like metal are spinning with the magnet, they should also still produce that same current. You see what I mean?
Got you.
So,
Hey, that'd be one hell
so
of a perpetual motion machine. If you got your magnets, positive to negative, man, just put them on a rotating platform, spin it up to about 50,000 RPM. It should stay going forever, right?
Well, so in the late 1800s, they actually tried to do this. They actually tried to do like electromagnetic induction using the rotation of the Earth, and it completely failed.
Okay. I got you.
Because the Earth's not rotating.
Right.
But if you're more interested, I didn't want the conversation necessarily to derail onto this part, but I'll just put a side note up there. No. I was going to say, there's this guy named De Palma who made what was called the N machine, which they got a professor emeritus from Stanford University to test it, and he admitted that it worked, though he wasn't sure by what mechanism. But he basically was able to use a Faraday generator, but a one piece where it was literally just like a ring magnet attached to a axle, right? It wasn't like the whole two-piece setup like they normally use. And just by spinning that whole setup, he was able to
didn't he like lift it with one arm or something? Like it was
he was able to pull current directly out of the magnet without having to worry about the drag due to the relative motion between the copper section and the magnet section. Because normally they rotate the copper section with respect to the magnet, but if you cement them together, right? If you like have the metal and the magnet affixed to one another so that they both rotate together, there is no drag produced by the metal sliding past the magnet, because the magnetic field produces drag on metal, right? When metal goes past it, and that drag, right, wears down. It runs down the generator because it produces drag on the axle and it causes energy loss. So
Okay.
he's able to remove all the drag from the setup, and it actually was showing how the drag that was normally seen in like an ideal two-piece generator, he was able to reduce down to a factor of between 13 to 20% of standard. And so by through like some rough math there, that means that like the efficiency, like the theoretical efficiency of the machine was like several 100%, which 100% is 100%, of course, is unity, right? It's like 1 for 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you're over 100% efficient, that means that you're like pulling energy out from somewhere. And De Palma described it as like the time energy or primal field energy, or he like believed that the vacuum itself, because we know about 0 point energy now. He believed that the vacuum itself was an open system in which energy could be extracted from, and that's what was happening in this process. But
Pietro,
that's it.
I linked the diagram if you want to point some stuff out, just so they can get a visual. You could go check
One
it
second.
out.
Let me go to it. Flywheel energy storage. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Okay. So, if you look at this picture that he's got, this says flywheel energy storage device. If you were to, for example, let's just look at the picture and we imagine that big bottom piece that says rotor, and then that piece right above it, it says motor. If we just imagine this diagram, imagine it as that bottom piece is a magnet and that piece right above it is like a copper disc, right? You have that, normally you have that magnet just sitting there stationary on those blocks, on those bearings, and you would have the copper disc rotating with the axle. Like the axle has the copper disc fixed to it and it's spinning around the magnet. But that produces drag. So the idea is you have that bottom magnet piece and that copper piece right above it, you have them connected to each other so that they move together. So then when you spin the axle, both of them are spinning together, therefore there's no drag produced by the magnet, but you still get the current produced because of the Faraday induction paradox. So you get all the current but none of the drag. Hopefully that makes sense.
So is this turning kinetic energy into usable energy, basically? Because I know the old idea of the flywheel was basically when they ground their grits, they had the big. It's almost like that top piece you were referring to as copper in your diagram there. So it's almost like that, but they use their foot to push down this pedal that would spin the big wheel, and then after about 10 good pushes with the foot, they could let off and it would just keep going, for a little while. I thought that was cool how it was brought into a nowadays setting. I mean, it's kind of brilliant. But yeah, I noticed that a while back, and I respect that idea. I would like to do something like, how really cold temperatures with magnets, can create this floating effect or floating like effect. Where it's
Electromagnetic
locked in
flux,
place.
I think. It's quantum locking.
You're talking about you're talking about like the bullet trains and stuff that use
exactly
maglev technology.
Yes. Now imagine you have these electromagnetic big magnets, powerful magnets that were set like this bottom circle of, let's say there's 12 around, like 12 holes, perfectly symmetrical, and it's heavy. It's a heavy, and it's got a carbon fiber kind of thing where it can stand high speeds and heat. And you just put these magnets opposite of each other and you start them in motion, and they would never stop because the weight of the top ring, 12 holes just like the bottom one, and say they're 24 foot in diameter. They're that big. That can produce so much kinetic energy to use for like clean energy. People don't realize that.
Yeah, what happens though is when you pull current out, it slows the spinning down. So like you get it spinning at a certain speed. Say it's spinning like 100 miles an hour, whatever the speed is. Like you start to pull current out of it to power stuff, and it spins slower.
Right. So then
it slows it down.
I think if overall though, if you get at least 30 to 40% more out of your, where you have to introduce some extra energy to keep it, every now and again, but where you would benefit in the long run, like big machines like that, I think would be nice to experiment with. Like if we had the money to do experiments and come up with some really cool technology that doesn't even like explain half of what the ether can do. Like it's simplistic in a way, but to people that are scared of these kind of subjects, like scared of change, and I think it could happen pretty easily if you had the right minds behind it.
Yeah, the normal setups of what they use every day will never produce free energy because of the inherent inefficiencies built into them. I've never made a De Palma in machine, so I couldn't actually speak to it from personal experience as to how whether or not it actually produces like a net. He's saying that you could produce more than whatever it is, 784 watts per horsepower, or whatever. Like 100% efficiency would be 1 horsepower equals like I think it's 780 something, like 784 watts or whatever. But like under, you divide it by the like efficiency ratio. So like if you're like 1, dividing it by 1 would be like 100% efficient, and then anything over 1, which is everything, is going to be slightly less efficient. So you divide it by 1.1 or whatever, whatever the number. It's 1 over 1.1 is like 91% or something like that efficient. But if it's a number less than 1, then in theory you'd be able to get more watts per horsepower, and so it'd be an efficiency index of less than 1. Now the conventional laws of physics would say that that's impossible because it violates the conservation of energy. But the contention that he makes is that, well, it's not that the conservation laws are being violated because the energy is not coming from the system itself. It's also coming from the vacuum, from the the space around it, because space itself is an open system in which energy can be extracted. So he ameliorates the apparent paradox by stating that the energy is coming from somewhere. It's not just coming from nothing, right? But you can read the papers, De Palma's papers on the sunburst machine, and the professor emeritus from Stanford that he worked with to have it tested, showing that it worked and stuff. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but it's there for anybody who, is curious.
Are we talking about the magnetism of Earth?
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Well, I was talking about the magnetism of Earth in relation to the paradox and how the paradox shows that based on the findings of the paradox in real experiments that the Earth can't be rotating, because if it was, all the metal everywhere would always have a current moving through it.
No, I just overheard the magnets that you used in your analogy are that solid state magnets.
Just regular permanent magnets, ring magnets, piece of iron, just a piece of iron that's magnetized.
Okay, no, the only reason I'm asking is because I've done the research and I've had a look into it myself. Marie Curie was the reason the Curie point exists is because of Marie Curie. And Marie Curie realized that all metals lose its magnetism past a certain point when it reaches its molten state. Uranium is the only element that is able to carry its magnetic field, whether in solid or molten state, and it still carries an ionic charge, whether in solid or molten state. So that would, to me, assume that the core, either of Earth or the Sun, is uranium.
If the core of the Earth were made of uranium, the Earth would be retardedly more heavy than it is right now in their model, and then none of their numbers for any of the measurements in space would make any sense, and they'd all be wrong. Because uranium's like super dense.
Well, yes, it is. But I asked the Globe Earther earlier if mass attracts mass is fundamental to their idea of gravity. And they didn't understand or realize that the heaviest naturally occurring element on Earth is uranium. So, which would mean that mass attracts mass. The mass that attracts the mass is uranium because uranium is the heaviest naturally occurring element.
I think it's actually osmium, but we're straining it at that point because osmium's like super rare. But uranium's up there.
No, it's not. It's uranium 92. It's uranium, the heaviest naturally occurring.
What was your point about the Curie point? Whoever that is, Black Noir.
The Curie point. All metals lose its magnetism past the Curie point, apart from uranium. Uranium is the only one that can carry a magnetic field, whether it is solid or molten.
Do you know
It's the only
Do you know
one.
how far the center of the Earth is under you?
No one knows.
How do you know what's down there?
No one's dug deeper than 8 miles.
Trace elements of uranium ore and uranium gas has been exerted from volcano eruptions. It's been tested in volcanic eruptions and volcanic activity. There is trace elements of thorium and uranium, whether in the gas that's emitted or in the lava that's spewed out.
Right, but where do you think that came from, like originated? The lava.
Well, yeah. So
no one knows.
like if you go deep underground, like the farther you go, it continues to increase more and more and more heat and pressure, beyond the melting point of like, most known elements. But some people theorize that if you continue going down underneath the ground far enough, who knows how far that distance would be? Because I mean, the furthest we've been is like 8 miles, and the globe says is like
Exactly.
almost 4,000 miles. But even at
sorry.
it's okay, bro. Even at 8 miles, like our drill bits stop working. They start melting. We can't even drill any further because everything just is so hot, right? And so, like, if you can even imagine, 100 miles or more, whatever, however far, there'd be so much pressure. Some people think that, at those depths, you would actually have the conditions necessary for what you would maybe call fusion. It wouldn't really be fusion necessarily, but basically the generation of different elements, right? Because everything's just in this super high temperature, high pressure soup environment. And whatever comes up from that as it cools, right, it attempts to take on the most stable form based on all the soup that's around it, right? And that's where all these elements are generated. And then basically, based on, if you look on the periodic table, like certain elements are way more common than other ones, and that's just based on like when everything takes the nearest stable configuration, there's like a certain probability of this arrangement or that arrangement based on stability as you go down the table. And so like the heavier elements as you go further down are less common, right? They're rarer, they're less stable, etc. Or the conditions to create them are more rare. And so that would naturally, just through probability theory, explain why certain elements are so much more common than other ones when you start to think about what most of Earth is made of, and then how rare or common like the heavy Earth elements are, rare Earth elements are. I think it makes sense.
Quick question. Can you have fusion? Can you have fusion or fission without radioactive decay?
It's a good question. I mean, fission, right? They like the way they teach us about it is that they're able to input enough energy into an atom in order to force it to break apart and release the potential energy stored in the bonds that are holding like it together. So if you think of the atomic model, you've got a nucleus, right? The nucleus has protons and neutrons held together. But the protons should be shooting each other apart because positive repels itself. But there's a stronger force called the strong nuclear force that's holding them all together, and this is built up in there as potential energy. Well, if you inject enough energy into the nucleus to force it to blow itself apart, all the energy that was in there holding it together gets released. And so that's said to be the process of fission, the fission reaction.
Is that not just radioactive decay?
Well, oh man, I want to answer your question, but the thing is,
Radioactivity is just a term, man. That doesn't actually mean anything.
I want to answer your question, but it kind of would require me to explain my idea of what matter is, and that's kind of a long explanation. I think that radioactive, in short, I think radioactive decay. I think everything's made of ether, right? I believe in a vortex ring theory more than the Bohr model of the atom. I think everything's made of linked together vortex rings or linked together toroidal vortices of ether, right? With different force lines or wavelengths. I mean, whatever you want to call it. Like the Coulomb force would be the electron, right? The tip of it. But when you think of it that way, what radioactive decay would be is where there's like an equilibrium state of like these little fluid lines moving through it. When you have more than is necessary, like carbon-12 is stable, right? But carbon-14 is not. So it's got a little bit of extra in there. The extra, as it's going around the ring and flying around, the centrifugal forces that are there, and the electronic affinity for that extra ether that's in there that everything else around it has pulls it away, and it gets flung off, and that's what gets spit out as like radioactive decay, beta, alpha particle emission, stuff like that. And so, radioactive decay, I think is just a
pseudoscience.
I just don't believe in the
It's not
fundamental
pseudoscience, is it?
model.
Because there's nuclear generators, so it's not
But
pseudoscience,
here's
it's an
the
actual
thing: the
science.
English language puts so many terms and words that either mean nothing or the same thing. That I listened to the gentleman just speak. He just said a bunch of terms: beta, alpha. What does that actually mean when it comes to the relativity of what we actually live on between the firmaments above and below?
Dang it, man!
People are talking about a core. No one's been to the core. People say the sun's 93 million miles away. There's no way to measure that. So the terms and the radioactivity and the nuclear weapons, which don't exist, these are terms.
If you go to my profile, just click on my profile, go to my pin. I have a one pin post on there. It has a kind of a introductory, like a paragraph basically about the conception of matter.
I see Yahweh, but I didn't go there.
Yeah, it's like a very, very, very basic dumbed down version of like how I think of matter, but it would actually require me to explain it in order to explain what radioactive decay is. But I just, in short, I believe that radioactive decay is little lines of fluid of the ether that's present in the vortex rings getting flung off because there's more than is necessary for equilibrium, or instability is introduced into the vortex ring from external sources. Either way, you can do it multiple ways, but because of the instability, it gets flung off, and when the tip of those fluid lines collides with an object, that's what we interpret as a particle collision, and we say, "Oh, a radioactive decay particle collided with our detectors."
What objects are you speaking of? Are you a glober, or are you? I'm a little confused because what objects will we be colliding with if we're stable?
I'm talking about in a laboratory, man. I'm not a glober.
Okay. I was just trying to get clear. I was
This is all in the context of a lab. I'm not talking about space right now.
Gotcha. I was just confused for a second.
But Barbara Dan.
Personally, I believe that uranium and the strong nuclear force, yes, it has an interaction with the ether, but personally, I believe that the strong nuclear force and the mass of uranium is the source of ether.
Yeah, so I have a little PDF. It's like 3 pages that I wrote, kind of giving a simple breakdown of my theory of matter. I don't know how to share the file on Twitter, though. I don't know if you can actually upload PDF files on Twitter. Uh, that would be.
It's more like a link. You make a post with the link to the PDF, and then we would just click on it and download it. That,
Okay.
or you screenshot it. It's probably multiple pages.
How would I file share that? I need a file sharing service, though, because I don't have a website like Alan does to upload to. But I could give that to you, Dan. I mean, or you could come to Ether Cosmology's Discord, and I could share it with you there because I can share it through Discord. But yeah, I mean, radioactive decay, like I said, it's just there is because I don't believe in the particle theory of like fundamental particles, little marbles or whatever flying around in a giant cloud. I believe in wave theory. I think everything is made of waves. It's just all structured energy or fluid. Really, it's explained by fluid dynamics. There's this fluid called the ether. Everything's made of the fluid. The fluid can just be manipulated in different ways, put into motion in different ways, and it can take on form through the application of classical forces such as centripetal force, centrifugal force, things like that.
Lower and higher vibrations.
Yeah. And that holds it all together. It's what creates the fundamental forces of nature, electrostatic forces, so to speak. But
how do you dismiss the properties of uranium then?
well, I'm not dismissing its properties. It's radioactive. I mean, you're asking about it being magnetic still. Is that what you're asking me?
It's not just the properties of magnetism that uranium possesses.
Which property specifically are you asking me about? Because I'm not actually sure then what you're wanting.
The properties of uranium, yes, it holds a magnetic field whether it's in solid or molten state, but uranium is the only element in the periodic table that is able to emit and absorb all signatures of light, from the infrared to the visible light and the ultraviolet light. It emits and absorbs all spectrums of light that exist within our existence.
Yeah, well, uranium 238, right? Like that's the most common isotope. That's a huge atomic number, right? 238. That's like in the Bohr model of the atom, that would be a massive atom. But in terms of like the vortex ring theory, it would have 200 and like 238 nodes, I guess, or whatever, because each nucleus would be a node in the vortex in the ring structure, and so you have like this massive structure that's it would be very, very, very geometrically complex. It would have all kinds of like velocities of different fluid lines moving through it, and it would be just some unique emergent property of that geometrical configuration that it was in that allowed it to more easily and readily absorb and emit compared to other more stable ring structures.
Could you think of matter as just basically magnetoelectric? Basically, cymatics creates magnetism, which creates charge, and therefore you start with your atom and you get your materials from that.
Well, I think I think what is conceptualized as charge, because it doesn't actually have if you guys didn't know, charge doesn't actually have a definition in the mainstream. It's just said to be a fundamental property of particles, of matter, just like mass. Like mass is a property, right? Charge is not considered to be a substance. Like if something has a positive or a negative or a neutral charge, the charge is not said to be a substance. It's just a fundamental property. There's no way they can actually explain what it is. They just say it's fundamental. But to me, when I think of charge itself is the fluid that is flowing between the nodes in the vortex ring. It provides energetic exchange between all those nodes. A picture would speak 1,000 words to this. If you look up, let's see if I can post in the Jumbotron.
Well, the way you're saying it, wouldn't that make it home for the for the any and every cause, I guess you would say, causation or mechanisms of the ether, like they could be explained, but like I think what he was saying earlier, sometimes we are saying the same thing, but we were raised learning these terminologies or ways of describing what we see or experience every day, rather than having to be so sophisticated about it. It's like
The
right
English
there
language.
when we're trying to tell somebody about it. It's like, man, what are you talking about, man? What's all these, So yeah, but I do see what you're saying though.
Can
AP is
anyone
a question
explain
for you.
how bricks hold an electrical charge? Red bricks. Can anyone
Oh yeah,
explain
for
that?
sure. For sure. The red brick, it depends on how long ago, man. Like some of these mountains that they build new highways through are all red brick, like covered with trees and shit, but they're all red brick underneath. Man,
Yeah,
and they're
I've
all
seen the
stamped. They all
melted
seem to be
brick
stamped.
videos. It's pretty crazy.
Crazy, ain't it? Like it's dripping from the ceiling of these caves, or these underground structures. Something hit this place hard, man, and it looks to be like some type of plasmoid event, if you ask me. But anyway,
That's what
go
I
ahead.
think. I think it can't be explained. Like we try and put the English terminologies on it, but I don't think it can be explained unless you were there. But the brick melting theory's pretty strong because you can see evidence of it. It's crazy.
As far as the red bricks having a magnetic field or whatever, there might be iron in the bricks.
Possibly.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like the mixture, maybe we can get some bricks from different parts of the world sent, or just samples of different brick or something. And if we could get a project like that going, and record all the stamps, the branding of them, and they seem to be for some type of energy containment, towers and everything. Bro, I don't know, man. Like the voltage gets higher as you go up, and who knows? Maybe that's why they built things so tall, so they could reach into that ether charge a little more. That
Even when you
movement.
have like a brick home, like it's got better ventilation and it's better to the weather elements. It protects against the weather better. Like it's
And
pretty interesting.
we're energy people, man. We're energy beings, bro.
Right.
To a certain extent, So maybe they were never sick and shit. That's why they lived so long back
Right.
then. Yeah.
Man, if you get into that, you look around at the fucking grocery store or the shit we rub on ourselves, like our clothing, it's all poison. It's bad.
Yeah, they talk about certain materials as well, man. In the Bible, they break that down: what not to wear together, what to wear together, to keep your body and your spirit at a high, I guess you could say, like a high point, a good point, all day longer. And then they wore them long, pointy little hats, man. They could have had copper wiring going through there, and you're like Einstein on. Well, we can't quote him. we can't quote him.
Yeah,
But
he's a
anyway,
little bit interesting.
Did you know that the geocentric Earth model becomes more plausible if you use Polaris as the North Pole?
Explain that, because I
Hey,
feel
what's
like
the?
that's like a dead proof that it's not a globe. But
Okay.
I dropped it in chat, by the way. The stuff I was talking about, I wanted to get pictures so you guys could visualize it. These images are from a technology called tunneling electron microscopy. You can look at like what's called monolayers, which are one atom thick layers. So they give it like a 2D layer because the height axis is just one atom thick of graphene and other materials. And you can actually see the nodes, which are said to be atoms, and you can see the little tendril, wispy, smoky looking strings, the lines connecting them, exchanging energy between them. Now, which are depicted as just like little connecting lines in the lattice structure of the atomic model, but they say that those lines are electron clouds, which in an electron cloud, the atoms are said to be sharing the electrons. But like, let's say two atoms share an electron. Well, that electron should exist as like a point between them, right? Or however many they're sharing. It shouldn't be like this long string, this like wispy tendril of like a smoke string, like connecting the nodes together. And so this is what I was talking about. If you look at those images, I mean, you can see the hexagonal geometry. There's even some, I mean, some of these in here even have like some crazy geometric patterns going on. But
yeah, I like that. You posted that because it just goes to show from the smallest to the, largest that we've experienced, in our lifetimes, man. Like everything breaks down geometrically, symmetrically, and the more organic I've noticed too, the structure of these vegetables and stuff and fruits, man, and Carillion photography, bro. Anyway, you can see the life in things that come from the earth and goes into our body. I mean, it's all built off of these perfect structures atomically, and I don't know if they're little dots or pegs, but there's definitely an energy, those clouds, that just the effort of nature to show itself to us is amazing,
So only opposites attract in magnets, yeah?
I mean, even magnets give off that kind of structure. Is that what you're saying? Sorry.
No, only opposites attract, yeah?
Explain that, yeah.
So so you've got two magnets, right? You point a north to a north, it will always repel, and a south to a south, it will always repel, right? Only opposites attract, yeah?
Are you referring to the building process that we were just speaking of in nature?
No, it was a statement that I said previous, and a speaker said you need to elaborate on that one. So only opposites attract in magnetism.
Well,
yeah?
sure. On a scale that I've noticed, yeah.
So this is what I've learned. A compass will never find the North Pole, and here's why. You might disagree, but here's why. Listen to my reasoning. So either the tip of the compass has to be south magnetized, or what we consider the North Pole has to have a south magnetization, because only opposites attract. So either the compass, the tip of the northern point that we think is north on the compass has to have a south magnetization to attract to the North Pole. Or if the compass actually has a north polarization, the North Pole has to have a south polarization.
That's actually an interesting thought, actually. That's pretty interesting.
Only opposites attract. And to that discovery, it led me to believe that the Polaris is actually our North Pole, and it sits directly above our South Pole, and our South Pole is what we call our North Pole. The North Pole is actually Polaris.
But what would the magnetic charge you would say is in the compass? Negative, positive, or a positive attracting to a negative? What does the compass have?
there's no such thing as negative charge. Positive is basically whatever is above the equilibrium state, and negative is when you like because remember I was talking about charge being the fluid. Charge is the fluid that moves through the vortex rings, the link to a ring structure. So when you have more fluid than is equilibrium, then you're said to hold a positive charge, and that charge is more easily lost or donated or given away. When you have less fluid than is at equilibrium, you're lacking fluid. You need fluid to be brought to equilibrium. Then you're said to have a negative charge. But
that's
charge
an
itself is
interesting
just one
thought.
thing.
But think about what's in the compass attracting to what we would call the North Pole. But he's saying the theory is the North Star could be what you would call a negative or a positive, whatever you want to call it.
Are you talking about terra firma? Like, is the North Pole?
You're using a compass. It's
No,
attracting
him.
you to the. So
Sorry, man.
what is in the compass? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. About a piece of metal, right? Just a shard of metal.
Because he said opposites attract, right?
In the needle.
So the opposite would have to be in the compass to attract to the magnetic north. But his
Right,
theory is
and
saying the North Star and the North Pole are different. It's kind of interesting, but the thought is, what is in the compass? That's kind of the thought, because it does have to be an opposite that is attracting to that north signal. You know what I mean?
right, and also, wouldn't it matter in the beginning if he divulged if it's a bipole kind of magnet or a quadrupole kind of magnet, like a ring magnet or a pole magnet? You know what I mean? That's a big difference if you're
It's an
alluding
interesting
to the.
thought because we all don't know. Like, it's pretty interesting. All
Well,
this
no,
shit.
there is a quadrupole at the North Pole for sure. That's been measured. Karen B and Globebusters did that and showed it in many ways with many different magnets turn on their sides, laying flat, like with these.
So that means no matter where you are in this plane, that should attract your compass directly to that spot. Is what
Well,
you're saying.
until you hit that magnetic declination, it starts turning your needle. Like as you get closer to the North Pole, it's going to go favor one side or the other. And that's why they say that the magnetic north moves and the geographical North Pole is always there. But I don't know about that, but I know what can be shown on a AE map and with magnets and stuff like that. So.
But yeah, interesting theory though, because it makes you think a little bit.
Yeah, where they're going down in Antarctica, actually, it hits like 160s, 170s magnetic declination. Like if they're looking directly south and they look down at their compass, it's going to say they're looking directly north. Like it flips like that. And there's actually a couple of poles around the outside ring of Antarctica. It's pretty interesting that it's almost like if you fold it over an AE map, there would be two poles opposite of each other in the south, but you can't see them. They're off of the map, but you can see the effects of them. A very strong magnetic field coming from opposite ends south of north. Like if you fold it, you know what I mean? And so
Is that the firmament that we can't
I don't
explain
know.
all the elements of? That's kind of
Hey, I want y'all to
back to
finish
the
up
thing
this.
we can't explain.
I want y'all to finish up this quick back and forth. You got another minute or two. I want to talk to Alien Light for a second, then we're gonna do some before we close up. But go ahead,
Yeah,
y'all can finish this.
I'm done though. Much love, guys. Hey, I'm gonna listen to y'all, man. I'm gonna rest a little bit. I've been going a lot today, so much love though, man.
No doubt, no doubt. Appreciate y'all. Alien Light, man, why you block me, bro?
Alien Light, we are conscious reality posting evidence now, conscious. And I'm sorry if anyone, we block anyone or anything. We're trying to really relate with quantum physics scientists or people that know of particle imaging, light deflection in the world of quantum physics. This is serious research. I'm just here trying to bring attention to the reality. It's happening now. If you don't believe that you're a photon and photons are activated by light, your life is signaling by this coded light spectrum color geometry that we are posting now, not from Earth. And I'm sorry, for whatever reason, we're hacking the latest right now, quantum physicists, scientists, everyone in spirituality, and they don't even know of this discovery. So if general social media is having, I'm having an extremely difficult time connecting with social media.
That's
Science
because
doesn't
you're
even know
blocking
that.
all the biggest space hosts. That's why.
Well, okay, well, because most of you people in social media do not understand, and it's acting very rude towards Alien Light. We start out by saying unconditional love, which is the signal that the sun is detection in the radiation
But
form.
Alien Light,
And so,
that's why we followed each other in the first place. Because I lent you my platform so you could talk about how we're all light. Although I don't really agree that we're photons, I do agree that we're all light. We followed each other. And then you found out that this space that got all these people in here, that we were flat earthers. And then you got mad at that and you said that I wasn't worth your time, and then you blocked me because of who I was, not because I attacked you. So you
I'm sorry.
judge me because of my. Hold on, I just want to clarify, because you're concerned with making sure that you get your truth out to the community, hoping that nobody judges you for your truth to share. But you did that very same thing to me, blocked me, for some reason unblocked me, and we still allowed you to come up here to share your truth. Now, who's the better? I mean, I'm not a person, I'm a cyborg, but don't you think you could have handled that a little bit better, bro, if I never ever did anything to you?
I will not come into the space ever again.
No, you
okay?
could. You could. I have no problem.
I try to keep in an intelligent, respectful form of intelligence, and I see I'm going nowhere. If this is the flat Earth space, I'll never come here again. You have no reason.
It's not about the flat earth, dude. It's about the truth.
Hey, we all love you, brother.
You sound like you're living in emotions. Like, come on,
Man,
what?
I wanted to ask him why he refers to himself as we. Because he Venom or something?
Bro, did I not? Yo, guys. I mean, I know I kind of interjected, okay? I know I kind of interjected. But did I not just highlight his contradiction? I'm trying to get and tell people the truth about y'all are all light beings and we discovered this and that and all this. And people probably laughing him out of every space, telling him he crazy. And he said, I have such a hard time connecting with social media. I wonder why, bro. You're literally doing the same thing that you are having trouble with dealing with in other spaces. I just don't understand that, bro. I just don't understand.
Sacred.
Yeah, what's up?
Sacred. Is the question that I've got in terms of aliens, are they physical or are they metaphysical? Because they have to differentiate the difference. Are aliens physical beings or are they metaphysical beings?
I mean, I would have liked to have that conversation with someone who is coherent and non-judgmental. But I don't even know if I could trust anything that someone like that says if you're going to be judgmental and not coherent. So it's unfortunate because he may have some key that we could use and, exchange some value from each other. But because I have a different belief than him, he's judging me. Like, I thought that we got out of that, like, stage of humanity. I mean, I guess not. Like, that happens all the time. But at least within the quote-unquote truther community, like, I still consider him part of, like, the truther community if he's trying to spread his truth. But why would you block me? Well, maybe because he's seen a lot of people in here and he wanted to leverage the audience. But that's still kind of shilly. Like, I don't know, bro. I don't think I did anything. I mean, like I said, I know I kind of interjected.
To keep it simple,
I didn't yell like I didn't.
Keep it simple. There's
I mean, it's your space to interject all you want.
I guess, yeah, you're right. It just sucks, man, because I would really like to learn and have him share his ideas with everyone in the audience, and I think everybody would kind of be interested in new ideas, new perspectives. But you're so closed-minded that you won't even leverage the opportunity just because we have a difference of view. And I bet you he won't even be able to have any exclusive evidence for his position, which is, I guess, a globe Earth, alien Earth. I don't know.
There is no my truth. There is only my. So I don't have a truth. I only have my version of the truth.
True that.
That is the difference.
True that.
We can.
Unfortunate, man. Unfortunate. People blocking their blessings. Hey, man, don't block y'all blessings. I hope y'all learned that lesson real quick. Anyway, I think we about to shut it down. This is last call. I think we about to kind of wrap it up. We've been going for probably 20-something hours now. Hold on, let me check the original post tweet. How long is it been?
That makes sense why my eyes won't stay fully open.
Do you guys know why it's so hard to convince people that the Earth is flat?
Why is that?
Do you guys know why it's so hard?
I mean, I don't know because none of us were convinced. None of us were convinced. We all came to the conclusion on our own. But you tell me why you think it's hard for you to convince people or whatever.
Well, it seems
because globe Earth is
Hold on,
thinking to
Barbara.
fly pizza through
Hold on.
space.
Go ahead. Perks.
Yeah, that's my name. Yeah. No, it seems like that whenever I try to tell people or I show them photos, like proof that everything is CGI, they'll still like say that's it's still a ball. You know?
Yeah, we actually had a globe earther come in here and he got actually changed his position because he did some research and found out that all those images from space were doctored, faked, not real. And it
Yeah,
was
but
an
they'll still
interesting
claim that the Earth is
transition.
a ball.
Yeah,
They'll still claim
I
that the Earth is
mean,
a ball.
that's why I say you can't really convince anybody. I don't think anybody was actually
It's
convinced.
mind control.
I
That's
think
why they
people just
start
came
with
to their own
Mind control.
conclusion.
because it starts when you're so young. If you put it like this, if you were trying to teach an adult that we lived on a globe, they'd be like, "That's fucking nonsense." But when you're a child, you're so impressionable. You're learning about the world from a child's perspective. You can throw a globe in the classroom. You can put out movies about space, cartoons like the Jetsons, and you're just like, oh yeah, they believe it, and it's so ingrained on mainstream media that it's like a mind control program. Like I have people around me, I've showed them thing after thing after thing after thing, and they say, oh, that's interesting, but they still don't get it. It's mind control, literally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
I
like pretty
think the
much programmed
easiest
all of
way
us.
is get away from the CGI, the NASA images, and focus on showing them like images from Earth itself, like here on the surface, like long distance observations. Mount Canada, that's 163 miles, no drop of the Earth over that distance. You got Pic
That's
Gaspar,
actually a
that's the
good one.
Guinness Book World Record.
The Suez
That's
Canal, the
275
Panama
miles.
Canal.
Like the
You
salt
see
flats
this
too. I'll
long
show them
distance
that too.
observations.
Sacred.
That's like the easiest way.
Sacred.
But that's what I'm saying. That's a mic drop proof. The canals, things that are flat for hundreds of miles, but still people believe what they believe. Look at, does a plane go upside down? Like, who's upside down right now? Like, these things don't even click in their head. How does water curl into a ball when it always finds its level? Like, these are mic drops, and people still don't get it.
Sacred.
Yo.
Here's a quick one for you, and just in a few spaces that TM has been in, so I know he can back it up as well and confirm it. Here's a question: when you get ridiculed for believing in a flat Earth, right? Ask them if it's retarded and it's stupid to believe that the Earth is flat. Then why does all modern science claim that the universe is flat? And every single time they've stuttered and spluttered and what?
It's like the universe is flat, but there's no way that the Earth is.
We use a leveling tool to build everything on this motherfucker, but it's curved.
TM, what was it? Peter said? Because we've calculated the universe to be flat, but you haven't calculated the Earth to be flat. Idiot.
Something along those lines. He's a fool. I debated him yesterday on Brian's face over gravity, and everybody said I won that one. Peter.
Who?
Peter. The regular Pete. Pete Bulginski.
Little Petey.
Peter Schukowski.
Yep. Debated him on gravity. He argued his point. I argued mine. I presented evidence. He didn't. And then he conceded that I won the debate. So that's fine. I'm good with that.
W's in the chat.
Always.
Man, I'm waiting to hear the clips up of Witsit and other people with freaking Mord last night. It would take a lot of trimming to get that 4-hour conversation because it could be encapsulated in 10 minutes of the actual content.
I know. And there's like a lot of, well, I mean, I guess you would want to watch it in full. But I don't even know if you could really take out content. People got to see why it. I guess there's some parts you could cut out. I'll probably do a good job picking it up.
Yeah, I
Pretty
mean, you could
sure.
probably 15 minutes or something will probably capture it. I feel like because I mean, there's no need to do the same because some of the same circles got 6 or 7 loops around, you know. But
Yeah, he was like, man, we back in the same point again, 5, 6, 7 times later. That's wild.
and Galatrax came in with all the definitions. It's like, dang man, I didn't know that there were words for this specific behavior that I hate so much, but glad to know that there are now.
Yeah, shout out to Galatrax. That was clutch. I did not know that was him. Yeah, all the definitions. I see the homie Golden Cat in here. Jenny G.
What up? What up?
What up, man? Long time no see.
I'm around. You see me sneaking around.
Yeah, I see you popping in once in a while.
I caught that whole shit last night though with homie and Galatrax busting down all them terminologies and shit. But you know, it's a little more complex with that dude. It's either straight doublethink or it is tactical. So all those words come into play when it's not just straight idiot doublethink, because the guy might just be in a doublethink loop where it's like a washer. Because when you look at what doublethink is, it's believing two contradictory ideas at the same exact time. So that's different than being tactically deceptive. So it might be that, actually. He might just be completely lost. And from his lifestyle for that he declared, I'm pretty sure he's in a doublethink loop. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you never know.
I will say this only because he said this last night, and I don't really play about mental health, so it's not really a joke, but I will cut him some slack because he does have a disorder. So we got to factor that in. You could still have intelligence with a disorder, right? So, you know, that is what it is. Aside from that, though, when I see when he was asked direct yes or no questions, and there were long pauses, to me, those weren't pauses of let me think and be intellectually honest and actually think before I speak. It was more like, oh snap, I'm in a corner. How do I get out of this? That's how I interpret it. Now, y'all may have a different interpretation.
It could have been a collection of both. He could be, you know what I mean? He could have been tactically deceptive and confused himself.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
You know what I mean? And if you think about it, if you ever read the book 1984, the definition of doublethink, the dude explains to him by understanding what it means. It's happening to you, and you get confused. It's a very strange phenomenon, and so the word itself, to understand it and to say it and to use it, makes it happen to you. So it gets kind of weird, you know what I mean? That's why when in the movie, when the government says y'all can't have 10 pieces of chocolate no more, y'all get 7, but they say, isn't it great that we raised the chocolate ration to 7? And the guy's like, what are you talking about? We got more last week. He's like, no, it's great that it's more now. Like they're completely gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's like I'm not going into politics, y'all. I am not. Just making the reference. That's like the whole economy crashing during COVID, right? And then they try to get people jobs back, and then they're like, oh, look, like we have the biggest influx in jobs. It's like, bro, no, we all lost. We all lost our jobs in a matter of months. We didn't do anything. Like we're actually behind. Like, what are you talking about?
Are they just now going back to work and you talking about it as a great win where so much jobs created, right?
What are you doing?
How to lie with statistics.
Oh, that is like they really think that we're that dumb. But some people believe it, so maybe yes.
And then when homie was giving money away for being wrong. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, like Kamala saying, the southern border is absolutely fine.
That I'm not getting into politics, y'all. I said I was making reference.
Yeah. Let's not bring it up anymore. Hey, Sacred, are you I always miss like the beginning of Flat Earth Friday usually because I'm doing homework and stuff because I still be about that. But do you still do the music features at the beginning? Like you used to?
We actually played yours a couple of weeks ago. We had a little bit of issues, I think last week. But yeah, we got the best intro on Spaces, man.
I was gonna say, dude, like, because I remember hearing you play it one time, but it sounded kind of like low res because you didn't have an actual file to loop in, so you're having to do it off a speaker or something.
Yeah. I think I got the hookup, so we're gonna start incorporating it more
more of the tracks.
I've got a program that you can use that I found. So it's called a Voice Meter Potato. And it took me about 15 minutes to figure out how to use it. But once I figured it out, it's like it has a good like a good quality, like when you play it as a mic. Like here, let you listen to it for like 10 seconds just to.
How do I get it?
It's here. I'll give you a link to it in Discord. But I was gonna say, let me 1 second. I'm gonna play music for like 10, 15 seconds just so you can hear the bit rate to see what it sounds like. 1 second.
Yeah, word.
Let me tell you the history of our players. The tale of scientists started all the world. They hid the way nature of light from us. They up atoms and said we were space dust. Oh.
Not bad. Now I can hear what it sounds like on my end. I don't know what it really sounds like when y'all hear me play it. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good. I'll take it.
Yeah, when you play it, it kind of sounds well. Most of the files you have like a YouTube link or a direct digital link to, so they sound fine. But I know that I don't have like a YouTube link to mine, so I think you're playing it off of like a speaker or something. But did that sound decent?
That did. Sounded clear to me.
What site are
On
you
Discord,
using?
bro, so I can see how I work through it for next Friday.
Yeah.
I did want to play because I said I wanted to do this last night, but then we got that back and forth with Morty. But I did want to kind of just show y'all how we got here. And I mean, 20 hours later, the man still ain't pull up. Funny as hell. I Destroy Flourish didn't destroy a thing. We're still fully intact. I actually seen him in another.
He did destroy his credibility by not pulling up.
He did destroy his credibility. And the bass in his voice, if there was ever any to begin with. So, like I told y'all, we was in a different conspiracy space, opposite side of Twitter. They was wilding, having fun, sharing some information. So we went in there to have a little bit of fun. He followed us in there, didn't know who he was at the time. And as soon as they passed him the mic, he immediately just started attacking me and Proud, calling us grifters, all different type of stuff, like lying, blatantly just attacking us, saying that we lied, do all this stuff. And we never had no conversation with him before. At least I never did. I don't think Proud ever did because we've been in spaces together. So he probably knew who he was, but I didn't know who he was. Well, I think, no, I take that back. I did know who he was because I heard him somewhere. I forgot what space it was that I heard it, but I remember hearing his voice from the debate was on my pin tweet. But this was our first interaction, and he just blatantly just started attacking me like I never interacted with him, never before, ever. So he started gaslighting me, saying like I was too cowardly to pull up to his space. Like we don't play away games. Like, bro, we were built on playing away games. We started playing away games. Like we did it Flat Earth Fridays after we realized that they wasn't really on shit. We wanted to really dictate how a real conversation was going to go, make sure that everybody got a chance to speak. That's how Flat Earth Fridays came to be. So we went to go pull up like it was nothing. He said he had $1,000 that he wanted to offer for refutations for Flat Earth if he couldn't refute Flat Earth. I wanted to establish the parameters because he was given the opportunity to be honest in our first interaction, and he wasn't able to do that. That host said, hey, I'm not a flat earther. I don't even want to talk about Flat Earth. I think it's dumb, all this extra stuff, right? But he was like, but you calling them grifters. So you're going to have to show some evidence. So he ended up posting CNN link. I ain't never been on CNN before. He posted, I don't know, B.O.B. Like, I don't know what I got to do with B.O.B. other than we did get a shout out for Flat Earth Fridays. But yeah, like all this stuff that didn't have nothing to do with us. And then he also posted Flat Earth Dave. And what's so funny about that is this guy went and posted a link from Flat Earth Dave when he was actually giving away money or giving away the crypto. So he was gifting cryptos to the community. He gave away like over 1 billion or 10 billion tokens or something like that. So it's like you want to call him a grifter, but you're sharing a tweet where he's actually gifting tokens.
Gifters, not grifters, bro. Gifters, not grifters.
Got to lose the hard R. So they laughed him out. I said, yo, can we please take this W? Because me and Proud about to be out. We got to go prepare for Flat Earth Fridays. And the host from that space is like, yeah, man, y'all take the W. Get this guy out of here. He's a liar. Y'all should sue him for slander, all this extra stuff. TM was up there too. Got attacked by pretty much everybody. Like that was pretty sad situation, but definitely by this guy. So we gonna see what's gonna happen legally with that. Anyway, I still wanted to take on this challenge because we don't run from no smoke. That's how the level heads is. Like we right here with it on the front line. We want to prove that these guys ain't really like that. So I pulled up. And since we can't trust this guy because he blatantly lied in front of everybody in that space, shout out to all the level heads that pulled up and turned that space up. I'm like, bro, I'm not trusting you. You think that I'm going to go back and forth with you and you can't even be honest about us not being grifters? You have no evidence of us ever taking any money from the community at all, even though we may be deserving. We put in so many hours, but we ain't doing. We ain't here for that. Like, why would you even accuse us of something like that? So you already lost all credibility right off the rip. So why would I think that you would ever concede to you not being able to refute Flat Earth? You would never do that. You would just lie, obfuscate, and just do whatever the case is. So what I did was I wanted to go in and establish parameters. I wanted to go and establish parameters so I could present an argument there, or we could do it in Flat Earth Fridays. So that was my whole plan. If he was willing to establish parameters in that space and didn't want to come to Flat Earth Fridays, I was willing to go ahead and present my argument there. But we didn't get to that point. Or we could have done one there and he could have came over here, which I thought he was like that. Seeing that he ain't show up for 20 hours, we realized he really ain't like that at all. So that was my game plan. And I want to play that for y'all. Now it's about 15 minutes or so. I wanted to play it last night, but we got into the back and forth with the sciences. So I let that take precedent. So hopefully y'all enjoyed this. I want to give you the perspective that maybe some of y'all didn't get and why we had to hold an entire space. And I want you to see how he behaved. I want y'all to see how I behave. I don't got no visuals, but y'all at least got the audio. So let me go ahead and cue this up for y'all. And then I want y'all to react. I'm going to react in real time too. But then I want to get y'all feedback. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Get you on. Let's get this party started.
How does that sound?
Hey, you've been invited.
That sound good to y'all? Turn it up some. All
Yeah,
right.
sounds clear for now.
Go ahead and do a mic test. Let's make sure you can hear each other. So you can hear me.
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
All right. So we can do this. We can bicker about whether or not I think you're a grifter, or we can discuss whether or not the earth is flat around and settle it. Which way you want to go?
So already offer up, he already saying, hey, we can go back and forth about you being grifter. I already know him, but we already settled this already. So you already like lost that. And I'm not even here to really debate. I'm here to get this bag. We need to establish some parameters, right? Keep it moving.
I mean, you don't have no evidence that I'm a grifter, bro. Like we did that already. I don't even think that was founded. Like it would be one thing, like if you had any evidence and you wanted to confront me on that. But being that, you stick so much.
Wait, hold on. You got your buddies coming in, Proud.
Already interrupting.
Flurf is in here and Maria. and fall. Great. All right, so let's discuss the Earth.
No, we get it
Let's
turned up. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
No, wait a minute. You don't hold on.
No,
The
you
host,
asked me a question, bro. Don't do this already.
the host.
Don't do
Hold
this
on. Let's
already,
stop.
bro.
Let's stop.
Finish.
Let's stop.
Here you
Hold
go
on.
already. I'm a mute up.
Right. So
you see that? I didn't even get a full thought out, and he already trying to.
He seen other people and got excited. Like, oh. You was mid talking. He was mid in a sentence, seeing people jump in there and decided, okay, well, we're gonna start debating flat Earth now.
Super excited because it was just like me in there, and he usually only have like one person in his space, like the squad to tell you. I guess if they ever pulled up over there, super excited. He got a little bit of an audience because the level heads pulled up. Like, bro, wait, hold on, bro.
Right, there you go. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a basic question and answer. This is really easy. Basic observation, basic knowledge. This does not have to be complicated. So if any one of you flat earthers want to make a claim about the nature of the Earth, raise your hand.
Mind you, he baited me in here saying I got $1,000 for you to make your claim if I can't refute it. That's why I'm here. Okay.
So that's simple. So I'll wait patiently. Dude, you're the only one speaking. Go ahead and jump in.
First thing I'm going to say is, am I going to be able to speak uninterrupted? Yes or no?
2 minutes maximum. Personal attacks, taunting, and anything outside of making the point about the nature of the Earth, I'm going to cut you off.
Okay. Y'all heard his parameters, right? Let me run it back just so I can hear again. This is his parameters for me to be able to speak uninterrupted.
To speak uninterrupted, yes or no?
2 minutes maximum.
2 minutes.
Personal attacks.
No ad homs.
Taunting, and anything outside of making the point about the nature of the Earth, I'm going to cut you off. So you got your 2 minutes. It's plenty of time. Usually y'all don't give more than 60 seconds. Hey, Alan, how's it going, buddy? I heard that you don't have time.
Yo, why does his voice sound like that? Oh my God, he's so excited to see men, bro.
Trying to be bothering with people. You're so busy. So go ahead. And TM, glad to see you here. See, I knew I'd be able to get you guys to come on in here.
You see this? That's all he wanted. That's all he cared about.
It's going to be me against all of you. One at a time, though. So let's do it. So go ahead. Sacred.
So I am going to be able to speak uninterrupted as long as I adhere to those guidelines, correct?
2 minutes maximum.
Okay, first things first, I'm not here to debate. I want to establish some ground rules first. One thing I want to establish is, do you still have that $1,000 offer? Yes or no?
Oh, I certainly do. I will give you $1,000 if you can make a flat earth point that I can't debunk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 10 witnesses. Now you got, besides me talking, you got 1 minute and 40 seconds.
You mean 10 people that's gonna witness you run the fuck away when you don't wanna give the fucking money? You mean 10 niggas that's gonna watch you lie and deceive your way out of paying that money? No, we need somebody in escrow. I need somebody with that money in escrow. That's what I need. I need 10 people with that money split up in escrow. How about that? If it's
Feel me? I need that thing secure for real.
That's good. That's good. No, I can get my 2 minutes reset because I'm just going to ask another question. So second thing is, how do we determine whether your claim is debunked or you can't refute it? Are we going to have a unbiased party to hold on, bro? You already interrupted. You got to mute up too when I'm speaking.
I can laugh. No, you're gonna have to take it easy.
I gotta be able to get my thought out, and people are listening. Thank God you got this. But you should be able to mute up too while I'm speaking if I'm showing you that same respect.
Like, what's wrong with that? You don't hear me turned up, right? I'm literally trying to stay focused on topic so we can get straight to it. You hear me though, right? Keep it moving.
But how are we going to determine whether you can refute a claim or not? Are we going to establish an unbiased party to judge, or are you making the judgment?
Well, considering that it's my money, I'm definitely going to be a part of the judgment. But what ends up happening is when you think of what's biased or unbiased, your threshold for evidence is the issue. So what I noticed that you guys do, you guys get debunked, your claims get refuted, and your response is the person wasn't personally there to witness it. Like, I'm not personally there to see the atoms moving around. I can't zoom in and see each atom moving around. Or I wasn't personally in the spaceship.
This guy stinks.
What is he talking about? I just wanted to know is if we're going to have an unbiased party to determine what's going to happen. And he said, I'm going to be part of it, which that don't even sound right. I don't even know if that answers my question. Like, what do you mean part of it? Does that mean someone else is going to be part of it too? I don't know. Y'all, take notes, man. Just keep in mind these things that I'm saying so we can talk about this for a little bit after.
So that level of incredulity, or, I guess what you would call evidence, like, I'm not personally
level of what?
There to see the atoms moving around. I can't zoom in and see each atom moving around. Or I wasn't personally in the spaceship. So that level of incredulity, or, I guess what you would call evidence, I mean, it works both ways. So the consistency of observation is pretty, I'd say it's pretty objective. But I do see that you guys are trying to redesign what line of sight means. I mean, TM went and broke his back.
What do TM got to do with anything that I'm talking about? And who brought up anything about line of sight?
Trying to redefine what apparent means. So it's that level of misrepresentation of basic things that makes it almost impossible to say that because if someone's objective and they don't agree with you, you're going to say they're not objective. So we're back to that game. So if you don't play those games, I'm pretty sure we can settle this. So you've asked your 2 preliminary questions. Let's go ahead and ask an actual question or make an actual flat earth point. Go.
Yeah, no, I'm not ready because I don't agree. So the word is
Well, then we're not going to use the button.
Hold on. The word is incredulous or incredulity, but that's near.
Now
you see that, right? It was my turn to speak. I'm gonna let y'all hear it one more time.
An actual question or make an actual flat earth point. Go.
He said go. Y'all heard him say go. I'm not delusional, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not ready because I don't agree. So the word is
Well, then we're not going to use the button.
Hold on. No, the word is incredulous or incredulity, but that's neither here nor there.
Gotta correct his ass, but I ain't even on him like that. I'm just saying.
I don't want to engage if you feel like you get to decide whether you're right or wrong because I don't trust you. Now, what I will, hold on, bro. See, you have zero self-control. I haven't
Okay. First of all, you have to stop acting like you're in charge. Okay.
Oh, so that's what this is, a power thing. You get off on just like what? Like, what type of cut thing is going on here? What, like, bro? I thought this was a conversation. I can't even ask a question, some clarifying parameters for some $1,000 that you baited me in here for that you don't want to talk about now all of a sudden? You interrupted me and now you hit the mute button. We 5 minutes into the conversation, he already on mute. 5 minutes?
That's your personality. You're speaking of self-control and a lack of it, and you lack self-control.
Projection.
Okay? You have to have some level of patience. Okay?
Gaslighting.
Yeah.
What did I do to warrant getting interrupted right now? What did I
you kept saying hold on over and over.
Hold on. I got interrupted because I was telling you hold on because you was interrupting me. I got interrupted because I was telling you to hold on because in the middle of me speaking, you interrupted me. This is clown shit, bruh.
You were trying to raise your voice and you're trying to establish dominance in the room. You can't do.
I was trying to raise my voice. Yo, do y'all hear this? Bro, am I tweaking? I was trying to raise my voice.
Yeah. I mean, you won't do it with me. I mean,
He don't have that.
So I wasn't.
He don't have that luxury. You have to be mindful of those who can't raise their voice or deepen their voice.
Not enough medium for his base to travel.
So I wasn't speaking first, and then you interrupted me, which is why I was forced to tell you to hold on. Is that not what happened?
Right. So here's why.
So I was speaking first. So I'm gonna ask you again.
So here's why. I'm gonna explain to you why.
So what warranted you getting it?
I'm about to explain to you why for the third time. Okay. So here's why for the third time. The conversation is about whether or not the Earth is flat. You have a multitude of preliminary questions that are taking up the time. And what I'd like to do is get right to it.
But you told me to come in here because you had $1,000 challenge. So now you don't want to establish those parameters.
Now, if you want the money, then what you need to do is find another time to drum up a whole list of questions that you can send to me and we can review them. But I'm not going to spend 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes going over your preliminary questions before you can even ask a question about whether or not the Earth is flat or not.
I'm supposed to ask a question on whether the Earth is flat or not.
So listen, if we had not already been in another space, minding our cyborg given business, etherically tapping in with our people about the nature of our Earth, we have not been blindsided by a wild crack baby glober, and knocked off of our ethereal thrones, we probably, at that moment where he says, hey, I don't want to discuss this verbally, DM me what you think we should agree with, and I will tap in with you. If that person had said that without the prior attack and what we had to go through, we might have, in a better light, been able to say, hey, you know what? All right, bet. You seem a little trigger happy, a little debate happy. So if you can't stand to have a verbal conversation about this and not actually have it go down right here, then we could just do that. That's fine. I might even entertain a specific topic just to fuck with you for a minute. See what level you on. But this guy was way too antagonistic. He had way too many issues, knew who we were, had so much disdain for us already that there was no reason in that moment. There was no stepping back and being like, okay, well, if you don't want to do it right now, we can do it later. I'll just DM you. Even with him saying that, like, he should have still been open to have the conversation. If you think like that, just seems hand wave dismissed now that we know y'all gonna hear, but he didn't really care for having the conversation. So it's just very interesting. Had he been and approached the conversation better in that moment, we might have stepped back and been like, all right, well, if you don't want to talk about it verbally, bruh, then we'll just DM you. But it was none of that. There was no reason with this guy. And if you notice, he just wants to jump into the debate. He just wants to get into it. Like, he's eager. He is too eager. He is coming from the place of, I know everything. And that's not even, like that's just naive to believe. So I'm gonna shut up, but y'all keep going.
Remember, he said, "Oh, I knew I was gonna be able to get you all in here."
Nothing more than another diversion. So let's try it again, and try to have more self-control. Okay?
Yes.
All right. All right. So go ahead. You got a flat Earth question or a point, or not?
Oh, so and for the records, as y'all can't see, every time that I mute, I got my hand raised. Every single time I got muted, I put my hand up and waited to get called on. It's only me up there, but I still put my hand up. Y'all can't see it, but you know.
No, I don't, because I don't agree with your last assessment. And what you did was you try to gaslight me, and that's not going to work here. You are setting a parameter for these $1,000 that you're willing to offer, and I didn't agree with you being the judge. So I wanted to finish my thought. I do have a list of globe earthers that are willing to come in and add their opinion to my arguments or our arguments and your reputations. And that would be the only way that I'd be willing to engage with you. If you are offering this $1,000, I'm not going to engage if you think you are going to make the claims and make the judgment on these $1,000 award or whatever the case is, because you already have demonstrated that you will sit here and say things that are blatantly untrue, which was demonstrated in the last space when you were calling us grifters. So I'm not trusting you. So are you willing to have a unbiased party, a globe earther, to make the judgment whether your refutations are valid or not?
I'm not saying I'm bringing a flat earther. I'm bringing another op. Y'all know how many globe earthers be in here. We was talking to them all last night. We seen Coffee pull up. There was we seen Shepherd pull up. Who else pulled up that I was talking to? It was like 2 other people that pulled up. And a couple people that DM'd me that didn't end up showing up to Flat Earth Fridays. But it was a whole list of people that one of them was NASA. We had a NASA employee that I'm cool with. That hit me back. There was a couple different people that I'm like, hey, it don't even gotta be a flat earther, bro. It could be a globe, it could be somebody on your side that give you all the benefit of the doubt. Right? Like like what you scared of? I'm giving you, this is home court for you, and I'm giving you a globe earther. Who wouldn't take this? Somebody that's not confident. Keep moving.
Okay, so I'm willing to do that, but not based upon anyone that you bring to space claiming to be a globe earther. That's never going to happen. Okay, so that's like me choosing a globe earther and you accepting them.
Which if he had a list of them, I would have went through and I would have considered it. So you heard him say, I'm willing to do that. But he said he don't want to choose anybody that I'm choosing. Now, that don't even make sense. But let's figure it out. Okay, let's figure out what globe earther is going to be involved in. But you heard him say he's willing to do that, right? Keep moving.
So this is going to be an endless game that you're playing. So you should probably withdraw from getting the money and simply ask a question.
Oh, now he's taking the money off the table. It's now all this trolling. Oh, you ain't going to show up, Sacred. You a coward. I got $1,000. You ain't gonna pull up. Get out your echo chamber. Now we 10 minutes into the conversation. You done muted me 3 times, gaslit me, ad hominem, all this different type of stuff. And now you trying to take the bread away after everybody, all the level heads is flooding your mother. Bro.
And let's let that settle the matter. Because it shouldn't be this complicated to determine if the earth is flat or if the earth is a globe. You're making it so complicated, it's called stacking the deck. And because you lack integrity and because you are lying,
the guy that's calling me a grifter that had no evidence, that got cooked in another space from another globe earther, got the nerve to tell me that I don't have integrity.
Hoping that you can make your lie sound as believable as the truth, and that I'm supposed to accept it because you can find a slick way of telling the lie and then getting away with passing it off as the truth, even though it's clearly a lie.
What is he talking about? All I did was ask questions. What lie is he talking about? Yo, can y'all tweet at me and tell me what lie he talking about? Tweet at him. Ask him what lie he talking about. Bro, what is he talking about right now?
Hoping that you can make your lie sound as believable as the truth, and that I'm supposed to accept it because you can find a slick way of telling the lie and then getting away with passing it off as the truth, even though it's clearly a lie. So let's try it again. I'm going to leave you a 4th one. And if all y'all leave because y'all supporting him, if all y'all want to walk out.
Look, if all y'all leave, I'm taking my ball back. Get off the court. I'm taking my ball back home.
All you guys leave me because you're supporting him. I'm not going to be your friend anymore. Yes. What the fuck? Just calm your ass down. You started this.
And then getting away with passing it off as the truth, even though it's clearly a lie. So let's try it again. I'm going to leave you a 4th one. And if all y'all leave because y'all supporting him, if all y'all want to walk out because none of y'all can ask a flat earth question, none of y'all can make a flat earth point, that's fine. At the end of the day, y'all can't do it. So go ahead, fourth and final time, go.
So you just made an ad hominem insult and attack towards me. You have no claim or basis for that ad hominem attack. I haven't even presented any argument yet. So for you to sit there and say that I'm lying and all this extra stuff is just baseless and has no foundation whatsoever, which is why I don't trust you. So again, if I provide a list of globe earthers for you to choose from and you go validate whether they work at NASA, whether they're completely globe earthers or not, will you be willing to have them judge your refutations to our arguments? Yes or no? If not, I'm just going to disengage because I don't trust
you. Then disengage, because my ability to validate who they are is not going to be based upon you bringing them here. Okay.
My ability to validate who they are is not going to be based on you bringing them here. Is that word salad? Hold on.
Be willing to have them judge your refutations to our arguments, yes or no? If not, I'm just going to disengage because I don't trust
you. Then disengage, because my ability to validate who they are is not going to be based upon you bringing them here.
What does that even mean?
That mean, I don't know if I'm going to see if somebody that you bring for the life for me, like, how I'm going to figure out how I'm gonna figure out if the person you bring for the life for me, duh, that's my $1,000, bro. Head ass, like it just incoherency.
Okay, you need to go ahead and disengage because you brought up so many preliminary, I guess, conditions.
One condition. I'm asking for a globe earther, someone who disagree with my whole paradigm, to be the judge for your argument. And you said this is so many
How many conditions, ladies and gentlemen? 1.
Bro, these anti-flat earthers can't count?
Just remember that number now, y'all.
Just one. We didn't get to escrow. We didn't get to payment time when I'm going to get this money because you know we get the flaming you. We didn't get to none of the other stuff. All I asked was, bro, can you bring one of your homies to come judge this? Since you dishonest as hell? Sacred got so many parameters for me to... Yo, let's keep it going.
That you can't even ask a simple question. And then you want to go into splitting hairs about...
I'm not supposed to be asking a question. I'm supposed to be arguing after we establish the parameters.
Whether or not I'm calling you a liar or not. If you're spreading if you're spreading the flat earth after all the evidence has been presented against you, you're so ridiculously unreasonable that there is no other option other than you're lying or that you must be delusional.
Hold on. Me wanting another globe earther for his refutation is unreasonable. Am I tweaking?
He thinks globe earth is a fact, y'all. He thinks there is no way in fucking hell. He thinks he's read every single refutation on flatearth.bs and he thinks he have everything. He's like, yeah, I'm ready for these motherfuckers. I got it. Just bring up something that's on that list. Like, that's his mindset. Just imagine the first time you ever talked to the first time an anti-flirt ever actually had a flat earth debate. Just ready to lift off points. It sounds like a checklist.
Delusional. Incoherent. And
I'm not gonna. I don't consent to an impartial judge. Hell no.
A complete lack of judgment. It ain't even impartial for real. I mean, it's the globe earther, so it's really in your favor.
Right. That's the other thing. It's like we're giving the maximum tier benefit of the doubt to the person that shares the same belief system to be like, yeah, you didn't really refute that. Because you know what's crazy? Oops, I got Elon. You know what's crazy is there are globe earthers that are like, hey, That's a good argument. I don't have a refutation for that. I'm looking forward to someone presenting it. Like, for example, Battle of the Beams, dude. I got a couple people that still believe in the globe and stuff that are like, yeah, I don't have a good answer for that, but I look forward to someone answering it. And it's like, fair enough, bro. Fair enough. But you know what dudes like, dude, you know what like 99.999% of them do, right? They're like, diffraction, you don't understand, you're retarded. Like, okay, dude, you got it.
And maybe even get to that. They already calling me a liar. We didn't even get to anything for me to be called a liar about.
Crazy, dude. Yeah, dude's on one.
Let's keep it moving.
Okay, so that's your fourth time. Anybody else want to ask a flat earth question? Tim, what about you? You want to help us understand what apparent means? Alan, you got something to say about all of that science and math that you've been working on? Because you guys have nothing to say about basic line of sight, parallax.
We don't have nothing to say because we're all muted right now. That's why we literally don't have nothing to say because we're all muted right now.
You guys have alternative explanations that don't exist anywhere else in the universe, or that require enormous amounts of power to even work on a small scale.
First of all, parallax was episode 84, so I don't know what he talking about.
We been stepped on that. That's how like, bro, I don't even know how he know who we are. If he know who we are, he should have done his research. Just come to my page and type in parallax. Do some research, bro, because I was gonna cook you on that too. Probably why you got me muted.
You have something. Okay. So let's start with something. Since none of you guys can rise to the challenge.
The challenge you just took away? The same challenge you just said, yo, don't worry about that, but I don't want to give you no money no more. Like, yo, let's just argue. I love that all you guys give me the attention.
We still muted. So even if somebody wanted to bring up a point, like you can't through the mute. You just ask, does anybody else have a point? People who aren't on stage, and then I'm just gonna keep talking. Like,
there's got to be a condition for this. I'm gonna have to Google Med this or something.
Until you leave, you guys can bounce on out of here. We'll go over some basics. TM, for you, you have no explanation for why we see things along the line of sight that we see them. The starry host, each star is the same angular distance for each observer. Each star is the same. The angular distance is the same from observer to observer.
Word salad.
And your alternative explanations for why things on the horizon dip and why other things occur, you have perspective, you've got all sorts of bullshit to try to explain that, in which
perspective is bullshit, guys. Just so you know, perspective, the same thing that you use to navigate your everyday life, it's bullshit. Y'all heard it here first.
Don't understand is if you're trying to explain an optical effect and you're trying to claim that it's in part because of the distance, the increased distance to the object on the horizon, that increased distance would apply to the much further stars. And when you have a deviation from your, flat Earth observations, those deviations apply to the stars. And that means that
this man is heavy on the mute. I don't even know why he like his own voice. This shit is cringe as hell.
They're going to deviate from their very common angular distance between each other. So you can't have an object be seen in one location, even though it's in another location, without there being some deviation between the first location and the second location. So if I see an object that's, let's say, 20 degrees away from another object in my field of vision, and then later on, you're saying as it gets to the horizon, it's going to deviate for whatever reason.
Damn, what is he talking about?
Then it shouldn't be 20 degrees from the other object. This kind of overly complicated explanation that you guys try to give, you guys have your personal dome, you guys have your strange way of looking at perspective and angular resolution. You have all these things.
So complicated. So complicated. You have peripheral
resolution.
You have peripheral vision from 180 degrees, dome vision. Well, hemisphere, like right, half a dome, vision. You have perspective and angular resolution. So complicated that I just listed it off in 3 seconds. Head ass.
That cannot work. And then on top of that, everybody sees the same group of stars near the moon. Not only near the moon, but like the way the moon is oriented, you have the same star near the same side of the moon. And you got people all over the world at any given point in time seeing the same configuration. Yet you're trying to use angular resolution, the flat earth perspective, and that other bullshit, your personal.
He's listing it off again. It's so much.
Dome that Alan, I don't know what he's about on that. And so you guys got all these things going on to explain why stuff that's closer to you is not where it's supposed to be, and why the stars aren't aligning with a flat earth, 2D effect. But you can't explain that without causing these stars to deviate from their angular resolution, from their angular positions from one another.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Literally. He has zero idea what he's talking. Actually, he just repeated the whole argument 3 times and he's not refuting it. I don't even know if this is TM's argument, but he clearly knows exactly what we say, kind of, in a way. But so difficult, huh?
Any of that shit occurs, you've got a problem. Now, I made my flat earth debunk. I love
that was a debunk? Hey, that's bullshit. Up, you don't get the $1,000. You see what I'm talking about? Do you see what I'm talking about? I just debunked you. Hey, perspective's bullshit. Angular resolution, bullshit. Seeing your peripheral from one side to the other, 180 degrees, bullshit. Debunk. Next. Are you serious? This is I destroy flurfs. This is the destruction?
Hear someone make a flat earth point. Now, Sacred, you can respond to that or not, but I'm not interested in hearing you complain about anything else.
Yeah, no, I didn't complain. What I'm trying to do is establish the parameters for your challenge, which you don't seem like you're willing to engage in. Oh, so now I'm going to get interrupted again. Okay, I'm going to mute up. I'll let you go. I'll let you go since you interrupted again. I'll let you go.
Beat it. All right.
Beat it!
What in the Michael Jackson is going
Beat
on?
it! No one like to beat it. Head ass. What's wrong with this man? You Mike Jack now? You moonwalking off the challenge?
He couldn't say stop talking about that shit no other way, yo.
Spinning off the stage, like what's you spinning faster than the globe that you can't even substantiate? What's going on? This is crazy.
So any of you guys want to make that effort, or you guys want to make complicated excuses? Just like y'all make complicated excuses with the rest of this shit. You guys complicate gravity to the point to where shit can't just fall.
Oh, no, he didn't. Did he just say that? Bro, I'm sorry, I didn't hear this part. He said, we complicate gravity like shit just can't fall. Boy, you got gravitons that you can't find. You got Newtonian mechanics that don't work on a subatomic or a galactic scale. You got relativity that don't work everywhere either. You don't know if gravity's bending and warping or pulling or if it's particles. And you got the nerve to tell me that when we say, hey, I am more dense than my surroundings, I displace below the medium. If I am less dense than my surroundings, I displace above it.
You guys got this weird concept of density, which has no density is just a description of an amount of mass and a value, but you make it look like it's doing something. It's a thing.
Density is the compactness of matter. You know how that matter stays together? Mr. I don't destroy flurfs. electrostatics. And it's not just about density of the object. It's the density of the object relative to its medium. Head ass. Not even a coherent argument.
You end up affirming that an increase of mass will cause objects to gravitate towards each other, because that's what density is, an amount of mass in the volume. And it's odd because the more dense an object is, the more it's going to go through a fluid to get to the earth. It's going to always fall towards the earth. But you guys make these games showing, there's mercury and the object's floating over the mercury, the metal anvil is floating over the mercury. Well,
yes, that's called relative density. We're not making it seem like that, David. No. That's actually what's happening. Thank you for describing it. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. But you just saying this bullshit is not a debunk when you acknowledge the observation of our literal claim. An anvil can float in mercury.
Well, the mercury is more dense than the metal. So we're still left with the same point, is that the more dense object or the more dense fluid is going to be beneath the less dense object or the less dense fluid.
Welcome to Flat Earth. That's called relative density, David. Head ass.
The only thing that stops an object from getting any further is an object being hard. I mean, the integrity.
Not an object being hard, no. It's how compact the matter is, how dense it is. You are literally making our own argument in real time while we are on mute.
Of a solid, you can't go through a solid. That's not the same thing as going through a dense fluid. So there's all of these little, considerations that to me, I don't even think need to be considered, but you guys are skipping over and pretending that they don't exist. And then
Wait. You just laid out our entire argument. Bro, hold on, bro. You mean to tell me you just laid out, first of all, you dismissed density like it wasn't a thing. Then you described it perfectly. Then you explained exactly how it worked, saying that we're making it seem like that when you're just observing a natural phenomenon. Then you're telling us that we're skipping over it?
Giving you guys any benefit of a doubt as if you're arguing in good faith. I come back like half hour later, say, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Density doesn't make sense? You just described it.
Have a more dense object falling through a less dense fluid, and your excuse is density. I mean, the object has to go through a fluid. It has to go through an ever-increasing density of fluid to get to the Earth's surface or to get to a surface that it lands on as it's falling. So that's more resistance. And you're trying to tell me that the object is drawn towards the more resistance because of density. Makes no fucking sense.
No, we're not saying an object is drawn towards a more dense medium due to density. We're saying it's displacing and accelerating down an electrostatic vector due to buoyant forces. What is wrong with this man?
It makes sense that the mass of the object, the absolute mass of the object is the reason why, but not merely saying density. I can have the most dense object next to me right now, but its absolute mass is nothing compared to the rest of the Earth.
Bro, we're still on mute. Like, I feel like this is what he does, like, in the bathroom, in the mirror, in the dark or something by himself. This is what he does in his spare time. What the hell? We're still on mute.
So there's these things you know, and the way you guys play these semantic games, Sacred, you're done, bro. You're not willing to make the point and whatnot. So I don't want to keep.
You just made it for me. I ain't have to. I could just sit there and spam laughing emojis the whole time while you making my whole argument, just dismissing it, talking about me like I'm dismissing it.
Hearing you complain about how I'm not finding a person that you bring and have to go through verifying that they're not going to be a bullshitter. I'm not interested in that. It was real.
So the bullshitter is not interested in determining somebody else not being a bullshitter. Got it.
Simple. You could have just made a flat earth point and left it at that. But hey, I got all y'all in here. I didn't expect that shit. I mean, I just expected one or two people. So,
because that's all you could pull is one or two people in your little lame ass, weak ass spaces by baiting them in with a $1,000 challenge and then sweeping that challenge right off the table as soon as you get a little bit of attention. Boy, it's bro. Two more minutes, y'all. We almost done.
Since no one else wants to raise their hand, since no one else wants to speak, you guys can keep on listening until y'all get sick of me and gotta go. Okay? So
yeah, why he said it like that?
I got all y'all in here. I didn't expect that shit. I mean, I just expected one or two people. So since no one else wants to raise their hand, since no one else wants to speak, you guys can keep on listening until y'all get sick of me and gotta go. Okay? So
your flex.
When it comes to curvature, it's real easy. We show you the damn bridge, the Pontchartrain Bridge. You see it on the horizon, and you see it curving as it goes through the horizon, but you guys respond showing shots of the bridge when it's not by the horizon. When it's
happening
not,
right now?
It's not lining up.
What is
man? I told you, you done, bro. You done. Someone else can raise their hand. So and on top of that, if you wanted to speak,
rage quitting, bro, already?
Free Sacred.
All right, go ahead, TM. You've heard me enough. Let's hear what you got.
Yep. I about all your rules.
Oh my God! Hold on. Let me go ahead and de-speakify this clown.
What?
Like you gonna sit up here and be in charge?
What did he say?
Go ahead, TM. You've heard me enough. Let's hear what you got.
Yo, I about all your rules.
Oh my God! Hold on. Let me go ahead and de-speakify this clown.
De-speakify, yo, bro. I need y'all to do this. I need y'all to Google this for me. Yo, what the fuck does de-speakify mean? Can y'all please, yo, I need some, boy, if any one of y'all ever tweet at Witsit about word salad again, I swear to you, bro, if I see the word and the word salad in any tweet around any flat earther ever again, I swear I'm finna lose it. De-speakify, bro? TM. De-speak proud. De-speakify?
I'm gonna do him like I did Black Wolf. Don't be illusionated, y'all.
De-speakify? Dog, please tweet at that man and ask him what the fuck that mean. I need y'all to do that for right now. If y'all don't do nothing else, y'all don't gotta retweet this page. Y'all don't do just ask this man what the hell de-speakify mean. Please, just ask him. I just need a definition so I can understand what level of incoherency that I need to devolve to in order to engage with somebody like this that don't got no bass in his voice.
Sounds like you here at Disney World when the character got to take off their costume.
Bro, I don't know. I think we about done. Let me see.
Like you gonna sit up here and be in charge? You ain't in charge of this show, bro. That's another thing. On y'all other spaces, y'all won't let people talk. And then
Really? Really?
We did that the word.
I let you talk and you start complaining about the same thing in 5.
You let me talk? Did y'all hear this? Boy, we was on mute for the past 10 minutes.
Different ways. Go ahead, Tim. 2 minutes maximum. Go.
Oh, I don't know. So should we let Tim cook? I was just gonna play my part. I don't know. Tim, I'm gonna unmute real quick, y'all. I'm gonna unmute. Y'all come grab a mic. This is last call. This is last call. Tim, what we doing, bro? Do you want him to play that?
No, that's just when I was trying to get him to get him on recording, calling me a Nazi.
Yeah.
Just so I have it in my pocket.
And I think we got it too.
Yeah, we got it. This dude,
Speakify.
That's a Harry Potter spell.
Hey, don't diss Harry Potter.
Bro, my head hurt.
I can't, bro. Did you hear the mental gymnastics that he's talking out loud what's going on in his head?
That's that's literally what's happening. He's literally just speaking the things that's just going on in his head for real. There's ain't no way.
Yeah, when he does this in every space, he'll just sit up there and fucking monologue the whole time. Like what he thinks everything is.
Perspective is so complicated, TM. Angular resolution.
And he doesn't understand that the lights in the sky are our parents.
Mommy told him he was important and special.
Honestly, that guy's he's got the psychologically questionable, kind of creepy, weird, scary behavior. I wouldn't have stayed in there nearly that long, dog. He's just sitting in there muting you and then telling you what you think and then arguing against the things he said about you that you haven't even spoken about at all yet.
We tried or at least he literally laid out the parameter. Like, yo, I didn't come in here to debate. I just came in here to see if we could set a rule or agree to something. So from the moment we said that and then just dismissed it and started asking questions or telling us to ask questions, it was like, bro, you just want to debate. Like, why couldn't you just say you really want to talk about this? Why flash the money in front of the audience if you're going to handle dismiss that part?
He is. You haven't seen him. He debated Witsit on Modern Day Debate. How'd you guys find that clip? How'd you find him?
Bruh.
Did you recognize his squeaky ass voice?
Would you forget a voice like that?
Fuck no. I mean, my voice ain't that deep, but shit, man. I thought that was a little boy.
As soon as I heard that, I'm like, oh, that's him.
Yeah.
That's more high pitched than Brenda.
And then it was up. I just clipped him up. Go ahead, Barbara Dan.
No, I was just saying his voice is more high pitched than Brenda's. And Brenda's got a dick.
This dude's gonna hate us even more. It's crazy.
No, dude, that's super. That's not even normal behavior. He's telling you the things that you believe, and he's like, "How could you believe this? None of those words have even been spoken in the space. You haven't said any of those words at all. You just haven't said it. Period." And then he's arguing against some idea that he thinks you hold that you haven't even said for 10 minutes while you're muted and can't defend yourself.
Why telling me I'm lying about it?
Oh yeah. Told you were lying about. Well, you haven't even spoken, so it's yeah, dude. It's weird. It's mad weird. It's so it's funny. It's not even funny. It's just ironic. It's so many people in this anti-FE space that they're in have the same psychological problems and tendencies. And I don't even like to speak or make fun. I'm not saying it to make fun of people, but it's how is it such a common theme that they so many of them are I'm telling you, psychologically, emotionally, unstable. Like they're not stable in their mind.
And God, we're not talking about the globe earthers. We talking about the anti-flat earthers, the heliosexuals, the perverts, those guys. They all had the same character, personality disorder, bro. Mental disorder. Just like Piazza said, I don't play about that, but it's weird, bro. It's weird.
Sacred. Next time he runs his mouth, ask him the flat universe question.
No.
He will stay silent the whole time. I promise you that one.
It's not a next time, bro. That's why we did this. Because that shit happened. We had to make sure that we provided the opportunity over here. Right? It's the same, basically it's the same. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's the same approach Whitson and Jaren did. Where it's like, y'all not gonna sit here and back me into a corner to go to Antarctica. We're gonna at least we're gonna sign the contract, we're gonna send you our version of it. You could sign it or not. That's what this is about. I'm never going to acknowledge this guy again, y'all. This is over. It's done. I don't know who he is, but like I'm just keep being on our mentions and shit like that. Like I wanted to see if he was real. I want to provide both opportunities. I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna come over here since we couldn't get it done. Wiping my hands with it. That's it. It's over with. I wanted to laugh at you. We did. We had fun with it. I'm over it, guy. That's it. We're gonna take that W. De-speakify? I'm never gonna get over that. Actually, I might start using
it.
That.
Just say take you off mic. Remove the mic. Like it's right there, man.
I'm gonna do a track about that.
He had trouble counting too, so it's like he probably didn't know how to read, like the actual words removed from speakers.
Anytime I hear him, just the hard R word comes to mind.
Grifter or gifter? So I told y'all I was gonna play it, just so y'all can see why we're here. That's pretty much it. I think we damn near at like 24 hours.
For the only people who would want to willingly listen to that garbage repetitively, I don't know how many people were in his space before you guys joined, but like would be the people who share the same like psychosocial characteristics as him. So it's just like it's like a giant like I don't want to say what it is, but it's mad weird's what it is.
And there's another hour and 50 minutes of it, bro.
Hour and what?
An hour and 50 minutes more of all of that. I don't know
of him just muting everybody and just monologuing in a space for.
I stopped right after TM. After TM, little back and forth of like, yo, stop calling me this, like, stand on whatever, like, take it back, whatever. Like, then after that, I was out, and that's probably like another 5-10 minutes, something like that. Not even 10 minutes. I don't know what else happened in this space. I don't know what could have been happening here. Hell no. I would never listen to a 2 hour.
Oh, ask Mila. Bring Mila up. She was in there with him a little bit after.
Oh, Mila was doing recon. Mila, you want to
see? I think Gary drunk ass. So
what
y'all
about
know either one of those two. Y'all already know what type of toxicity that is.
What about Gary?
Gary's a twat.
That's who he met. He had up there. I was saying that Milo went up there, and he had Globers up there. So he met TB and he met Gary.
Oh, all the drunks went up there. Okay, cool. What's up?
What?
All the drunks? Oh shit.
Oh yeah, no, they all be turned. Drunken spaces. They all got the nomination for the Platinum Planner Board. Most likely the drink.
2 drunks and a retard.
Walk into a bar.
Or space.
Or AA meeting.
And de-speakify everybody. That's my shit, bro. I'm taking that.
I feel like we've worked with more triggered, honestly. Like, believe it or not, we've had more cordial conversations with people who have turned on us just like this, as if we never knew them. So it's crazy to see like where he already is in this conversation. It's like who scarred him? Like I feel like did he really get scarred from that Witsit debate, or was he already like one marble loose or something?
Good
I
question.
don't know.
That's the only frame of reference I got is Witsit. The modern day debate. I don't know if he was if I seen him anywhere else other than that. Now Witsit do got that effect. He does have that effect on people. You go, try to intellectually spar with Witsit, you might just end up a little toxic and scarred for life with a little bit of flat earth trauma.
I hope Witsit catch him slipping one day in the face. I'm sorry.
Where? When? He don't go nowhere.
Nah.
He don't go nowhere.
The stars will align.
Hell nah. All he got is a mute button.
You know what happened? He probably read the comments after that debate.
Don't worry, we ain't got to talk about him again, but I'm sure enough gonna clip him up again.
Oh yeah, we going.
Yeah, what do you think would happen with him and Black Wolf and room together?
Oh my goodness, bro! Please don't.
Need to put Orwellian on it.
I need a copy of that. I'm gonna hound him. I'm gonna hound him with clips. I'll clip that up. I will hound him every time I see him in the timeline.
Stupefied kid.
Stupefied.
I'm gonna turn that into a GIF. When he's talking too much, I'm just gonna throw that shit at him.
No, dude, he'll never step foot in this space because he know he'll get clowned into oblivion, and definitely ain't no way ever going to go in that dog crap space. Like, what the heck was that garbage? I feel dirty having had listened to it.
I'm serious. I want to clown him every time he's talking big shit in the timeline. I want to take a clip and just play it. This you, bro? This you, bro?
Oh shit! Don't fuck with Ken, man.
Yo, Ken be on their head.
I feel like he's gonna try to disappear into the shadows. He might leave us alone. It's a reason why he's been claiming he know us, but never been over here.
Hey, that was the same guy in the title here.
Yeah.
I don't end in my pin tweet and Proud's pin tweet if y'all want the extended version. You know, Proud got the extendo clip.
Yeah, I want to copy it before he daggum erases it.
Yeah, I don't know why he would keep this up.
Yeah, I'm if it's in your pin tweet, I'm gonna snatch it. I'm gonna copy it.
I'm gonna send you the actual space, Ken. I got you.
Hey, Sacred. I got a question, man. Would you be willing to play a song? It's called "Come and Get It." It's like a sports for sports, or kind of a universal song, talking to other teams. Like, hey, man, come over here and get it. You know, if you want it, you really want to play, let's play. Like it's a song like.
Where's the song at?
Oh, I got it on my page. Let me it's on my YouTube. Let me give you the link. I'll be right back.
I bet.
Mate, I've got the diss track ready already right now.
Well, you got a diss track already, Barbara Dan?
Yeah, have you heard of a website called Suno? SUNO. It's
That's
like an AI. It's an AI.
AI.
Rap generator.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can create your own raps and your own songs. I've literally just done it. I just need to download it now. It's called the Fragmented Flattened Destruction.
Yeah. Don't be playing with that.
I need a nickname for him. What should we rename him to?
The De-Speakifier.
The De-Speakifier. I De-Speakify Flirts.
Flat and destroyed.
He needs to be asked where the bad man touched him, you know, because that's the way he acts.
Too many Diddy parties.
I renamed him. I run from flirts and embarrassed clowns and cowards.
Yo, Jose, are you still there? I'm just saying your hand is up, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm over here speaking over this.
Oh yeah, it was good. It was good. Well, what up, Sacred, Proud, the whole gang, what's going on? Much props and love to the room. I just wanted to give you a quick heads up, man. Our resident PhD physicist from like UC Berkeley, published in their journal and all that stuff. I've been encouraging him, man, to come over here and debate you guys because he thinks that he's never lost a debate, an argument. So he's actually Coffee's high priest. You know what I'm saying? So
let's go.
yeah, man. And actually, Shane went into our space in Clubhouse. OG Meatball's room. Yeah. So Shane went in there one time and he actually had a back and forth with this physicist or whatever, and he swears he won this argument, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he was like kind of like Shane is just like fucking just shooting mad bullets at him, and he's like Neo just fucking swerving all the bullets. Everything is just going over his head, bro. And he thinks that he won this argument. So I was like, hey, John, man. Well, I didn't want to dox him, but I don't know, if he's going to use his like real name.
John Doe, yeah. Dr. John Doe, PhD.
Yeah. So whatever, last week he said that he had something to do. This week he has something to do. So I guess this following week, maybe he'll, build up some courage and come over here. So I just want to, give you guys a heads up so you guys can have all the heavy hitters, you know what I'm saying? Alan, Shane, Piezo and Pizio, Stone, you know what I'm saying? All yeah.
I like we need to have another PhD night.
Yeah, that'd be maybe even Dr. Bennett could come through. I mean, that'd be cool. But yeah, this dude, he's the high priest on Clubhouse. So just letting y'all know.
Also, he's the guy. He's the guy. Why Meatball? I mean, not Meatball. Why Coffee ain't never mentioned him before?
I mean, I don't know. Oh, matter of fact, I mean, so another guy from over there, that's in the the resident Globers. One of them came in here. So I can't forget this though. There's another claim that he made, right? So when Shane came out with with the Bisling model, right, his own, right, when he came out with his own, you had some of the guys that came in here. So one guy from NASA, you know what I'm saying, came in here and he was, questioning them and stuff like that. And then they went over there talking about how he stole the model and all this stuff. I'm like, I don't understand how that happens on something that's open sourced, but whatever. That's besides the point. But he said that he was in here that day, that he was here with his hand raised the whole time, and you guys never called on him. And I said, wow, that's strange, bro, because I mean, I've been in these spaces, for a while, and I've never seen you guys just leave hands up, you know what I'm saying, and not call on them stuff.
To be fair, sometimes we do have like back and forth that need development. So if he didn't have no patience, because that happened before also with sometimes, and we also like gotta explain topics too. That happened also with the surveyor Proud from TikTok. We invited him over here to come talk about like the
Baron.
Yeah, him. So we said, yo, we about to get into like your whole field of study. My guy Alan finna break it down, come talk to us. And he didn't feel like waiting till we finished our presentation. Like we was making our argument basically. And he left. So I'm gonna say maybe that could have been the case. But he could have just said, hey, yo, like I ain't gonna be here for long. Cause if that's the case, we usually just get right to the people that don't got time. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't know who he was or never opened his mic and said he came over here because of anything. I wish I would have known because I would have prioritized him.
Yeah, so I mean that's why I'm giving you guys a heads up. In case I don't want to dox him, but at least you got the John Doe part. You know what I mean? So yeah, you have an idea. I don't know if he's gonna come, with some random name or anonymous, or maybe I don't think so. I think he may use his real name, but regardless, I'm sure I'll be here anyway. So just in case he shows up, you know what I'm saying? Just so you don't leave him waiting and he don't get discouraged and leave and shit and run away. I want him to get the proper cookage.
Yeah, no facts. If he does show up, if you see him in here, like DM me, or Proud, because Proud probably see it before I do anyway. Or tweet at us, whatever the case is, and just so I know, at least it's on my radar. You know what I'm saying? I really need to get rid of this anonymous listener because I think that's what be happening. I think they come in here and they listen anonymous and then dip out, and then be like, "Oh yeah, I didn't have time." It's like, "Bro, no, you was in here though. You was just anonymous." Anyway, shout out for the heads up, man, and shout out to sharing the space and let them know where we at. Cause yeah, we're looking for all the smoke.
Yeah, nah, for sure, bro. And I appreciate the mic. And yeah, man, I love the space, man. I'm in here every week, man. I'm learning a lot, man. I mean, I was born a flat earther, regardless. What was that?
We all were.
Yeah, I was born a flat earther. So you know what I'm saying. I'm just learning more and more. And these guys, I mean, all you guys are beasts in here, man. And we have some good guys over there too, man. But maybe they're tired of getting the smoke over there. So I was encouraging them to come here and get the smoke.
That's what's up, man. Shout out to the level heads over there in Clubhouse holding it down. I love when the squad link up on different platforms, man. That's so dope. OG was in here last night too.
Yeah, he be in here. I be seeing him. I be seeing you guys shout him out. That's what's up. Yeah, man. Mad love, man. And again, I'm always in here. I encourage everybody to come over here. Even Coffee, but even Coffee. I be clowning them though over there in Clubhouse. I'm like, yo, you smart. Just the other day, there was another dude named Kirko the scientist. He was in here, but he was in.
Ken cooked him like 2 weeks back.
Yeah, he was in the room with Ken and Brian, right? So I said, "You guys are smart, though, man. I see how you move. You guys go into Brian's space or whatever, because most of the time, you don't have the Allens in there and the Stones and all that shit. So they think that maybe they got a chance, possibly, even though they get cooked regardless. But they may think that they come out with the W, but." I say, Coffee, you smart, bro, because you don't be trying to go get the smoke from these dudes, but you know when to go. He's like, yeah, my boy. So you know how he is, man. But that's my boy, though, man.
Nah, Coffee, cool. I hit him yesterday because I wanted him to try to moderate this. Speakerify Flurf's head ass, but I got rage kicked. But that would have been dope having Coffee moderate this conversation. But yeah, shout out to y'all, man. I like to see the Clubhouse guys coming over here. I probably need to figure out a way to get over there, but I ain't never been on Clubhouse for real.
Well, we're there every day, bro. So I mean, all you guys are always welcome. We always have a room open, and if y'all bored, you know what I'm saying, or Brian doesn't have a room up here, I mean, y'all can always just hop in, grab a mic, you know what I'm saying, and just bullshit. We talk about everything in there, not just flat Earth, conspiracies, all that shit.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up, man. How long y'all be going for?
The entire day, bro. The entire day. Sometimes they take the room overnight, you know what I'm saying? But normally they'll open up sometime in the morning, let's just say 9, 10 in the morning, and that should be rocking till the AM.
So if anybody wanted to go slide over there that's listening now, how could they find you?
So if you got Clubhouse, then you just got to you search for houses, right? And it's called Flat Earth Gang. So you just type that in, follow the house, and you should get like alerts, just like here, right? I follow you, whatever. Whenever you open up a space,
send us a link or put it in this purple pill. See if you can send us a link.
Well, shit, I'm like illiterate on fucking X, but because literally I only got X and started using it because of you guys.
Y'all heard that, Elon? Yo, Elon, I need a check. I need a check.
Yeah, no bullshit. That's the only reason I even open X. I could care less about anything. I only follow people that's in here, and any notification that come from here. That's the only reason I even open X. If not, I could care less what's in X.
Man, man, I appreciate that, bro.
But yeah, Flat Earth Gang, bro. If I could figure out how to put a link in the purple pill, then I will. I just got to make it like a post, right?
Yeah, that's it. Well, you grab the link, and then well, we about to close the space soon. So if you want to do it before then, if not, yeah, you could just tweet it out, and we'll go grab it. But y'all heard it. You just search up Flat Earth Gang in one of the houses or something like that. I don't really know the platform how it worked, but y'all heard it. It seems simple enough.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Flat Earthers that don't really know how shit be working, so it's like we figure it out. Shout out to the Clubhouse Flat Earth.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
What does that app look like? What is it, like a yellow hand up?
Yeah. It's like a yellow hand, yup. And the platform is kind of like this, right? I mean, you have all your icons and shit like that. You have your mute and unmute. You have your emojis and shit like that. It's the same thing, except that you do have like one little option there where you could search for houses. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever interests you, whether it's politics, whatever the hell if you know the name of the house, you type it in and you just simply hit follow, and you'll get notifications whenever a room is open. So it's pretty straightforward. If you know how to use X, I'm pretty sure you know how to use Clubhouse. It's pretty straightforward.
That's what's up. Do they be having Globe Earth rooms, like Globe Earth that be hosting?
Absolutely. Anti-flat Earth rooms, not just globe rooms. They specifically open a room every day, and they're all anti-flat earthers. And the guys that I'm speaking of are normally in there on a daily.
That is funny as hell. Yo, I've noticed that like there ain't really no Globe Earth like flat Earth spaces over here. It's only the flat earthers that open spaces on Twitter. I could find some on TikTok. You just confirm that they be on Clubhouse. They don't be on Twitter.
I feel like one of those people is Rohan. Because when I went over there, I seen Rohan like in one of those lives. Like if you could see it afterwards.
Oh God, yeah, he's in there religiously too.
He ain't been back since the last time we had him in here cooking his ass up.
Yeah, he's smart, bro. He's smart.
Debatable. Not with the clips we got.
Well, smart enough to know not to come back.
There you go. Funny as hell, bro. Hey, man, I appreciate you showing love, man, and putting us on. And you always welcome back, man. You got a mic open anytime you want to come hang out. You know where we at.
Appreciate all of y'all, man. I'm going to drop down. Appreciate you.
Sir. I follow my man, Jose.
Looks like we need to get a raiding party and head over there to Clubhouse.
You know what I'm saying?
They're keeping all the Globers over there now. That's where they're hiding all the good arguments.
Hey, yo, he said something super important though about Ken and Brian. And one thing that I think I see a lot of during the week is people really fucking underestimate Ken big time. Ken has gotten
facts.
This dude has gotten, he's gotten smart even from when I started listening here. Ken has been doing some fucking homework, dude, and he can speak with the best of them. It's crazy.
Bro, Ken is the OG. It was like Ken, it was TM, it was Libra, it's like Xavier. I'm probably missing a few. Golden Cat was there back then. There was a few like OGs that was here in the mentions, like going crazy.
Yeah, and he also said that like this was the reason he came to Twitter. Same thing here. Like I heard about it through Alan's YouTube page. I had to get posted up, but I don't. Other than spaces, there's no reason to be scrolling through Twitter, dude. It's a joke.
You feel me? They messed up giving us a mic. I'm like, oh, y'all done messed up now. It's over. It's over. Probably why they don't hold no more Globe Earth spaces. Because of the level heads. Y'all see what y'all did? See you level heads, y'all see what y'all did? Ran all the anti-flat earthers off the mic. Oh, we was silly flirts 2 years ago. Y'all thought it was sweet in 2021. Yeah, y'all thought it was sweet in 2021. It was all jokes. That narrative is dead. Done. Level heads run flat earth Twitter. I've been telling y'all that. Now we got to go look for the globe earthers. Now we seeking out the ones that are supposed to be destroying shit.
Dog, I wish they would come in here and destroy something. Probably just their own pride.
I'm going to share my meme up top. In case you see an anti-flat earther that like to de-speakify people.
De-speakified is the politically neutral term for censorship. I like it.
Ah.
He de-spoke me, bro.
De-spoke me.
Gen Z.
Bro. Hey, man, that's going to be a legendary word to use from now on. Hey, don't speakify when I'm speaking. Damn it.
Don't speakify when I'm
It's too bad that you didn't get that $1,000 though, because you could have bought at least 2 new speakifiers for this space, and you guys would be sounding clear as day. You know, like
you know what I'm saying? Got a new motherboard, some new circuits,
a new speakifier.
Yeah, who needs an amplifier when you got a speakifier on your team? We just speak louder than you speak on a speakifier, right?
We've been speakifying for almost 20 hours.
Hey, man, we need a meme with a dude pulling out his hair, like speakify, you know, coming out like bubbles.
I'm about to make a Harry Potter meme.
I ain't even done speakifying yet. What?
It should be the meme of Neil deGrasse dropping the mic saying de-speakified.
Yo, if y'all could get a Neil deGrasse AI voice to say de-speakify, bro.
And like his hand slaps his knee every time, like real hard. Don't just speakify. Yeah, like a power slap. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, there's that video of him dropping the mic, and if you line it up with him saying de-speakified right as he dropped the mic, fucking perfect, dude.
That's perfect. Oh, hey, does anybody want to hear this cool song, man? It's the coolest song you'll ever hear.
No.
It's called Come and Get It, and it's talking to your opponent, your speakifier, whoever's in front of you. It's called Come and Get It, but it's up to Sacred if he wants to play it. It's kind of it's an older song, man, we did, but it was when I was big into sports, you know. Yeah.
Did you send it to me?
Put it in the purple pill.
The purple pill? Okay.
Yeah, it's called I think it's labeled My Movie with Tech.
Yeah, you gotta check that software at Sacred. Did you get my DM or in Discord or whatever?
Oh, I haven't been over there yet. I'll check. If you sent it, I'll get it.
Yeah, it might even be useful for your spaces because you can put stuff in different channels, like using your volume mixer, and so choose what you want to like play and not.
How did the sound this time with the space? Was it a little bit louder?
The recording sounded fine. Oh, I had to turn it down. It was super loud. I like turned myself down or my volume down when you were playing it.
Cool. Matter of fact, while I play this, we'll see if the music still plays low or not.
Hello guys, can I tell you something? Allow me to say something.
Who's that?
Omar Bojang.
It's me, Omar. I'm from Gambia, you know. Life is very bad in Gambia, you know. We lack of food and medicine, you know, and clean water. So to be honest, I need to somebody help me to my family. Then we can buy the medicine and food, you know. Life is so hard in Gambia, you know. Yeah, and my brother, he's here, you know.
Thank you for that message.
Oh my God!
Feeling comfortable enough to come in share your struggles. If anybody is inclined to help, free will to do so. Omar, can you answer me a question? Can you answer me what shape of the earth you believe you live on?
Well, I'm his brother, We are from the Gambia in West Africa. Okay? But what I want to say is, who are we without asking for help?
Hey, homie, I think you're looking for the liberals. That's the wrong room, wrong room. Liberals. They'll give you everything.
Like, what I'm about to say here is, we don't regret to be a Christian, but we rather seek for help than to commit any act to gain any sinful in return. Life is so hard in the Gambia here. Lack of food and clean water. Our younger ones cry for food every day. That's really heartbroken.
Free world boss.
People dying from sickness, no medicine.
I don't know if I believe you, bro. I ain't gonna lie. How you got a device if y'all like in so much struggle?
Bro, this is not funny. Yeah.
Why was laughing?
Yeah, I'm not laughing. I asked you.
You only laugh at the crazy man when he's not. Remember.
I literally commended
Life
you
down
for
here
asking
is
for help.
terrible, bro. I wish you guys are here to witness. I wish you guys are
Hey
here
man, I'm gonna
just
pray
to
for you and your
witness what we are
family,
facing.
man. I'm gonna pray for you and your
The
family.
Gambia, I really appreciate that, but we really need helping hand too.
Hey man,
brothers and sisters.
Look, this what we gonna do. Here's
not a weakness.
Listen, Omar. This what we gonna do. This what we gonna do. Go to see that guy's at in the app name right in the title. I destroy Flirts. Tell him to come to Flat Earth Fridays. Let me get my argument off. I'm gonna get $1,000 because that's what he offered. He's offering $1,000. Go to his page. Just go to his page right there. I destroy Flirt and type in 1,000. Bro, I'm telling you, if you convert to a flat earther, I'm not joking, bro. I'm dead serious. I'm not laughing at all. If you go to click his name, I destroy Flirts, search his page, type in 1000, 1,000. He is offering $1,000 for the best flat earth argument, but you gotta be a flat earther. So if you are a flat earther and you could present the best flat earth evidence and he can't refute it, he will send you $1,000. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. So that's the best thing I could do, bro. I'm trying to redirect you to the money. That's where the bag is at. Now you can tell him to come over here and we can get it together, but I think you could go get that yourself, bro. His name is I Destroy Flirts. If you hear like de-speakify, like in the distance, that's him.
One sec, lads. I'm gonna reset my browser.
Best of luck. Shout out to Omar. I'm so glad he's able to get this phone and get internet. Proud, what we doing, Proud?
I'm over here playing Bob the Builder. Don't mind me. Yeah, no, today was a good one. This is a real fun one. We had a bunch of laughs.
Nice.
We ended up going way longer than we expected.
Little 20-hour piece, I think it is. Not too shabby.
Little light work.
Dude, somebody came to the stream last night and was like, "How late do you guys usually get?"
Elon, chill.
Oh, she was like, "How late do you guys usually go?" I was like, "Well, we've only been live for 5 hours. It could go till Sunday, man. It's been known to happen. We almost did it again."
I'm not gonna lie, I have fun in this space.
You know, I always ask those people. I don't always, but like sometimes I like to ask those people, "Oh yeah, can I just get you like some food or some water?" You know, because they say that they're hungry, and I'm like, "All right, let's go in this gas station and get you something to eat, or let's take you to McDonald's and get you, or not McDonald's, you know, but like take you in this restaurant and get you a sandwich." There's been a few times where they would open to that, but like most of the time, bro, they're like, "No, no, no, can you just give me the money?"
Facts. Yo, it's
Oh,
some
that's like
people
that
that will
scary
scoff
movie.
at you over here if you give them something like a low number. Like, I'm giving you this out of the kindness of my heart, and you gonna scoff at my little tip. All right.
Never seen that in the scary movies, the parody movies for the Scream movies. It's like, can I get $1? It's like, here's a sandwich. I said $1, bitch.
To the sandwich bag.
Oh, chucked it back at her.
We've seen people that like I promise you, y'all. We've seen people that were like substitute teachers on the side of the road panhandling, and then they go walk down the street and hop in their Benz and drive off. Like, I don't know, y'all.
Yeah, there's this one woman. She
Bro,
has her
I've dropped it
nails
in the level
done,
head
face
group.
all beat, hair done, Red Bull, cigarettes, cell phone, collecting money on the corner. But then we saw her
No,
jump in the
TM,
Benz
that's a
once too.
completely different occupation, TM. I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this.
Yo, do you have like a fan club with this like Piper Australis gang, dude? They always be like, I always be seeing, for some reason I end up getting tagged in it, and they just talk back and forth with us in the ats in the timeline, but don't come.
Bro, it's brutal. Run,
Be
dude.
careful in them threads, man. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I'm not going to reply. Anybody who's not man enough to come and use their voice and say it with their chest and actually have a conversation doesn't ever deserve to be replied to at all, period. If you have to hide behind a keyboard and a screen and you can't speak for yourself, then you might as well shut up.
Facts.
I got one piece of advice for you. Click on it and then say mute this thread, and it goes away.
Or mute conversation, one of them.
Yeah. Mute
Yep.
conversation.
You could remove yourself from it too if you don't want to get no more notifications. Pull yourself out of it.
Because what's going to happen
that
is
tracks in the level head group, bro.
you're not going to see nobody else's notification because you're just going to keep on getting tagged every single time somebody comments in that thread.
From the point that you're mentioned and you're in there, you'll start getting messages from that point forward.
So mute and leave, or do one or the other, or what?
One or the other.
Both.
No, like if it's just one person, then you can mute that person if you don't want to hear from them. But if you're at some point you're in a thread and maybe you comment on something, if they keep talking in that thread, you're going to get a notification. Even if it's a week later, you're going to get notifications for it. So you can actually mute that conversation and you won't get any more notifications for it.
It's too bad I can't like remove it from my notifications list so it doesn't pollute it anymore. It's already there.
Yeah, I mean, it'll like.
Yeah, that's what you do. When you mute the conversation, it completely goes away.
No, I did it. It's muted and removed, but it's the notification that brought it onto my notifications is still there. The new ones won't pop up.
Yeah, the old ones will still be there. That's why I said careful on them threads, man. It's crazy. Like having these weird AI bots just going back and forth, talking crazy about flat earthers, but never pulling up. But that's how we found the squad, though. Like that's literally how we found the squad. Like unless we was in them threads, we wouldn't have known none of them.
All the people who we've been interacting with for like over a year, and by interacting I mean they've been tweeting at us incessantly, but never came over here. I put them in like a list called the Abysmal Plains. I asked Pete up about them lists. He loves that. So they're basically under the Abysmal Plains for me. I even have a countdown timer of how long certain people have been running from Flat Earth Fridays. The name that was formerly mentioned, he is one of those people. He does not get a response from me ever again. That's exactly what he wants. He is in my mentions probably now as we speak.
What's his timer? What is that counter on now? What are we at? Like almost 3 years?
I'd love
to. Oh, you want to see the counter? Hold on, I got you.
I was looking for it the other day because he was talking shit. And I was gonna throw it in his face. Then I forgot.
We on like 700 days or something. Probably more than that.
Yeah, that's 2 years. That's crazy.
2 straight years, and I'm tweeting at us for attention and never pulling up.
Dude, he's just been super busy, lads.
Yo, and then he keeps
It's
posting the AE
banger.
map. He's like, come solve this issue for your flat Earth map. I'm like, dude, we use it as a fucking visual. Shut up.
No, dude, he sits down in the.
It's even dumber than that, TM, because he knows that it's not even an issue. Like the whole distance thing is made up. At that projection, all the distances are the same. Like it doesn't. Like he doesn't even have an actual argument, and he just keeps restating that because they don't have anything without that. It's literally retarded.
He's harping on anything now because we've tackled everything up to this point. They're like, I'm just gonna hold on to whatever I think they can't figure out.
But they can't do that either. We did Southern flights already. We did Southern flights. As a matter of fact, we did Southern flights so well. Conspiracy Pusher came over here and complimented us because he had no reputation. He didn't even know the equation for distance, time, and speed. We got that too. You want me
I remember that, lad.
Yeah, we did that. We did that same day. We did it for like, I think we did 2 weeks of Southern flights. I feel like.
Well, now he's harping on distances, time over landmass, like from this point on this landmass to this point on this landmass.
Yeah, that's the same shit he's been doing.
Yeah,
He'll
they're
sit
all
down
the same. It's the graticule thing. Like they're literally all the same, just a different projection.
He'll sit down in the anonymous.
I want to be a flirt. Convince me.
Nah.
Horrible.
You know what's even crazier about that is like he'll draw straight lines on the AE map. Like you got to be fully retarded to do. Like you don't even know what the purpose of it is if you're drawing straight lines on it. He's like, "How do you explain this?" It's like, well, your starting premise is that you don't know how the map works. So like you should probably start there.
What are the benefits of being a flirt?
Laughing at guys like you. Creating great content whenever y'all rage quit. Being able to garner a community that supports us off the fact of y'all ineptitude. Yeah, it's amazing, bro.
Oh wait, we got somebody in here.
Oh, we got this dumbass in here. Oh, my bad.
Hey, easy with the
insults. TM. Don't make me moderate you.
We're still looking for the person, but we just see it, bro. You just don't stop. You don't complete your explanation, then you remove us, bro.
Wait, which one of you is going to go to Antarctica
That's your
in
homie,
December?
Sheriff,
Who's going to Antarctica?
Hold
Why
on.
not?
Hold on. Orbital, what are you in here?
We cannot all talk at the same time. Okay? Orbital, welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. You know what time it is. Good luck. Sheriff Berry, when you say remove us, what are the us that you refer to? Do you reside with the globular gang? Are you a globe earther or an anti-flat earther, or do you believe in a flat level topographical plane? Can you clarify?
I was the one talking with my brother, here right now. So.
Oh, you was you Omar's homie. I didn't remove him. I told him where to get the bag.
Right, bro. You were explaining something, but you don't complete the explanation, so we don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh,
you said there was
first of all, I'm so glad. Hey, yo, bro, I'm so glad you're here. Are you telling me you part of his family that's in need of help?
Yeah, I'm the brother. I'm the older one. He's my younger one.
So
so
if we was able to, if we was able to send you some food and water, where could we send that to?
Bro. You can send that to Tranga, because here people don't need anything apart from food and clean water,
Okay, so listen.
That's the problem here, bro.
So listen.
And medicine.
So DM me. My DM is open. If y'all need some help with some food and water, just send me the address of where we can send the food and water, and we'll figure it out. Levelheads will do that. That's cool.
It's cool, bro. I'll text you, bro. I'm so glad, we're grateful that you have the heart to help us,
Yeah, just DM me, bro. We'll figure it out.
Survival is hard here, no opportunity to get a job, We don't deserve to beg help for the social media, but Sadly, starvation is no one wishes, bro. No one wants to live in a life like this, But here, the government don't care for the poor and the powerless. So that's why we are lack in food and clean water. So that's the problem here. We don't need anything apart from food and clean water, bro. So we're grateful for your help.
That's what's up, man.
It will make a difference.
I understand what you're going through, bro.
Yeah, man. Well, I'll figure it out for you.
Yeah, we here in America, we just had the bad storm, on the East Coast as well. So, the FEMA, our government isn't really doing much either. So I understand, man. Everybody's going through these hard times nowadays. And I pray to God that you and your family get what you need, brother. I'll help send something if you can get him that information. I'll help out as well. Yeah.
We really appreciate your help, and we'll be grateful for it. Help is never small. Indeed, it's counted as a big blessing. So here, we'll be grateful for your help, and it will mean a lot to us, because sadly, it's heartbroken for us to see our kids, like our younger ones, crying for food day and night. So that's really heartbroken with us here. I just wish you guys here to witness what we are facing. We don't regret to be a Christian, but sadly, we don't, you know, lack of
Are
food
they
and clean water is really killing us here.
are they
So
persecuting
honestly,
Christians where you're at? Is there persecution and like reprimanding like violence and stuff for being a Christian in where you live?
we live in the Gambia, in West Africa, but for us, we are in a village called Mandwar inside the Gambia. That's a village here. But honestly, here many people don't speak English. For me, I was in Banjul, learning school English, but I'm a dropout student. So sometimes I use to help communication, to get help for my people, not just because only my family, but the people around us. Like we are all here, we are all working on the same art here. So I feel the pain that people around me that are facing, and we are all facing the same pain. So if you guys could help us with food and clean water, we gonna share it here. So even not everyone have it, but many of us can have it, and that will mean a lot to us. It will mean the world to us.
Yeah, we heard you. We heard you, my brother. Like I said, just shoot me a DM. We'll try to figure something out for you. We're gonna put something together and try to get y'all some resources. We only can do what we
Okay,
can,
bro.
though.
DM you for
I
sure.
talk to the level heads. We got some good hearts over here. Bet
Yo,
you the
Sacred.
inside side
Yeah,
Earthers ain't gonna help you.
bro.
Matter of fact, Orbital, you gonna help out too, Orbital?
Yeah, bro. Say
I'm
what?
asking Orbital, the guy with the big. He just said he came back from vacation. He was on a cruise. He was doing a whole bunch of stuff. Orbital, you gonna help us out?
Nah,
Who,
I
me?
don't fall for scams online.
Bro, it's food and water. How you get scammed for food and water? See, told you, anti-flat earthers don't.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Fall in that category, ain't it? Oh man, that just broke my heart over there. Boy, if you was here, I might slap. I mean, I love all y'all. I love y'all.
Yo, Sacred.
Bro, this is not about like this is not about or money or something, but it's about food and clean water. We only need that from you, because here even if you help someone with money, the person is going to rush to the store to buy food. So here we only need food and clean water. That's what we are in need, because that's the problem here. Survival is the most important thing here. So that's what
You
we need at the
can
moment:
you see who the
food
host
and
is,
clean water.
Barry? You see who the host is? Sacred? Message his profile. Message his profile.
You say what?
The host of the show right now. At the very top. Sacred. Host. When you click his name or his profile, you can DM him. It'll give you an option to message him. So that's how you'll communicate and get all the information across, okay? So we'll see what we can do
Okay.
for you guys. We hear you. But we have a show going right
Yeah.
now. So we gotta continue with the show. You can stay if you want to engage, but when I asked your brother, it seemed like you guys got a lot going on right now. You might not be wanting to talk about this.
No,
So
it's okay.
message him so we
Like
can make sure you
it
guys
is
get the
good.
information across.
Yeah, I would DM me, but it is good for me. It's good for me also, because I'm a student. I still want to learn English more, because in the Gambia here, we study English from school. So listening to your conversation will make me, to learn something, different,
Yeah, we know
So
a
I will
Serbian
stay
dude
and
that learns
listen to you
English like
guys.
that. Fact.
Yeah, and I apologize if I interrupt anyone in this group here, like something that I don't mean to do it, but
It's all good, bro. We got open mics for everybody and open hearts for everybody.
honestly,
As long as you sincere,
service
we'll
with
hold you
no one
down.
wishes. I can't just see my people dying,
So yeah, just hang out for a little bit, man. We're gonna have
I
this
feel
space for a few more minutes.
And there's a raise hand button too, so you could put your hand up if you have any questions. But
Yo.
be nice. But we're gonna get to
yeah, bro.
orbital
Thank you
because
for
orbital in here.
having heart to help us,
That's what I was trying to say.
So, what do you guys think about the final experiment in December?
I think it ain't gonna happen.
It's not final and it's not an experiment. You agree?
Well, I think you better wait and see what happens in December, don't you? And what would happen if the sun stays up?
Then it aligns with the globe model. But you agree it's not an experiment?
Better question is what happens if it doesn't?
Well, then I'll be a flirt. What are the benefits when the sun sets in December in Antarctica and I become a flurf?
Orbital, one more time.
You gotta delete all your tweets. You gotta tweet out you a flat earther. You gotta apologize. You gotta
Yeah, I'll do all that.
Level head in the bio.
Sure.
He gonna go from
ship.
orbital
Gotta
brain
take us to the club.
brain.
Is this an experiment?
I'll
Orbital.
spend some of that Bitcoin.
Yes, sir. But you do agree it's not an experiment, right?
Actually, it's a very good observation that has supporting evidence for globe, according to what flurfs have said in the past, right?
So you agree that it's not an experiment, right? Yes or no?
That's terminology. I don't care what you call it.
I do.
For the scientific method, you don't care?
It's strange that you can't just answer the question. We tend to find. See, Alan, remember we were just talking about this like a few hours ago.
Dude, yeah, the prediction already came true, huh? A couple hours in. Damn.
Anyways, so what happens to you, Sacred, when the sun stays up in December?
It doesn't have anything to do with me. Why would that have anything to do with me?
Because flurfs claim that it destroys their model.
Ooh.
What?
Yeah.
How? We still have long distance observations. Will this long distance observation suddenly go away? Will the lack of motion finally get resolved?
Dude, all of a sudden, all the interferometers start reading 30 kilometers a second.
That's it.
Your horizon stays in the same place, suddenly becomes static.
Yeah, everything changes all at once, right?
The curve becomes observable.
Anyways.
Everyone starts walking with a wobble because the motion is there.
Orbital.
Is flurfdom gonna implode in December? What happens?
Dun, 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 dun.
Are we taking like over-unders on whether the trip actually happens yet or not?
We should do that. This guy likes wagers.
I think it's gonna happen.
I don't know, man. These storms be popping up everywhere. Who knows what's gonna happen by that time?
Well, technically, Antarctica is a desert by definition. There's zero precipitation with all of that ice and snow over there. Completely different from the northern hemisphere on their globe. So I'm not sure, but could be cloudy. You never know.
Wait and see and decide then, right?
And plus, where they're staying at is down in like a valley. Like there's mountains all around. Like, how are we going to see the sun? Even if it, like, what they're going to do? Climb the mountains and look over?
They've already determined it's high enough that the nearby ranges won't interfere with the sun. I don't know.
How'd you determine that?
It's done with mathematics and models.
Yeah, we had Stone Quality check it. I think it's good.
Oh, well, Stone's on it. Quality check confirmed. Bro, can you stop hiding my tweets? Like, if you're gonna tweet at me and want my attention and I reply, can you like not hide my tweets, bro?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, bro. Every single time I go to reply to your tweet, you keep hiding my tweet. Can you stop doing that, bro?
You disrupt the topic of the thread. Sure, I'm gonna hide your tweet. It's gotta be relevant to the thread.
Well, if you tweet about flights, and then I show you how your flights are flawed, why would you hide that tweet?
Irrelevant. If you don't reply to the thread and what's addressed, you're gonna have the thread moderated. That's just organizing a thread.
But aren't you talking about distance with your flights?
Yeah, distance is applied. Do you want to talk antipodal points on opposite sides?
So
we can do that.
If distance is applied, isn't speed relevant?
You can measure airline speeds, distances, GPS coordinates. There's a number of corroborating methods.
So you agree that speed is relevant?
Distance is the main relevance.
And that requires
you can use speed to determine distances.
And that requires speed, right? Distance.
Not if you just use coordinates. You can avoid speed.
Well, I mean, those are coordinates that you need to correct for. But if we're going to determine if those coordinates are accurate, and you're saying they're accurate based on distances, in order to determine the distance, we need the value of speed, right?
Tell you what,
determine. Answer the question, bro. Like, I mean,
I am
over here.
Do you want to listen or not?
Well, I want you to answer the question. It's a yes or no question. So before you go into something else,
no.
I just need you to tell me if speed is relevant to distance, like, speed and time.
Speed and time allow one to determine distance, yes.
Right. And my tweets were about your claimed speeds.
Retweet it and I'll look it over and see how it
applies to the thread. My tweet and you didn't even look it over?
It's literally in a jumbotron. It's up there. We've been here before. I recognize.
Is the tweet still there? Seriously?
It's in your pinned tweet and you got it hidden, but Proud found it and she put it up for you.
Oh, I don't look at tweets that are hidden. So try it again and I'll have a fresh look.
It wasn't hidden until you hit it, bro.
Yeah, I admit I hide tweets when they're not relevant to the thread. So what's the big deal?
The big deal is you didn't look at it, but it's not relevant to the thread, which is about speed and distances for flights, which his tweet is about, but you hit it.
Oh my God, the world's gonna explode. I hit a tweet.
The gaslighting, yo.
Can I please?
Yeah, this is why,
question is why did you hide it?
Engage with you, bro? Because you just can't admit to being dishonest, intellectually dishonest. You're showing that right now. You realize it, and now you're trying to make it seem like it's not a big deal. Like, bro, just say you didn't have a refutation for it, so you didn't want to address it, so you hid the shit, and we can move on.
And these are the same flights that Pippi Australis that keep on tweeting at us about. They won't address it. They
just
keep
use coordinates.
Our
Madrid
coordinates
and Auckland.
Are
what's
correct.
the distance between them? That's all you have to do.
Yeah,
Auckland and Madrid's distance. Is there anything larger distances than those?
Well, we have to determine those distances are accurate, and in order to do that, we have to get the values of how long it took for it to get from point A to point B.
I think
by doing that, don't censor me. Don't censor me. I'm answering your question. So
I'm answering yours too.
But I'm not finished explaining the process of a simple.
Continue. Wake me up when you're done.
Which is distance, speed, and time. So yeah, we need the point A to point B, how long it gets from point A to point B, and how fast it took to get there. Right? In order to determine the distance.
No, use GPS coordinates and you have the distance. It's
but those
very simple.
Those are the things in question. So why would I use the very thing in question in order to validate the thing that's in question?
Well, why don't you use a flat Earth map that has the distances on it? We can start there.
Yeah, and we're going to start by determining the distance using speed and time to validate the accuracy of your claim, right?
Which flat Earth map shall we begin with to validate the distances?
We don't need a map. We don't need a map to do that. We just need the distance, the speed, and the time. And then
what is the largest distance you know of between points on the planet?
I would need the speed and the time.
You don't know the largest distance on your own model.
You don't know how to determine distance?
Auckland and Madrid are the furthest apart of any two cities on the planet. It's very simple.
How do you know that? How did you determine?
GPS coordinates. The airlines, you can go to any airline system and check the mileage.
Right, but that's the very thing in question. And we have to make sure that the distance is correct by determining the speed and the time, right? Because if I'm going faster or slower than claimed, then all those distances are off. So if you're if you're only referencing the airspeed, the speed relative to the current that it's in, and you're not referencing the speed relative to the ground, which is ground speed, then you don't have accurate distances, do you, Orbital?
I don't care if you take a boat and drive a car to get to where you're going. You can go slow or fast. It doesn't matter. You can go at any speed you choose, and the distance is always going to be the same.
You could take a car over water?
You can take a car over the land portions that you can't sail your ships, right?
Wait. So the flights that you're talking about is not over water?
Is that what I said?
I'm asking you, are the flights that you're referring to over water, yes or no?
Flights go over water, but so do cars go over land.
Are the flights that you're referencing over water? The one in your pin tweet that you're spamming all the time, are those flights going over water?
Yeah, they do. Flights go over water. We're on a water world.
I can't take a car. Why would you tell me to take a car over water?
You can take a ship over water, and you can take cars over land.
And how would I
determine get between the same 2 points, right? You can corroborate the distances that way if you want. You can pull a piece of string and measure it if you prefer.
So I could use a boat and I won't get my tweet hidden, but when I use a flight, I get my tweet hidden.
Well, I guarantee you will get your tweet hidden, Sacred.
You guarantee it? Okay, that's what's up. We're making progress. You guaranteeing stuff. Cool. So how do we determine distance over water?
Look it up. Do you have access to Google?
I do have access to Google.
All right, go to it.
They say
sounds like you don't have the answer, bro.
Yeah.
It sounds like I'm not going to repeat what's been done before. But if you want to discuss my pinned tweet thread, go ahead, have a look at the thread, and interact with the concept there.
Okay.
It sounds like that's what he's doing.
Literally. So I'm saying I'm trying to determine the distances with your pin tweet. And in order to do that, I need the time and the speed. And the speeds that you're referencing are air speeds, not ground speed.
Well, you propose an alternate distance, and we can begin there.
Well, I have to propose an alternate distance for your claim to help you out?
It's helping you out. It's the topic you're interested in.
No, this is your claim.
Well, it's my claim, but
yes, it is. Yes,
it's also the one you chose to bring up in this thread, right?
No, I asked you why you're hiding my tweets.
Oh, I hide your tweets whenever they don't apply to the topic in the thread.
But they're about flights.
Yeah,
that's what your pin tweet is about, right?
I have to revisit what you tweeted and what was hidden.
Yo, you glitched.
I'm not remembering your stuff from before. Retweet it if you prefer.
So let's revisit it right now,
dude. Who y'all talking to, bro?
I'm here to interact with you, scared.
What?
But if you're not gonna like address the topic of
I
the
am.
thread,
You said you forgot. You said you forgot, and then Proud. No, don't mute. Don't mute. You said you forgot, so Proud shared a tweet, and I'm going over the tweet to refresh your memory on the tweet that you hit.
You have to unmute.
He's doing the Mord wand.
This is software interface, yo. This is new technologies that we be talking about. I never thought about it like this. Yo, did y'all not hear that? Yo, Alan, is there any way to take a timestamp right now?
Yeah, I got you. That's crazy, dude.
Did y'all hear that AI? Like, yo, oh my god, I have to write this down.
Talking about the voice?
Everything, Piezo.
Where's my
Everything.
pen?
There's no way this person's a
I'm
real
here to
person.
interact with you. What the fuck?
I'm here to engage.
Dude, he said I muted it because it wasn't relevant. You said, what did I post then? He was like, I don't know. Bro, what? What is that? Like, dude, the weakest squads ever pull up. Like, it's so crazy, like the amount of judgment and shit that they throw on us. And it's like, if my people were acting like that in public, I would disown y'all so fucking fast. It would be like you couldn't put it would be faster than a plank second, dude. And and this is just par for the course for them, dog.
Be faster than the speed of light.
Oh yeah, it'd be superluminal speeds, bro.
Orbital, how does it make you feel that your humanity is in doubt because you're acting like such a bot?
oh, it's awesome. I'm enjoying it.
Can you solve a CAPTCHA for us real quick?
The AI can't tell you about its desires. So, do you have desires, bro?
Why don't Flurfs ever want to accept a wager from a Globie? Why
shut
is
up.
that?
Shut up, dog. You literally
Why do Flurfs run from wagers?
hit his tweets in response to your thread, and then
I would hide yours too.
And then you acted like you hit it because it wasn't relevant.
Drop a tweet and I'll hide it for you. Will that make you happy?
No. He's literally reading it. Dude, he's literally reading it 1-to-1, and it's super relevant to your thread. And then you're acting like oh, I didn't even read it. I just auto hit it. Like, you sound retarded. Like, there's no way out of this conversation where everyone here doesn't go, yeah, that dude's fucking gone mentally. Like, you actually can't recover. Have you heard of the point of no return? Like, you done passed that shit like 5 or 6 minutes ago, and we're just like enjoying the barbecue roast. But anyway, continue on.
Alan, what was the date of Sacred's tweet that you're so concerned about?
Oh, couldn't give a fuck, dog. He's literally reading it from you from the top of the jumbo. So
I'm serious. If it was 6 months ago, why would I care?
You are an AI bot, bro.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So I'm gonna pull up some CAPTCHAs in the jumbo, and if you can't tell me the answer, we're gonna assume you're a bot and you're.
How many bicycles are in the image? I need to know how many fire hydrants. Click on all the yellow buses, bro, or we are not continuing. Straight up.
I'll tell you straight out, I am a bot, and yet I know that it's a globe, and you guys don't.
You have no hair on your nuts.
Who programmed you?
The date is 6/22/24.
That's ChatGPT. Is it a globe or flat?
Yo, orbital brain.
How do you determine distance? Ask them what the equation is. What does it say? Glitch.
I don't know, man. I thought bots are supposed to be smart and shit.
Why do Flirts run from all wagers?
Depends on the programmer, man. You wanted to say something?
Which wager has a Flurf ever accepted, and why not?
Oh, I don't
His name is the title. What are you talking about?
Wager.
Accept a wager.
Why not?
This whole space was designed on accepting a wager.
This is just his way of wanting to know the tea, figure. He want to know.
Literally are in the space. This whole space was designed on accepting a wager.
Yes.
So
I
that
just got
answers your
here.
question. You said which Flurf accepts the wager? Yo, literally, how many people was in here? 95 level heads Oh, 94. I don't think you're really that level.
Okay, so explain to me, what's the wager?
We actually didn't get to that. He ain't show up. See, it says destroyed nothing.
Ah, okay. It's a space battle wager that is not gonna happen.
I mean, he ain't show up
again.
We accepted it. That's why we here. That's why his name in it.
Well, check my pin thread under Sphere Not Fear.
I did, and I just found into my tweets.
Dude, this is fucking wild, bro.
Check my tweets.
The wager is open. Go check it if you prefer.
Okay, well, can you address my tweets then?
Tweet it again. I'll have a look.
You know where it's at. It's in your pinned tweet in the hidden section. Everyone knows how to find it. You go to the pinned tweet. It's a little box in the corner that you hit it from. It's right there. Or you in the jumbotron.
How many did I hide, Sacred? I'm not going to go through all of your
It's in the jumbotron. Take your mouse right above this box we're all in and scroll up and click it there.
So where does it show which ones are hidden for
I literally
Sacred?
gave you the date.
Even
I literally gave you the date. 6/20.
No. Ken, he's baiting you hard.
6/29/24.
22.
22 or 24?
6/22/24.
Oh, 6/22/24. Okay. I don't know. There's an awful lot of hidden tweets here.
Damn, you hiding from a lot, then, ain't you? You hiding from everybody. Oh
yeah,
my God.
I do tend to do that to Flurfs. So
I need a tweet hidden. I need to go hit that thing up.
Dog, it's like I'm offering you money if you can disprove my tweet. Okay, I replied to your tweet. The disproving is in the reply. Can you show me where well, yeah, just go to your tweet and go to the replies. Well, I hid your replies. Can you tell me what the reply says? Yeah, let me read it to you. Well, I don't want to listen to you read. I need you to show me. We can't show it to you because you hit it, nerd. What are you talking about?
You silly Flurfs. It's dark matter tweets. The tweets are made of dark matter.
Your tweets don't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum. We don't know that they're even there.
the date again, is it 6/22/24 or what?
It's in the jumbotron. You don't have to do any of that. Just scroll up. It's been said 5 times to you. What was the words that we learned last night from Galatrax? Because he's doing all of them.
Yeah, we need that.
My
Where's
thread.
Galatrax, pull up, bro. We need you.
Summon him.
Janitor. Come. He'll be here in a minute.
He just grind up a bone and scatter the dust into the wind, and he will sense it, and he will come.
He has arrived. Do we have enough mics? You might have to pull him up.
We don't have enough mic.
You need one more. No, you're good. You can have 12 with one co-host.
I'm sorry, I'm about to jump off.
Just pull Alan to co-host.
Oh my God, I'm about to give up my mic, man.
Hey, I did want the opportunity to ask this man though the classic question from last night, because I like to ask people that as well. And
go for it, Pietro.
Yeah, orbital brain. Do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun? Your name is Orbital Brain, after all.
Yeah, it's called a year. The fact that we have a year means that the same thing happens every year at the same point in orbit around the sun.
I said exclusive evidence, meaning evidence that would only work in a heliocentric model and not a geocentric model.
He said we have a year.
Check out Parker Solar Probe. It's in Wikipedia.
How does that provide exclusive evidence?
We sent a probe there.
How did they launch it? Using the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system?
Hold on. If you sent a probe to the sun, how does that prove that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
Oh, I did not send it. NASA did.
How does that prove exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun, even if they did? Even if we granted it and pretended it was true?
I don't know. Google it.
So you don't have any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun?
Use that as evidence.
I haven't thought about it recently. It's just
well, I'm
a
asking you to
given.
think about it now.
Well, give me a few
Do
minutes.
you have a medicine cabinet that's bigger than the rest of it?
This can't be life. Yeah, this can't be life, bro.
So you don't have any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun, orbital brain?
I don't need to. It just does.
But your name fits you very well.
Thanks.
Do you live alone?
My brain is lost in orbit.
This is your team.
Hey, you know what's funny about this? My bad, bro. My bad. You know what's funny about this guy? Even with all his love for the heliocentric model, he still went and tried to get a NASA employee fired, bro.
What?
More than ever. Yes, bro. He added this man's job. My man Jared, bro. Shout out to Jared Franklin. He worked at NASA. After all of the things that the NASA done for this man in his life, he tried to get his own squad fired.
Dude,
For what?
That's fucking crazy. For engaging
It's like some
with us.
psychopathic behavior,
Yeah,
dude.
dog.
I don't remember that.
That's gay as hell. You don't remember a lot, bro. You can't
Okay,
even...
hold on, gang. Let me remind you. Let me dig deep down in the hard drive. My boy.
Sacred. He says he's like, I don't remember that. That reminds me, like, it just a picture appeared in my mind. I see like a court case, and this man's like, there's been like somebody's been stabbed to death. He's like caught standing over them with a bleeding knife.
That's
and
not.
Like, and he's like, oh, I don't remember doing that, with his hollow look on his face. Like, what kind of an answer is that? Something that you called someone's employer and tried to get them fired, and you're going to say you don't remember doing that? Like that, like I don't even like. It makes me sick when people act like that.
Anyway, I
Kind
want
of
to be a
sociopathic
flurf. What are the
behavior.
benefits?
No. You're gonna just
you
like
can't be
ignore.
What are the benefits of being a flurf?
None
Why do you
for
guys
you.
do it?
It prevents you from
can't
being
be
a
one.
sociopath.
Yeah, this guy.
How many of you have gone to college?
Orbital, can I ask
I
you a
want to talk
question?
to. Well, first, I want to ask. How
You don't
many
get to
of you
talk to
have gone
anybody
to
because you're going to try and
college?
contact their college and get them fucking expelled for some shit and be weird.
Well,
So you don't get to
okay.
interact
you're
with
a
anybody on
psychopath.
that level.
College or not, which flurf knows geometry and geography?
So you don't have an
Geometry
answer
and
to the question that was
geography.
posed to you.
Yo,
You
this
don't
is
have any evidence that the
literally
Earth orbits the sun.
the same
So
shit he said
nobody
last time, y'all,
knows.
verbatim. Like
So
I literally
nobody
could
knows
find the clip.
geometry and geography of flurf.
Are we in the
Dog, I could whip a DSM out and
that
get you
in
committed
time?
right now. I bet.
We're in a perpetual loop.
No, dude. Like this dude would be committable if I had a DSM on hand and a psychologist present.
What's a
Yo,
DSM?
I don't know what's going on. There's no way
It's
we're
this
not
big
loop
book
right
that
now.
talks about all the weird problems that you have and why you shouldn't be able to interact with people.
We have to be delirious because there's
Well,
no way.
Ain't
I
no
don't have.
way, bro.
I don't have to interact with flurfs. It's just amusing sometimes.
Yo, it's like saying that little kids believe in Santa Claus, but Santa Claus isn't real, but you spend your free time on Saturdays like going on the internet and finding Santa Claus clubs and talking to them about how stupid they are. That's how you sound right now.
Well, it is amusing. Got to tell you that.
Yeah, why?
That's right there. That's
Is that young Galatrax?
Yo, exit the building. Yo, everybody, exit the building. Threat. Red flag.
I don't know. You just sound like a sadist, man. Like you sound like you get enjoyment out of telling other people that they're wrong and stupid, or they have like weird beliefs that you don't believe in.
Well, I not only tell them that, I tell them why they're wrong.
Yeah, but are you a sadist? Do you enjoy telling people that they're wrong and stupid?
No, actually, I enjoy educating the undereducated.
And what part of calling people names is educating them?
What names do I call you?
Do you not think that flurf has a negative connotation?
It's a contraction. Do you know about contractions? It's
Do you know
short for
that
flat
words can have
Earth.
negative connotations? Like, conspiracy theorists, for example, if you call someone a conspiracy theorist as a negative connotation, you mean
Well,
it in a negative way. There's
well,
plenty of words that when used a certain way are used as a pejorative. Do you know what a pejorative is?
Well, are you a conspiracy theorist? I mean,
You
if it's
cannot answer
accurate.
a simple question. This is all right. So now I can use my words. I was waiting for that. So palter means to act insincerely or deceitfully,
Oh
or to.
no, you're another Witsit clone, aren't you?
No, I thought of these words.
Yo,
Oh,
probably take your
okay.
DM, bro. Take your DM. Take your DM.
I heard you earlier in the thread, half a day ago.
Yeah. So to
It's
prevaricate,
just
can someone mute? Can
you
I talk uninterrupted? Is that all right, guys?
go on. I'll stop and you keep
Yeah. So
talking
to
and tell me when you're
all right,
done.
thanks. Great. All right, thanks. Great. So to prevaricate is to avoid giving a direct answer to a question in order to hide the truth or to speak or act in an evasive way. You didn't answer if you know what a pejorative is. You didn't answer if you were a sadist. To stultify is to cause to lose enthusiasm and initiative, especially as a result of a tedious routine. I mean, this guy is just you're worthless, man. You don't offer anything. You're just here to sea lion, to ankle bite, to nag, cajole. It's just your whole point in being here is to waste people's time, and you do it because you get enjoyment out of insulting people, trying to be hurtful to people. No one actually cares about you. Poor widow
Okay.
orbital.
Okay, so what?
Oh, so you agree or no? Can you answer now?
No, I agree that you're just trying to be a Witsit clone by throwing out word salad.
What? Okay, so what did I say that was
Did he
word
just?
salad? I can repeat everything I said. What part was word salad? I defined words.
Yeah, and that's all it amounts to is words.
I defined words. Do you disagree with my definition of the words?
I can grab a dictionary if you like words. Have you ever tried reading the dictionary?
Yeah, it's where I was reading the definitions of words. Are you,
So
are you
is
actually dumb? Are you drunk? Are you on benzos? I can't really tell.
No, dude,
How are
his
you?
medicine cabinet is bigger than most people's garage. I guarantee it.
Yeah, you
How are
sound
your
like you're like slightly tipsy, but also on benzos. Do you take benzodiazepines, Xanax, Valium, Ativan? Any of those? Orbital.
Weird. Now he's at a loss for words.
I
Imagine
don't
my
want
fucking
to
shock.
violate my HIPAA violations, you know.
The slur in your voice. Yeah, dude, listen, you sound like you're on benzos. And it sounds like you had a little bit to drink, and that's a dangerous mix. I would probably try to avoid that.
And that applies to the shape of the globe. How?
Anything
I'm
that
not
you say.
here.
It applies
I
to
don't
you
debate.
Did
retarding
you
the
just say
room.
shape of the globe? I mean, I'm pretty sure, again, words are escaping you. It's kind of self-explanatory. If you believe in a globe, bro, it's basically a basketball. But,
Planet?
carry on,
Shape of the planet?
benzodiazepine
It
guy.
applies how?
Yeah, it does sound like he's on benzos, guys. I think you should go take a nap. It sounds like you took your, nighttime benzos, which Ambien, Zolpidem tartrate, that's also a benzodiazepine. It's also bad. You shouldn't mix that with alcohol. It's really bad for you. You should be careful about that. And when you sleep, you should sleep on your side in case you throw up, because that can cause some serious issues for you.
Does that make you feel better?
Oh wait, did I get you? Did I get you? Are you on benzos?
It's
That
a HIPAA
advice would have
violation
made
for me to tell you.
No, it's
that
not.
advice
You
would have
can
made Jimi
disclose your
Hendrix feel
medical
better, but he
information.
died.
You can disclose your medical information. It's your doctors that can't disclose your medical information. You're freely allowed to talk about what medications you're on.
Not in my country.
If it's a country that uses HIPAA laws, yes, in your country. You're just lying.
So?
But this is almost like pathetic squirming, man. I think I caught you. I think I caught you. I think you took
gotta lie to
you took
Flurf,
your
right?
nighttime. You took
Gotta
your
lie to
nighttime.
Flurf.
You took your You took your nighttime benzo. You had a little bit to drink. You thought you'd come in and squeeze out some enjoyment before you pass out from the drugs and chemicals. Look, I think I got you.
It's some good shit. I highly recommend it.
I got
You're
him.
better off just smoking some weed, bro.
You knew he was on something.
I knew exactly what he was on too. I mean, I've seen
Yeah, man,
people
was
who are on
good.
benzos.
Dude, this guy sounds completely zonked out. You sound completely zonked out of your mind, dude. You sound like the fucking the hippie teacher from Beavis and Butthead.
So,
Well, I think that we should probably move. I mean, dude, if someone comes in here like out their mind on drugs, like, are we wasting any more time to like try to have coherent conversations with them?
Yeah, it's
No,
been
he's
real
admitted to it.
orbital.
He's on drugs. He should probably be dropped out. You guys want me to drop down too? I'm
Nah, you're cool. We're gonna probably rotate out Orbital soon, or because he's gonna definitely pass out on the mic anyway.
Hey, Orbital, you got anything else you'd like to say before we let you go on about your flat night?
yeah, scared. Why do you run from all wagers?
This space is literally designed around accepting $1,000 wager.
So, have you accepted the wager? Have you accepted the wager?
I'm gonna say it one more time. This space is designed around accepting $1,000 wager. I don't think any of those syllables, words was more than 3 syllables. Don't call it word salad. So when you say I don't accept any wagers, I'm not gonna call it a lie, because clearly you're incoherent. But you lack the ability to retain information, which is why my squad is pretty much done with you. Hey, y'all want to see him try to get my man Jared, the national employee, fired? Let me just show y'all real quick.
Well, like, when you make these observations of people behaving, I'm saying this stuff like kind of ticked off to people. Like, I could get you probably committed or diagnosed if I have a DSM in hand. Dude's already been diagnosed. He's already on the meds for it. Like, it feels weird being right about that stuff, because it's like, I don't know whether to feel bad or like, I mean, what? I can't really feel bad, because regardless of if you're on drugs or not, it doesn't give you an excuse to act like a freaking degenerate, But yeah,
you can't murder someone and then say, "Oh, I was really drunk." Right? It doesn't excuse behavior. But Orville, I would advise you not to drink when you take. Is it Klonopin? Is it clonazepam? Which one are you on? Which benzo do you take?
It's called Where is a Working Flurf Map?
You don't have one.
That sedates
Yeah,
you?
no
that
working
I haven't
Flurf
heard of
Map?
that one.
Why not? After all this time. After
You don't
all
have
this
a working
history.
globe map.
It's
Navigate
called
with a
a globe.
globe. Show me where y'all navigate with a sphere without correction.
Pilots do it daily.
No, they have a piece of paper where if you use a map, it's on a piece of paper. That piece of paper is not spherical, actually.
It's a computer display of the globe.
Any map that you use for navigation is on a flat display, whether it's on a screen or whether it's on a piece of paper. I've never actually seen a usable map that's on a sphere.
When will you publish in scientific journals your discoveries?
It's a non sequitur. Brother, just go take your nap. Like,
Yeah,
you just
yeah. When the gatekeepers stop keeping the gates, I guarantee you that a lot of the people that do the work, that put in work and don't just chug pills, will definitely have something for everybody. But the problem with that is that there are gatekeepers that will not allow people to publish papers if they're not vetted by people who are getting paid. You understand this, and you know you do. It's disingenuous. It's a non sequitur.
Why is it you haven't self-published your discoveries?
Self-publish. You know how publishing works, and also you try to get someone fired, so you know exactly how it works. So Orwellian's 100% right. You try to get someone fired because they, even dared question his globe. Look, man, like these people, there are professors, there are experts. They don't want to come out because they have a livelihood. They have families they need to take care of. So you're trying to get us to
So
expose
you're
them.
making
You're
excuses.
trying to.
Why make
You're trying to.
excuses about not publishing your discoveries?
Dude, it's honestly disgusting like that someone who has given away their mental faculties to pills because they can't even handle the pressure of life. I'm not judging you for your life. You might have a hard life. Maybe you're stressed out. Maybe you have
Simply
anxiety.
show a working map.
I
There's
wouldn't
the working flat Earth map, right?
I would not judge you for how hard your life is, but what I will speak to is that you have chemically castrated your own mental faculties and to the point that you can't even comprehend things. And now from this
Keyword
dark
wager.
place that you're in your life, you want to come and try to, I don't even know what you're trying to do. Like you're trying to this half-witted attempt to ridicule or whatever it is
Wager.
you're doing. This
College
weird
degree,
thing that you're doing
geometry,
out of the darkness of your
geography.
heart, bro. Please just seek help. Like literally seek God, bro. Seek
Just
God. God
learn
loves you.
something, anything.
Hey,
Was it?
there's a
Is it
God in
Adam,
heaven
man?
that made you and he loves you and he doesn't want you to be in this dark place.
I'm going to say this out loud, and I don't think anyone is ever going to expect this, but I would rather hear from Gary right now. What up, Big Gary?
Oh my God, are you serious, Alan?
That's why I brought him
Dude.
up. That was Orbital last question. So,
I agree with Alan.
all right, Orbital. we did
Don't
your
let
favor and we
Gary
tagged in your
leapfrog
pal.
me.
So can I talk then?
Hold on, one second.
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
What was that? Proud? There was too much going on. I didn't hear you.
Thank you for blessing us with those clips. I really do appreciate it.
You're welcome. Will you
I
learn
really do
something or
appreciate it from the
anything?
bottom of my cybernetic heart. Do you want to be tagged or you don't want to?
Geometry or geography? What do you want to learn?
Algebra. What is
Pick
this?
one.
Hey, I'm being
Go
honest.
learn.
Do you want to get tagged in it or do you not want the mentions?
Tag or mention what?
When
So
I click you up, do
can I
you
say
prefer to be
something then?
tagged or no?
Oh, I don't care.
Okay, cool.
You're amazing anyway.
You are too, Orbital. You are.
Yeah, hold on a sec. Gary Bear might have tagged you in a little early. Looks
Yeah,
like
Gary,
the-
you're gonna have to wait your
Thanks
turn.
for coming, Orbital. It's Gary's turn now, so let Gary speak.
I'd just like to say, I think this has been the most abusive space I've listened to. That diatribe of calling what you've just done to that person is absolutely despicable. Why?
I bet a lot of you are thinking right now, man, I bet Alan regrets saying he would rather hear from Gary right now, but I don't. I don't. This is 100%
Alan,
better.
I don't think I've ever been upset with you, bro. Ever. But I'm kind of like, fuck Alan right now, but I still love the bear, bro. So do your thing.
I'd prefer pandering to psychotic neuroticism, so.
So you're happy with it?
No
then?
regrets. No regrets.
You're happy with the abuse that you've given to somebody?
Regrets, bro. Regrets.
What would you consider abusive? The part where we tried to like address his
So weren't you
flat Earth
listening
part,
then?
or us saying that he might be inebriated?
I suggest you need to listen to it again, because that's what you always call me. All of you do.
Yeah, are you talking about what I
Gary,
said?
but we talked about this the very first time you came in here. You had just came from an event. You told us that you don't
No,
go
I
out much,
hadn't.
but you had a beer
No.
and you were a little inebriated.
No,
That's why,
that's a lie.
Gary, I can't help your drunk and sober thoughts clashing. I'm just saying that's why it ever came a topic of you being anything close to drunk, because you said you feel like it.
I feel drunk.
Right. Okay.
Not only that,
So
there was a night where you came on
Sacred.
and admitted to being shit-faced drunk, and then when we were asking about
No, I didn't.
Wait, yeah, you did. And we were asking what your motivation was. You were like, I don't care.
No, I didn't.
I just want to argue for the sake of arguing. Yeah, it was like
No, I
verbatim.
didn't.
Dude, I mean, you can say that, but like, it's in recording, dog.
And you can say that as well.
That's why I don't like you.
Send me the recording. Send me the recording.
Yeah, I don't know the exact episode it was, but that
Exactly.
happened, dog.
Anyway, Sacred, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, Scare Bear.
So we had a little tiny discussion on X tonight about how far the sun is away.
It's called Twitter.
Who said that?
Like that, right? That voice might be hitting.
So do you want a proper discussion or not?
Not really, Gary. Not really, Gary. I'd like you to finish up. I had my hand up. I had my hand up first, dude, and you leapfrogged me. So I'm gonna shut up and let you do what you typically do. But my patience is running short, dude. My hand was up first. I let you. Hey, hold on. Gary, out of grace for you, I let you leapfrog me. My hand was up first. So please make this something worthwhile, please.
Right, okay. So we had a little discussion on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, about the distance of the sun. Didn't we?
Carry on, Gary.
So you were given an experiment that was produced in 1967 that proved how far the sun was away.
Hold on, you replied? Hold on, let me go check.
No, I didn't reply. P-Dubs replied.
Oh, I didn't see P-Dubs, bro. P-Dubs in the spam. I can't see his shit.
So it showed the experiment and how to conduct the experiment.
P-Dubs.
Tag him in, Gary.
Is that
tag another man?
Please tag in. Please, Gary.
Stop screaming.
If you're capable, Gary, of getting P-Dubs in here, please, I beg of you, tag him in. And Alan's probably going to hate me for that, but you know what? I'm throwing it back at you.
Well played, Orwellian. Well played.
I'm throwing it back at you, my bear brother. I'm just throwing it back at you, man.
The streamers are on again.
Sorry, Gary.
I'm guessing that's bouncing radar off the sun, Gary.
Oh, I hope not.
That's correct.
I found
yeah.
it.
Can you just like say your sentence and make your point and stop like talking like half a sentence at a time and just get it all out?
I can only talk half a sentence at a time because I get interrupted and then screamed over.
All right. Well, we will give you the floor. Go ahead, man. Make your case.
Mute up, guys. Mute up. Go ahead, Gary.
I posted the link that he's referring to because he quote tweeted it and was trying to be condescending by saying, "You still haven't responded to this?"
That's not condescending. That's asking the question, why haven't you responded? It's not condescending.
You couldn't have come in here and asked that, or realized that there's a space going on and been like, oh, maybe they're busy. Hey, when you get a chance, you could have DM'd it. Like there are ways to go about it. You don't have to lie. You were being condescending, but it's okay, Gary, because we be condescending with y'all too, and y'all be go crickets when we post that data.
You're lying. That's not condescending at all. I'm asking the question.
So you weren't being condescending. Say that on mic and record. Go ahead.
So, do you have a similar or any proven experiment from a scientific flat earther that can prove or even give a guesstimate as to where the sun or whatever it is sits away from the earth? Because sometimes it's under the clouds, sometimes it's inside the clouds, and sometimes it's nowhere. So isn't it about time that you could actually answer a question about how far the sun is away? You have so many fantastic minds that know so much, and this is condescending.
Oh, gee.
I'll
Thanks for the
answer you,
honesty.
Gary.
So why don't you know how far the sun is away, or why won't you say how far it is away in a global community of flirfs?
You have
How
to
do
be
you
a
know
global community. That's so
how do you
funny.
know the sun's 93 million miles away, Gary?
Because we've done experiments and we know.
So that's my question.
1957, right?
Yeah, that was the first one. It's not the
Okay.
last one.
So what did they do?
Read it.
What
Oh my gosh, you
what did
love
they do, Gary?
presenting
Did they bounce radar off the
evidence that
sun,
you
Gary?
need.
Yeah, they did something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So let me ask you something, Gary. Do you know what a black body is?
Uh-oh, black bodies.
No, you tell me what black body is.
Love radar.
Okay. A black body is what the sun is described as. You know what a black body does, Gary?
Is that a black hole?
It absorbs all electromagnetic radiation.
So is it a black hole?
Regardless, Gary, listen.
Don't interrupt, Gary.
Listen.
You don't want to be interrupted.
No, it's
Nobody
not.
interrupting you.
It's not a black hole, Gary. It's the sun is considered a black body. And a black body absorbs all electromagnetic radiation, regardless of frequency and angle of incidence. Do you understand what that means, Gary?
No, I'd like to ask you what a black body is and who
The
really.
sun is a black body.
No, you're interrupting me now.
No snap.
You're interrupting me now, so it's okay
No,
for you.
I
To
just
do
told
it.
you, Gary, and you asked me what a black body is. I'll tell you one more time what a black body is. All right? Here's a black body. A black body absorbs all electromagnetic radiation, regardless of frequency and angle of incidence. Do you understand what that means?
I do. It's a black hole.
No, it's a black body. It's not a black hole, Gary.
So where do you have that proof from?
Just look it up, Gary. Look up what a black body is.
I know.
You can Google
I've
it.
looked up.
I
know
just
all
told
of
you.
the flurf stuff.
No. This is
you're just telling me. You're not giving evidence.
Google it. It's in Wikipedia.
Google it.
Oh gosh.
Gary, the sun is classified as a black body, but in this one
By
particular mainstream science, that's why he's saying look it up because it's established part of the lore.
Dynamic.
So what they say is, it's a black body. You can't, meaning that you can't send radar to it and bounce back because it'll get absorbed. But this one instance in 1967, right? These guys came up with their own technology and own frequency system set up and all that. And then on top of that, they came up with their own post-processing analysis to extrapolate from like what the expected signal would be after it goes that far and bounces back and all that. So they have to extrapolate what it would be out of the noise floor, right? Because there's ambient noise in the signal from just whatever stuff is going on Earth, and the signal being bounced back would be extremely weak. So they had to come up with their own techniques to interpret this noise floor and somehow extrapolate what the expected signal would be. And what do you know? They just happened to get it, and no one else has done it since. So it's like, it's a cool story, right? But when you get into the renormalization techniques that they had to do, it's physically meaningless, right? They're just coming up with ways to, what is it? Like it's basically like rounding off infinities, what they were doing. So it's like, we have no way of verifying what they extrapolated out of the fucking noise floor out of that. And if people want to say that that's evidence of the distance to the sun, like that's cool, right? They're obviously not going to report back, oh, we didn't get the value we expected and leave it unconfirmed. Right, we have no way to verify that. Yes,
Alan, that's a really good explanation, and I'm not taking the piss. I'm saying that's a really good explanation. What I would say is, so why do people who believe in flat Earth think that the sun is inside the clouds, under the clouds, and which can only be like 40 or 50 miles away?
well, that's a great question, right? There are some pictures that definitely make it appear to look like that, but those are optical illusions. Now, people that don't share the heliocentric model say, you know, and they believe that everything is much closer and local. They take that as like the physical proof that it's like, you know, in the clouds and whatnot, but it's an optical illusion. So
Thank you.
it's just a misunderstanding.
Yeah, thank you for that, Alan. I completely agree. Where do we go
Clap
from
it up
here?
for Gary. He being honest. He being civil. He being coherent. Clap it up.
Where we go where we go from there for establishing the distance of the sun, when you get into the map that's used, right, the graticule we call it, because that's what it's based off of. It's based off of the hemisphere of your vision, right? So when this, for all intents and purposes, like, you know, they say the sun's 93 million miles, but when it comes to celestial navigation and using the sun to determine your position and longitude and all that, they put it at the edge of your celestial sphere, which would be like 6210 miles. So it doesn't matter if it's 6,210 miles or 93 million miles. You can't tell the difference. So, and we're taking the position that it's an optical phenomenon. So, you know, for all intents and purposes, 6210 would be, you know, where I would put the distance, because that's where that's where it's gonna, you know, start to fade into the horizon, or what you would call going under the ball because you're rotating away from it.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah, I agree with that. So, a horizon. What's a horizon?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to play like answer 38 questions all day and stuff. That was like, you had a
Yeah,
specific
but
point about the
isn't that
sun, and
what
we're
this is
good.
about?
Well, the sun or the horizon's another optical phenomenon, right?
Is it?
Yes, it changes throughout the day due to your seeing conditions. So how could it not be? Yeah.
Oh, I'd like you to explain that then, please.
Yeah, if you go to Twitter and type in @PlaneReality, he has a whole bunch of research on the horizon and how it changes throughout the day because it's an optical phenomenon.
Yeah, how much does it change by?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but it's significant. You can look at the pictures
So
yourself.
generally, from standing on the beach, we can see 3 miles.
Further than that, depending on the conditions, right? Because it's all optics based.
That's not optics. That's refraction, isn't it?
And how do
Do
you
you have a weather
determine
app, Gary?
that with your optics?
Pardon?
You have a weather app, Gary?
Yeah, I've got quite a few. I've got quite a few because I work in lake and river management.
Okay. So do you ever, when you ever go to the weather app to see if there's going to be any rain or if it's going to be sunny, do you ever scroll down and look at visibility?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I checked mine the
and
other day.
and pressure.
Good. I checked mine the other day. Visibility was 20 miles.
Yeah, that's not the same as looking at the horizon.
Yeah, but I think what he established though is that the horizon's an apparent effect, right? Like it's not going to be
No.
the exact.
Let's get back to that statement. 20 miles visibility is not the same as standing on a beach and looking at the horizon. That is completely wrong. And if he wants to justify it, let him justify it.
Wait, Gary, answer my question. Answer my question, brick to brick.
Hold on, real quick, Barbara. So, like, when it says visibility and I'm on the beach, why doesn't that apply?
So, I'm in Dover and I can't see Paris.
That's
bullshit. That's bullshit. Hold on a second. Hold on. Gary, be honest. As a British person, what are the two variables that allow us to see France from England?
Two variables?
The two variables. What are the two variables? Be honest. Be honest. Come on, be honest.
The clarity of the sky.
So weather and light pollution, yeah?
No, not light pollution, because that's only at dark.
I'm not on about the dark, you fucking retard. weather and
Oh,
light
here we
pollution in the
go. Here
daytime,
we
yeah?
bloody
Barbara
go.
Dan, you're supposed to keep a level head, Barbara Dan. Look, I got you, Gary. No, Barbara Dan, don't
Pull
do that
him
no
back.
more, bro. I'm moderating you for Gary. I'm on Gary's side
Okay,
right now. Don't do
fair
that.
enough. Fair enough. So is it weather and light pollution
Gary,
in the daytime, yeah?
show some love.
So ask the question again.
No. Answer the question. What are the two variables that allow us to see France from England
I
in the
told you
daytime?
one, there isn't another.
Weather and light pollution.
There's no light pollution in daytime.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
The sun is the light, man.
So come on, get to your point.
So what are the you've just weather and light pollution stops us being able to see France from England. It's over 20 miles. There's no curvature involved.
Oh, so that's your answer, is it? So you have no proof. It's just a statement.
France would be below the horizon. We would not be able to see France from England.
Exactly.
Yeah, so why do we?
We don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. We can see France from England on a clear day.
No, we don't.
Yes,
We
we
can
do.
see the very smallest distance from Dover to Calais
We
on
can
a
see
very, very
we can see
clear
France
day.
from Dover.
But
We
we
can see
can't
France from
see.
Dover.
But we can't see the Eiffel Tower that is
No,
sticking
no,
right
you
up.
can't see. Why are you going on about the Eiffel Tower for? Obviously, we can't see the Eiffel Tower. I can't
What?
see the London Eye from Birmingham, but it doesn't mean that London's not real. So,
No, we're talking about looking across a flat sea, not from
yeah,
London to Birmingham.
yeah, and you can see France from Dover on a clear day. Yes or no?
You can see the top
France,
part. Just
France,
listen to me.
France, yeah,
No, you can see
yeah,
the
France.
top part. You can't see the beach.
You can see the mountains of France. You can also see the White
You
Cliffs of
can't
Dover
see
from
the
France.
beach
You
from
can
the
see the
beach.
cliffs of Dover from
You
France.
can't see the beach
Yes,
from
you
the
can.
beach. No, you
Yes, you
can't.
can. Yes, you can.
Well,
It's weather and light
you send me a
pollution.
picture.
It's weather and light pollution that
You send
stops us
me a
being able.
picture that anybody has taken from a Dover beach to a Calais beach. And you can't because you're lying.
You can Google it. You can Google it. You just need to
Oh, I
type it in
can
Google
Google
Images
it. No,
and you
you're
can see it.
lying.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I live in England. I live in England myself, so obviously I'm not lying.
It was send
Isn't
me a
that a song,
picture.
Cliffs of Dover? Isn't that like a famous
Yeah.
observation?
It
Yeah.
is, yeah. It's 26 miles away.
No, it's 20.7.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. If you're not swimming,
Yeah. It's 20.7 regardless of whether you're swimming or walking. You can see France from Dover.
yeah, you
on a
can.
clear day.
On a clear day, you can. You can see the mountains, but
Thank
you
you.
can't
Thank
see
you.
the beach.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Aren't the
Yes,
cliffs
you
on the
can.
beach?
If this man sends me a picture, a real, proper experimental picture, I'll believe the Earth's flat. Because he can't.
I'm
It's a
fixing to post
lie.
you a video, Gary. Would a video be better than a picture?
A video.
Yeah, please
That
can.
has to
Please
be an
can, yeah.
experimental video, but yeah.
What, from Dover to France? I've seen lots of videos.
So you can clearly see it then.
You like that one, Proud?
No
No.
panic.
You can't see it.
Yeah, you can. You've just admitted. You've just said you can see France from Dover.
Yeah, I could say you can see the.
You
can
just
see.
said it. You've
You can
just
see
said it.
mountains and the high up things. You can't
Cliffs.
see my foot on Dover Beach and your foot on.
But obviously not. Obviously not. If your foot's 12 inches long, I ain't about to see 12-inch foot from 20 miles, am I?
You can't see sea level across the English Channel. Why are you arguing? It's just ridiculous.
You see how dumb your statement sounds?
No, you're just wrong.
You can see France from Dover.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Thank you. You've just admitted it.
But you can.
It's in the Jumbotron, Gary.
Yeah.
It's all the way to the left. I posted it. Shared by Ken.
What does the Jumbotron say then?
It's got the video in it, Gary. You can see the cliffs of Dover from France.
Exactly. Yeah, of course you can. Because they're 200 foot high.
No, they're not.
Just look at the video, Gary.
I've not denied you can see.
I'm not talking about seeing the
from
tops of it,
France.
Gary. Just pull the video up and look and see how much you can see. That's all you got to do. Just look at it.
You
Then
don't
you
want to.
can
He
come
just wants
back
to
and
call
say,
it
oh,
stupid
I can
flash.
just barely see the top. Or you can say, oh, wow, I see the whole thing.
Can you see the beach to the beach?
Look at it, Gary.
No, you tell me.
You
Be
said
honest.
show me. I got you a video. Now you refuse to look at it.
I don't even
Come
know
on,
where
Gary.
I've told you
reasonable.
before. I
Be
can't get to
reasonable,
the.
Gary.
You're
Be
interrupting.
reasonable.
You're
Gary,
interrupting.
hold on.
You're
Gary,
interrupting.
do you see Sacred and
You're
Proud's...
interrupting.
Shut up a minute. Do you see
No,
Sacred
you're
and
interrupting.
I don't give a fuck. Do you
I know
see the
you
little
don't.
dot? Do you see the little dots above Sacred and Proud's bios? It's at the very first one. If you click onto it, you'll see it.
No, nothing there.
Well, have you got your glasses on?
I don't need glasses.
Well, then you should be able to see it.
I'll tell you now. I'll click on the three dots and it says about space.
It's not the three dots. I never said the three dots. I said the dots above Sacred and Proud's profile photo in the space that you're currently in. It's the very first
I
one.
don't have any dots above their profile.
Oh my god.
Well, you mean the long ones?
Yeah.
That go from left to right?
Yes, the long ones. A bunch of dots, Gary. A
Right,
bunch
so
of dots.
where have I got to look to there then? Because I'm
The very first one on the
first
left.
one.
Yep, says shared by Ken.
Right. It doesn't change on my phone.
Oh my god! All right, so
No, don't go. Oh my god! I'm trying to learn how to do the.
I get it. I've been Gary. I'm being
You've been
super
trying to
patient
learn
with
for the
you,
last
man.
50 years.
Gary,
You've been trying to learn for the last 50 years. Clearly, you haven't.
Look, man, I'll let you guys both leapfrog me, and we're getting nowhere. We're in a circular argument. Can we figure something out here?
Yeah, can you just let them explain how to get onto the Jumbotron, so then I can see things that you post.
Yeah. You know the interface that you're looking at right now, where you can see like our avatars and who's speaking and whatnot. If you
Yeah,
scroll,
so
if you
I'm on an iPhone.
Yep. If
14.
you scroll, if you have that interface up where you can see our avatars and stuff, just scroll up a little bit, and you'll see at the top that there's a little section that has different posts in it. You can scroll to the left and to the right. If you scroll all the way to the left, it'll take you to the most recent thing that was put in the jumbo, and you'll find Ken's video there. If not, I can just link it to you if that would be easier for you, sir.
So I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, probably 9 dots. But
all right. If you check your notifications, I just tweeted it to you. If that would make it easier, it'll be right there.
Yeah, I was going to say I added him in the comments on that video.
Damn, taking
So
that extra step, Ken? Damn.
Yeah, well, I figured that's probably the easiest way to get it to him.
yeah, I've got that, Ken. Thank you. I really don't understand why I can't get the Jumbotron thing.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a little finicky, but while you watch that video, we should slide over to our boy Orwellian, who's been waiting patiently as fuck, and I inadvertently skipped him.
Yeah, you do that. I'll watch it, and
Cool.
will you let me back in to comment?
Absolutely, but only if you bounce orbital brain out. You got to convince that guy to dip. All right, I'm just kidding. You can come
Well,
back,
I
Gary.
can't do that because I
I
don't
know.
know it.
I know. I'm messing with you. But yeah, we're gonna hit up Orwellian while you watch that video.
I'm going to listen to you carrying on, and I'll watch the video.
Sounds good. What up, Orwellian?
What's going on, guys? What's going on, man? Hey, shout out to you guys for we're approaching, if I'm not mistaken here, the 22nd hour. Maybe we're on 21, but we're close. Super close to 21. Dude, I was working today, kept checking. You know what I mean? I'm on coffee. I'm like, holy shit, these guys are still fucking going. Okay, pop in for a minute, kind of get a little bit of a gist of what's going on. Pop back out, whatever. Got a bunch of shit going on my TL, right? And so I wanted to make sure Ken was still in here for this because Ken witnessed it and actually added me in one of these threads. So if you guys aren't familiar with Star Crush, and again, sorry for shifting the the polls here, but if you guys aren't familiar with Star Crush, it's a guy that has his own fan club, started his own account, alleged that he shut Sacred down. Okay, shut Sacred down, shut this whole space down because he's that dope, right? So this dude created a third account, posted my old PFP that you guys are all aware of in my videos. Any guys that have seen me, you know, that black and white me with my beard just chilling in my crib, that whole thing, posted that side by side next to the Flat Earth Society founder or whatever. Some dude that got convicted of being a pedophile after we were talking about pedos last night. So he's trying to libel me, and I don't recognize it or realize it because I already got him muted, right? So Hopi tags me, and then Ken is like, bro, what the hell is this? And I'm looking at it, I go, because I have to literally like expand every single tweet because I got him muted. You guys know how that goes. So I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Oh, it's a picture of me. Oh, it's a picture of somebody else. He's doing it to Brian too, but this dude tried to allege that I was the founder of the Flat Earth Society. Ken, you saw that, right?
Oh yeah, that's why I added you.
So, point and purpose of bringing this up, kind of, you know, it's ironic that it boomeranged. Shout out to you Australians. You know, it boomeranged all the fucking way back to the intro of this episode of Flat Earth Fridays and what we were talking about. We got pedophiles that are trying to call me a pedophile. You project much, fool? Bro, you're on your third account and you still name it the same thing. You got your own fan club, bro. That's crazy. Right? So again,
That's insane. What's wrong with this dude?
Bro, but I work today, right? It's Saturday. You know, most people don't work 6-day long weeks, but sometimes I got to do that. So I'm at work. I'm not paying attention to this shit. I did the intro. I had to fall out last night before we even got into it. I had to, bro, it sucked. This has been a rough weekend for me with regards to Flat Earth Fridays. Kind of pisses me off. And then I pull up on that, man. I get an app from Ken and I'm like, what the fuck? So I start looking at it, right? Going through everything. And I'm seeing pictures. And he's doing the same thing with Brian, right? At the end of the day, dude's super hurt, right? Because people don't pay attention to him. And he claimed that he shut down Flat Earth Fridays. That one time it was never recorded. Ha, yeah. Cue the laughs.
One of the fan
Yeah.
club trolls was in here earlier. That's who I was cussing out.
Yeah, so that Star Crush dude, him and that Powfish, these are the people that I mean, he's been going on Sheep too. He posts photographs of me that are already on my account. Like he docks me, right? Side by sides me with somebody that's associated with the Flat Earth Society, and thinks that I'm not gonna take that seriously. I take that very seriously. This is kind of a PSA, and then we'll get back to Gary. Hopefully, watch that damn video. But I wanted Ken to chime in on that because he's the one who tagged me and he added me. I was unaware, dude. I'm at work. You get people like this that are so salty that nobody will pay attention to them or give them the time of day. that they make claims like I shut down sacred space. It was that one time it wasn't recorded. And then when you're like, bro, give me the receipts, he's like, well, it was that one time, right? And it keeps going and going and going. And they do their thing and they start running their fucking mouths. If you created 3 accounts to at me, dude, I'm not the one that's got a problem. I'm not the issue. You're the issue. If you're the dude talking crazy to people in this community and going out of your way to create multiple alts, you got an issue, bro. You should get your head checked. Ken saw that shit. I had no idea.
How convenient is it that out of 113 episodes, the one episode that just doesn't happen to get recorded is because of you? Like, okay. Yeah. These people
Oh
are
yeah, and he shut y'all down. And then apparently Proud's a Fed too, and all kinds of crazy stuff, man. Like it's just wild. So these people wild up. But at the end of the day, I guess to put a bow tie on this, man, the PSA is there are crazy people out there that will create alts and do things like that. The dude actually libeled me legally. Like we'd have an issue if it wasn't Orwellian timeline and it was me. But he took an image of me and put it under a booking photo of some Flat Earth Society pedophile. And it was like, this you? You can run, but you can't hide? Come on, bro. Did you even hear the intro last night? Do you have any idea what I stand for or the people in this community stand for? Clearly, you didn't hear it. So I wanted to boomerang back to that because, hey, these people are out there, bro. And at the end of the day, if they can't score points on you and they can't run a chat GPT script on you in a space, they're going to do that to you. They're going to do that to all of us. Fuck them. Told this dude I ain't afraid of him. He was like, I'm going to roll up to Sheep's Gym. Have fun with that, bro. Have fun. You want to roll up to Sheep's Gym? Name the gym. I'll come and see you. Yeah, you have no idea how twisted up like a pretzel you're going to look after you roll out of a 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu gym anywhere in the United States of America, bro. They're going to fuck you up. But we get that, right? So what do? I mute this dude, right? I mute him. Multiple accounts, mute. The only reason I even knew what was going on is because I saw Ken added me. And it was just at me, right? And I look at it and it's a picture of me under the Flat Earth Society, straight up feds, right? We know they're feds, trying to discredit the movement.
Except that one Indian guy who dropped all the sauce like 15 years ago.
Bro,
Alan knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know he knows, and I know that shit too. He adds me and tries to superimpose my photo on this dude. We don't look nothing alike. Brian Sweets met me in person, bro. You're tripping. You guys need to pay attention to these people, man. We can get back to Gary. I hope you watch that video, but I'm glad Ken was still in here because I wanted to address it, man. It's been damn near 24 hours, and this is what I'm dealing with after working a full shift, dude. I got to look at that. You're funny, bro. Try harder. Be better. Quit fucking touching kids. Most of these people that project that shit, you already know what they're doing. Come at me with that shit. You can run, but you can't hide, bitch. What's that mean? You live in Minnesota. This dude was like, he's like, last time I checked you on my first account, you didn't want to meet me anywhere. Bitch, I was fucking 1,000 miles away from you. We're in the same state, bro. I know where Wilmar's at. Ain't nothing going on there. You work in a meat processing plant? Because that's the only thing going on there. Come find me, bitch. At the end of the day, man, I don't like to threaten people, but dude's clearly libeling me, trying to label me a pedophile. Pay attention to the people you mute because they are doing things that you can't see because you got them muted. Shout out to Ken for pointing that out to me because I never would have known. Like this dude is clearly libeling me. I'm not worried about it. Y'all know who I am. I know who I am. But at the end of the day, these people are sick fucks, bro. Sick fucks. I'm gonna land it there, man.
I about choked on my coffee, man. I seen that. I was like, what? That's why I hit you up because I was like, damn. I didn't see no response from you. I was like, oh, he ain't seen this shit.
Saturday on a bridge deck, brother. We gotta get these bridges done up here by October 31st, or it's a serious issue. So my phone is in my fucking car. I no distractions, can't have them. I got into my car for coffee. It's a break we take at 9:30, and I'm like, I'm scrolling through, and I got a direct, just literally nothing but at from Ken, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is from account you muted. Click on that, expand. Oh, it's a picture of me next to this dude. All right, I see what he's on. And then shout out to to Hopi. She's the one who was like, "You're trying to libel my guy? Are you serious right now? You're trying to libel my guy." Y'all know me at the end of the day. It's got nothing to do with that, man. It's just you gotta pay attention to that. The people that you mute are doing things in the background, and if you do have personal photographs, which most smart people, maybe I should wise up a little bit and not do that anymore. They'll try to do shit like that to you. So fuck that dude, fuck the pedos, bro. Full boomerang circle of the Sacred's intro, almost 24 hours ago. We're not playing that shit.
That's a wild, like, we just was finished talking about this. We just got talking about it. People playing on the internet, doing weird ass shit.
At the end of the day, bro, I don't play. And nobody in this community really plays like that. So, I mean, all you trolls out there that have 3 or 4 alt accounts, I mean, at least have a different name and like a furry PFP. This Star Crush dude uses allegedly his own photograph, and he lives about 2.5 hours from me. Wilmer's not big, bro. I don't need to meet you in a gym. I already told him that. It ain't about that. I'm not trying to fucking fight you. You want to fight, bro? You can fight, but definitely don't fucking call me a pedophile. Don't post some shit about my kids. That's that FAFO fucking credence, bro, and I fucking run with that shit.
Get all the screenshots, bro. Make sure you get all the
If you go in that city, just go down there and ask somebody where the guy that be juggling shit. I know point you right to him.
Now the guy with the dirty nails and flies in his living area.
Is that to do with the flies, bro? For real?
That's him.
That Star Crush is the fly finger dude?
That's the that's
How did I not make that connection, bro? Hold on, bro. Are you serious?
Yes.
That's old poopy finger, fucking fly finger is Star Crush. So, bro, he's crushing on me like that with his fucking dookie fingers. Holy shit! I didn't even make that connection, bro. Thank you for that. At least, hey, y'all seen anybody with flies that naturally land on their fingers? Maybe that'll help me out. I'll get to Wilmer and just look for the first dude that's got fucking shit digits. What the fuck? I did not know that, bro.
Did I share that tweet? Hold on, let me share it again.
No, yeah, hell yeah, you shared that tweet because I've been commenting on it when you first posted it. I said, who the fuck's hand is that? And didn't even know that was the dude that had been going, because he started fucking with me when I was down there with Brian in Arizona. When me and Brian were kicking it and we were in Ken's space, we were going to host our own space, but we had connectivity issues. We were in the middle of fucking nowhere where we ended up linking up. And this dude was going, I think it was his second account, was going crazy. Somebody posted that picture. Who the fuck's hand is that? And I didn't know that was him. So old Star Crush is Dookie Finger. I can't wait till he pops up with his fourth account, bro. And I'm gonna be like, hey man, get that fly off your shit. Dig any of that poop out your nails. I get to post a fucking picture on the internet of you with shit under your fingernails and a fly chilling on your knuckle, bro. And you want to call me?
It's a nasty situation. Self-awareness, -5.
Literally -5. Bro, that's generous as fuck. Yuck. Anyways, I didn't want to hijack the space, but Ken was in here, bro, and I just wanted to throw that out there, bro. Like, you got to be aware of these people, and especially that dipshit. But there's any of you guys see a powfish with that dark MAGA eyeballs? Looks like a dude wearing a ski mask. Yeah, that's the dude that I ended up having to spend some money on. So don't play with them people, man. They're not fucking around. This dude is pretend doxing me, but not actually doing it. So like they're gonna try to make you nervous, try to get you to shut up. Don't fall for it. Don't post some shit that's gonna fucking reveal yourself and just keep doing you. Fuck that dude and his dookie finger and that fucking why yuck. I didn't know that was the same dude. All right, I'm gonna land. Fuck. Yuck. Gary, did you watch that video?
I did, yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank Ken for sending it so I could see it. And secondly, I don't know what the hell I came back listening to, but it was a bit strange. I'll get back to the video. So there's people from France who are on a cliff that look like they're probably 100 feet in the air. And
they're not 100 feet, are they?
Why am I being interrupted?
I just wanted to make sure I heard what you said. You said 100 feet?
I said they look like they're about 100 feet in the air. Yeah.
I was thinking about 20 or 30.
Okay, 20 or 30. I'll give you that.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then they're looking across the sea to the White Cliffs of Dover that are 350 feet high. And they can see the White Cliffs. So how on earth is that proof that you can see from beach to beach? Which you would do if it was flat.
So to answer your question, Gary, directly, I believe that the distance between those 2 points are about 30 miles. You agree?
22.7, I was told.
22.7? Okay, let me try to do some recalculation. I looked it up and it said 30, but I didn't have like the exact location. Who said 22.7?
Yeah.
Barbara Dan.
Barbara Dan said 22.7? Okay, let's see.
I thought he said 27.
I said 27.
20.7.
And then I was corrected.
Dover is 114
I said
foot in
26,
elevation.
and then I was corrected to 22.7.
20.7 miles distance. The height of Dover is 114 foot.
No, it's 350.
No, it's 114.
It's 350.
It's 114.
350. The White Cliffs of Dover are 350. The height makes no difference because you can't see from beach to beach.
So I'm just doing the quick calculations. I'm just being fair. So if it was a 20 foot observation and the target distance was 20.7 miles, that means the horizon should be 5.4 miles away. And the hidden height behind the curvature should be 154 feet. So that's with 20 miles at 20 feet. So if they are 350, then you should be able to see it. But I don't know. You said they were what was the height, Barbara Dan?
250 feet.
I've just recalculated. It's 114 meters, which is 375 foot. I stand corrected, but it's 114 meters.
Oh, thank you, chap. But the curve calculator, everybody knows the curve calculator is only
You'd see it on a ball. He just
no,
gave you the number.
it's only a little. You know what I mean? It's not perfect, but the fact is, the simple fact is, if you're only 20 miles away, and the Earth is flat and the ocean is flat, you should be able to see beach to beach. And why can't we see beach to beach?
Oh, can I answer that?
Don't give me any bullshit about anything else, it's flat. It's only 20 miles away. Why can't we see beach to beach? Because we can't.
Oh, because there's stuff in the air.
Ah, here we go. Yeah.
Nah, I don't think this is the best flat Earth evidence. Because I'm reading the comments right now, and people are saying 27 miles. That's what they're saying in the comments. But with 27 miles, they're saying that this should be about 280 feet of curvature, and that's still.
Forget the curvature.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, Gary.
No,
And
forget the curvature. We're talking flat.
Hold on, bro. I'm talking about 280 feet tall. I mean, hitting height behind.
No, I'm
behind the
talking
curve.
flat.
Bro. All right, forget it, bro. I can't get it out. Gary, you want to censor me? I try to help you when people were interrupting you, and now you want to interrupt me.
Okay, I'll
That ain't
let you
fair,
carry
man.
on.
You're not a gentleman, man.
Carry on.
I believe you meant curvature obstruction. Sorry.
So can I talk now?
You might as well. You interrupted me.
I'm sorry I interrupted. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just interacting. It's a different thing. You don't understand that, don't you? That interacting is different from interrupting.
Not when you're not adding any value to interject. You didn't ask any clarifying questions. You just screamed something that didn't add any value.
I didn't scream at all. So my question is, again, so flat Earth. So because you're always trying to disprove a globe Earth, you never try to prove a flat Earth. So from Dover to Calais, it's 20 something, whatever we agree on, miles. It's not very far, and you can't see one beach to the next beach. Why is that?
Because the beach is at sea level.
Yes. So why can't you see the other one? Come on, lad.
Yeah, did you see Taylor posted her hallway experiment? I think that answers your question perfectly fine.
I have seen that experiment, yeah. And it's absolute garbage. A hallway of what? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 meters?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that got to do with flat Earth?
Wait,
Or
Gary,
globe
what
Earth?
hallway? Wait. What hallway experiment do you think I'm referring to?
Where something disappears bottom up?
Yeah. So if something can disappear bottom up in a hallway, why couldn't it do that, from beach to beach?
Who can I just ask who's talking so I can just recognise who it is talking?
It's me, Galatrax, orb in hand.
Right, so from 10 meters, you think that the curve of the Earth can hide the bottom of a glass with a red mark on it?
No.
You do?
No, I don't.
Right, so why did you bring that up as a proof?
I brought it up as an analogy. It was analogous. You asked, why can't you see from such a distance? And I explained that even
No,
in
you
such
brought it up as a proof.
That's another interruption. Brother, I was bringing up something analogous because even in a short distance, you can have obstruction of vision, right? And in the case of a beach, you can have heat, you can have coolness, you can have stuff in the air. The greater the distance, the more stuff in the air, right? You can have obstruction on a very small scale. You can have obstruction, inability to see. So this idea that you can see forever with the water is just not a good argument. I was just trying to show you why it's not a good argument.
So can I talk?
Sure, I want to interrupt you.
Right, so a 10-meter experiment that means absolutely nothing. because you can't see any curve over 10 meters, and especially on probably what was looked like, because you're American, so I was talking imperial, it looked like a 1-inch mark on the bottom of a glass. A 1-inch mark on the bottom of the glass disappeared over a 10, 12 yard distance. So you think that's real?
Well, my question would be, if it vanishes, if stuff can vanish due to optics like 5 feet, why wouldn't that apply to further distances?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that properly. That's my ears. I'm an engineer, and they've been destroyed.
Yeah, so if it vanishes due to optics at 5 feet, why wouldn't that apply to further distances?
Why would?
Also, Sacred,
Why
you're
would?
hot miking a little bit. You're hot miking a little bit, Sacred.
So I'm just asking the question again now. So why would an experiment by somebody trying to prove flat Earth
Genetic fallacy.
have an optical problem? Because it didn't. We can see when we watch it. There's no optical problem.
Yeah, but that's been replicated several times. Dave Weiss did it with a table. People have done it a ton of times.
No,
the point is that you can show obstruction of vision on a very small scale, and if you're an engineer, you know physics scales. You can do it on a bigger scale, and obviously it would apply.
Me now. So the table one was obviously shot from underneath the table. Everybody knows that.
The hallway was done from above the floor, and the tape still disappeared. 1 inch of the bottle at the bottom disappeared from view on an obviously flat floor, no horizon, no earth curve. It disappeared.
Ken, over 10 yards, it disappeared over
you watched the video.
and obviously, this is the key word, an obviously flat floor. It disappeared, and it wasn't a complete video. It was staccated time and again. It was not a real video. And if you really, really think about it, do you really think you're going to see curvature of 8 inches supposedly per mile over 10 yards?
You're not supposed to see curvature, Gary.
And an inch disappears.
You're missing the point, Gary.
This guy's a time vampire.
You're not supposed to see curvature, Gary.
I'm
You're
gonna
supposed to see whether or not you can.
Ken, I want to listen to you, please. No
You're
interruptions.
supposed to see if something will disappear bottom up on a flat surface over a short distance. If it can disappear on a flat surface over a short distance, don't you think that it could disappear over a long distance on a flat surface?
I would agree with that. 100%.
Well, shout out to Taylor for making that video.
No, I would agree with that 100%. What Ken has just said. If it disappeared over a very short distance, but that is not what the math says, is it? Because the math says 8 inches per mile.
So then your maths is wrong.
Why on earth would it disappear over 10 yards?
Because your maths is wrong.
Yes.
Because the maths is wrong. Where do you live, lad?
Me?
No,
Montana.
the English one.
Why am I?
Sheffield, do you want to come and meet me? We can sort it out.
Yeah, I would. I'd love to. I'm in Derby.
Come on in.
I would recommend you don't do that, Gary.
I wouldn't want to sort it out. I'd love a conversation.
It wouldn't be a conversation, mate. You'd be lying on the floor in 2 seconds flat.
Oh, there we go. The absolute.
Wow, Gary, I told you I just wouldn't recommend you
absolute
sort it out
trash.
that way. Yeah, he's actually not trash, but I mean, if you want to call people trash, you can call people trash. Gary, everybody has a different interpretation of you, and that's
Yeah,
fine.
so he
A lot
wants
of,
to
hold
knock.
on, don't
So he
interrupt
wants
me,
to
man.
knock me
A
out.
lot of
and
guys have given you,
condone
hold
that.
on, Gary. A lot of guys have given you a lot of grace tonight. You've been very polite. You've been very cordial. I'm giving you that, man. I'm acknowledging that you've actually tried to engage in a conversation. You do have to acknowledge the fact that in many episodes past here, right, going back in time, you have not conducted yourself in that manner, and there are people that may feel a certain way about you. You don't have to. You can digest that or not. You can brush it off. I would suggest doing that, but you got to acknowledge that you have to own the way that people perceive you from past interactions.
That's fine.
Gary, I appreciate the conversation tonight, man. I do have to go, and I'm being honest. I'm not being facetious. I'm telling you, like, you've been very cordial tonight. I hope you do get a chance to get your shit off and have a decent conversation. Shout out to the Levelheads, man. I can't believe y'all been going this long. Shout out to my bandana bear brother Alan for bringing you in here and really wrecking my fucking night. At least we didn't get too done. I got him in my DMs. You know what I mean? But Ken, I love you, man. Proud, sacred. Thank you. I can't believe you guys are still going. Keep it going as long as you can. I love y'all. I'm gonna catch y'all. I'm gonna catch y'all next week, man. I gotta go. I got shit to do. Love y'all. Shout out to y'all. Appreciate you. Love you.
Spam them W's for Big Orwellian.
Yep.
Thanks
Hey,
for
Al.
that. Thanks for saying that. I really appreciate that.
Well, Gary, it just is what it is, man. I mean, there's times where you're very cordial and normal, and there's times that you're not. I'm not going to
I
say
can get
I'm not.
quite. I can get
I'm not the
angry.
guy. I'm not the guy over here calling you a drunk or this or that or the other thing, dude. I appreciate you when we can catch you in your natural element. So it's been a good conversation, man. I hope you have a wonderful night. It's been awesome, Gary. Take care.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask one last question?
If it's not of me, I'm going to leave.
No, it's only a short one. What
Yeah,
do you
go ahead.
think? What do you think about the other Englishman threatening me?
Well, I kind of described that, Gary, earlier. I said that there are some people that have a different perception of you based on their past experiences. So I would say that he's probably so fed up with a lot of your past antics.
No, I don't think so.
That he, well, no, but you wanted my answer, so that's
okay.
And that's fine.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. You're not interrupting me. I'm just saying you asked, so I'm answering your question. I think that you got to take that into account, and it's fine if you don't. That's on you, man. You live your own life. You perceive what you perceive clearly, though we perceive things a bit differently. But yeah, I would just say I would say it's that, because you and I have had interactions that I feel are very different in, I don't know, past episodes compared to what we're doing tonight.
Yeah,
So,
Ken, you're top man. From what we've discussed tonight, and how we've discussed, and I will agree. Yeah, I've been a bit aggressive in the past, and I've learned from talking on these how to interact properly. And you're one of the causes of that.
well, I mean, I can own, my causality to however you might have behaved, depending on or our interactions, whatever you want to call it. I don't have issues owning up to anything, and most of the people in here that know me know that I can get a little saucy, I can get a little hot. I don't shy away from that. I'm perfectly willing to own things, but your question and my answer to your question was, to that point. Like,
Yeah.
You already did that, Gary, right? And I think that everybody in here that's interacting with you tonight, for the most part, Alan, get that. Like, I don't know what it is, man. I don't know if you had a great coffee this evening or whatever it might be, but you seem you seem very chipper. You seem very upbeat, in a very good mood and good spirits, right? And so that's not typical, I guess, for what we're accustomed to with regards to interacting with Gary.
Well, I'm
So,
sorry about that. In the past.
well, it is what it is, Gary. All I'm saying, man, is
It is,
just
and
like,
I'm sorry about it in the past. And I'd really love to sit around a table with quite a few of you and just have that discussion. It would be fantastic, because my cousin is an absolute flat Earth believer and believes in every conspiracy on the world. So I have these discussions with him many times.
but you don't hate Gary. You don't hate your cousin, do you?
No, I don't
Right,
hate any of
right.
you. I don't hate any of you either.
Right. And so that's the point I'm getting at, is like, I mean, some of these conversations might get hot, but we don't hate you, Gary. I don't hate you at all. I don't even think Barbara Dan hates you. He's probably just still, he's probably still just, I'm not going to speak for him. I'll let the man speak for himself. But
Brian,
at the end of the day, I think a lot of us that have had, heated discussions with you, or may have been irritated by you, or whatever it may be, it's just that nobody hates you. And I don't hate anybody else. It just, people are people, bro. And we're discussing things that, well, some people, are anchored to the quote unquote globe Earth by, and some of us have, I don't know, we've cut the chain off and we started to float around a little bit, and we don't necessarily agree on everything, but man, it don't need to be hate. So I all I'm gonna say, and I do have to get out of here, Gary. I do appreciate the back and
that's all
forth,
right,
man.
Ken. Respect,
And
absolute respect.
I'm not Ken, man. I'm Orwellian. You're probably glitching out a little bit.
Aurelian, sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just no, man. At the end of the day, like, we're all human beings, man. We're all one race. We're all one people. We just disagree about a lot of shit, and
we do.
The point and purpose of these spaces, man, and this one's going on almost 24 straight hours.
I know.
And my wife
for exactly
that, man. We're just trying to
be off every morning.
Well, I hope your wife isn't too pissed at us for keeping you up past your bedtime, man. But at the end of the day, Gary, it was a pleasure tonight, man. It was very uncharacteristic to have this conversation, and that's not
it's not an insult. No, I know.
It's not an insult or a dig at you. It's been different. So
I'd just like to say I've had no different alcohol level, because I don't really do that. It's just more my aggravation level. So in the past, my aggravation level was quite low. But as I've listened more and more, I can't say I can really understand what you believe, because I don't. But I've got less stressed about it.
That's awesome, man, and you sound super open-minded. I think when you joined, there was a bit of a misunderstanding. There was someone that we were talking to, Orbital, right?
Yeah.
That guy, you might have seen, like what I was saying, you might have thought that was abusive, but that guy was, like, for an hour or so, just avoiding questions and, sort of slurring his speech all over the place. And then all of a sudden, when I said, "Hey, have you had any drinks?"
That's what I'd heard, and then that just rang a bell with me about how I was treated. So yeah, it did sort of spike me a bit.
Yeah, but he was clearly on drugs, and then when I asked him about benzos, he quickly muted, and that was like the first time he muted in like 40 minutes.
I noticed that. I did, yeah.
And then I asked him specifically what drugs. I know what drug he's on, by the way, because I know people who are on those drugs, and I know what it sounds like when someone's drunk, and I know what it sounds like when someone's on those drugs. And I know what it sounds like when someone's on both, which is not a good combination. But and then he said, I won't disclose my HIPAA information. Well, it's like, you know, if you ask someone a direct question and they say like, oh, well, I'm not taking questions right now.
Yeah, that was a pretty ridiculous situation. Gary, I am going to get out of here.
I'm just going to do a quick one. Just a quick one. What I would love to see or listen to is, rather than flat earthers asking for evidence about globe Earth, I'd really love to listen to flat Earth evidence.
Well, we do that every week, Gary, every week. So that's why we're here. But hey, I just wanted to commend you, man, and for the clarification and all that. I know some people have, labeled you as, hey, I slur my speech or whatever, dude. I mean, obviously there's an accent there. I don't throw that shade on you, dude, but yeah, sometimes you're abrasive and it's difficult to deal with. Tonight has been a friendship, and well, and you could probably say the same for me. So I'm being honest, and not disingenuous. But I do have to go. I do appreciate the time, Gary.
Can we agree? No more drunk shit.
Well, no, I haven't called you a drunk except for that one time.
I'm just asking because the proud flirt she does. She has.
No, she. Okay, so hold on. She might rib you a little bit, but I can remember multiple times where she, was tongue in cheek, but she came right back and said, "Hey, this is what's been alleged, but I'm just giving you shit." And those are actually recorded. So I guarantee you she has come back and come correct with that and was like, you know what? We're just not going to call Gary a drunk.
Messages that say the other.
Okay, well, I'm not privy to your DMs, man, but I know what's happened live, so I'm just throwing it out there. But yeah, okay,
I just
so
want to
Gary,
draw a line under it because
that's fine. Gary, you're probably still going to get some of that from some people that might feel that way about you, but I promise you, brother, you're not going to get it from me. Okay.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate your time, man. It's been odd. This is weird. I think. I don't know, man. Maybe we're slipping into some kind of temporal pocket or something. Alan, this is fucking bad.
We hit it with orbital, guys. Trust me. When I put those clips side to side, y'all gonna be like, okay, NASA stepped up their game. They got the bot with the voice now.
You got the what voice down?
They remember. Oh, some of y'all might not remember, but remember when Orbital didn't grab a mic, and the first time we heard Orbital speak, everybody was like, "Yo,
oh yeah, bro, he went all AI and shit." Yeah, he's probably he's running the test program for all these anti-flirts that can't actually run a chat GPT script on mic, so it's happening fast, for real. Like, I've seen some wild ass Kamala videos, some wild ass Donald Trump videos that aren't actual videos. They just
it's getting bad.
Processed all their words and put together some shit. So that's going to be scary.
Yeah, it's getting bad. It's getting bad.
Oh, do you guys think Orbital is AI? Like, you don't think that's a real person?
No, that's a real dipshit.
No, he's a real person.
Unexplainable unless there's a script.
It's a real person with his own views.
So to answer your question, I think that's a real dipshit that was high as fuck, but I think he was attempting to deploy some technology against Flat Earth Fridays that blew up in his face initially, and then he was just like, okay, well, I guess I'm high, so let's do this.
So can I ask? I just want to. I like asking questions. So Brian,
I'm gonna peel out, Gary. I'm gonna peel out.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm out of here, man. You guys have a good night. Love y'all.
So Brian's on tonight. So Brian's on tonight. He never says anything. Ted, Bill,
Yo.
Death.
What's up, Ken?
Yeah.
Where do they fit in? Where do they
Gary.
fit in?
Yeah, Gary, we're about to move on, bro. We've been at it for a hot minute. What's up, Ken?
Yeah, so when you talk to Stone, let him know Hapro's coming for him. I quoted him on his,
Oh,
you know the thing where he did with the sun, the earth, and the moon, and the
yeah.
sun pulling 2.2 times
Hmm.
harder on the moon than the earth when it's between them.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking about that with him because he loves his Newtonian gravity, and I told him about that, and he said, "You got that wrong." I said, "Well, actually, it's not me." I said, "But I'm friends with somebody that can do the math, and they did the math." And he said, "Well, I don't have I can't do the math right now, right this second." He said, "But that's wrong." I said, "Well, could you do me a favor?" I said, "These guys love it when somebody corrects them. So, if you could just do the math for me and let me know." He said, "Oh, I will. I'll get it to you." So I'm waiting for Hapro to come back with the math to show that Stone was wrong.
Well, I'll do you one better, dog. So that video, there's actually going to be a follow up to it that Stone's already working on because of the conversation that Pizio and Peter and them had about, was it 2 weeks ago or last week? I can't remember which week, but when they were getting into the orbital mechanics of it, and then the solution was for the heliocentrist was centrifugal acceleration. That somehow cancels it all out or whatever. And it's like, that's cool. That's cool. And so Stone is going to break down all the vectors for that and show how it doesn't apply. So the refutation to whatever Haps are like trying to come up with is already going to be refuted very soon with diagrams and showing everything exactly where the force vectors will be.
Oh, that's sweet. You need to let me know when it's like really close so I can give him the first video.
Nice, will do. Yeah, we'll probably do like a premiere on Flat Earth Friday or something for it too, because it's gonna be a doozy. Gonna be a good old fashioned math fight.
Well, I love it. That'll be perfect because if he's going to do it on Flat Earth Fridays, I can tell him, well, come on in and talk to him about it.
Yeah, that'll give him time to prep his microphone or whatever since he missed PhD night. Thankfully.
He been active all day, and he been in here. I don't want to hear no excuses from him anymore.
Man, he ain't grabbed no mic whatsoever. He avoided it like the plague.
He'll come. He'll come to Brian or Conspiracy Space. Last time though, he only wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, he choosy. That's why I don't like when he be in people mentions talking crazy. And I don't even know why he be talking to me crazy too. I don't know why he be talking to me crazy. Like, I'm the last person he should be talking to crazy. Number one, because I always supported him. I brought him over to Wister's show. I told everybody, yo, this is Hap. Like, he cool, da 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 da, woo woo. I never talk shit about him. And now he like in the mentions, like calling me names and stuff. I'm like, bro, like, you can't even defend yourself. Will you stop? You need another man to come protect you. Better stop playing with me, guy. Stick to the science. Stop trolling me.
Yo, I was just checking level heads. So there was like a ham operator that had a refutation to Battle of the Beams, or I was like reading through that and I didn't really see any claim or
I
mechanism.
accidentally pissed off DC. We only had like 2 interactions with DC, which is crazy. Our first interaction with him was good. Like it was straight. He came in here, he asked some questions, we replied, and then he left. Like it wasn't that deep. He said he was gonna look into something. The
Wait,
next
he came on
interaction we
Flat
had
Earth
with him,
Fridays?
nah, not today.
No, I'm not talking about today. DC came to Flat Earth Fridays?
Once. The first time we ever interacted with DC.
Hell no.
The second time we interacted with him was kinda when he was in Ian space. That was the second time. And it was like, why are you cockholding this grown man? Like we did something to you. That's why we were like, what's his beef? Like we ain't do nothing to him. So for him to go in there, oh thanks for debunking them. It's like, bro, you mad because of what?
DC ain't never been a Flat Earth Friday.
He had to have been.
Cap.
Well, we'll put that on the table, Alan. But it could have been another space. But basically, I'm saying like our first interaction with DC wasn't negative. Like we didn't troll him. We didn't have no negative words. Sacred to him had one little conversation. Maybe somebody else asked him something, and then that was it. The next interaction was him like co-signing somebody that was slandering us. So it was just like odd. But then even then, when Sacred and him were trying to have that back and forth about VHF, he said his point and it ran out of there, and then a host wouldn't let Sacred finish or push back. So ever since then, all I see is him on the TL antagonizing flat earthers. I replied to him because he tweeted TM about how we're grifters or some shit. And it's just like, bro, like I pissed him off. So he wrote me like these 2 dissertations about how he feels and that he's willing to have a VHF conversation on a neutral platform with Sacred or somebody who fully understands it because he physically been in the field doing it. He said he's
Yeah.
willing to address Kanekabine. He knows he's
Yeah,
not
don't
an
put the cooter in there.
So Sigrid, he's in the group chat basically. He in the group chat and Globinski ear.
Look at it.
Yo, Meth, I think
Yo,
Meth.
Meth, you're hot, Mike.
But I don't know. I don't know if it's worth having a whole VHF debate on a neutral platform. I don't even know what that means unless you want to call Shepard for that. We could do that with Shepard or this and that. That might be fun weekend or like middle of the week excursion. But I just didn't expect him to put that whole paragraph.
Who is him for me to be going over doing a neutral platform for what? He could bring his ass over here just like everybody else. Who is he? Nobody. I go to his space if he want to open up a space. I'm still over here, but I'm not up for nothing for no DC. You know where we at? He know he could come talk. If he not confident, then that's just that.
That reminds me, I actually have an update from I Destroy Flares. He said that he was struggling to get out of his Widow Quib, and he lost his Widow Binky, so he's not going to be able to make it.
Nice. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. I was just answering Alan. I don't know if he's serious about the beams or he was just talking shit, but yeah, maybe that'll be a potential hand survey operator or something, a potential option.
Cool. Keep me posted. Yes.
And he already copping pleas for them VHS.
Yeah, I mean, did you link him the Battle of the Beams prez?
No,
he can look over all the numbers ahead of time, and that way he doesn't have to go like, not know what's being claimed or whatever. Send you a link.
He talked a lot. I know you like the argument seeker, so I was just thinking that would be good, like a good fun way to like interact on Twitter during the week. But yeah, like.
Like he wanted to debate Sacred over it?
He just claimed that whoever has an extensive knowledge of VHF, he's willing to have it. Like those were his quote unquote parameters. It's basically like saying like, hey, I worked in that field, so they better be just as good as I am.
Right.
Or not.
Right.
As soon as I start pressing you, exactly. As soon as I start pressing you, don't be what type of, how much study have you? How much work have you? Like, man, I don't want to hear about none of that. Answer why these VHF waves are going this far. And if you have an excuse or you have a reason, I need empirical evidence, verified data.
Yep. Just tell me those numbers to plug in.
Right. So you want empirical data?
Not from you, Gare Bear, but yes.
So can I ask a question then?
Negative, Ghost Rider. We're about to hit up Taylor. What up, Taylor? I see your hand up.
Yeah, my hand's up as well.
Yeah, but you've been talking for a hot minute, so like we got to get to some other people. You know what I mean?
I do not see Taylor on stage. Maybe I'm glitching.
Backslapping.
So I'll be honest with you, Taylor didn't have her hand up. I just saw her down there, and I was like, "There's my out." But I did give 2 mics out to people that had it requested. So Lynn Fox is up, and who was the other one? Oh, Brian Sweet.
Yeah, Brian.
Come on, Brian.
What's up? Seems like this spot in a hallway would be less than 8 inches per mile square. Is a globe issue, not a flat Earth issue.
That's what I say.
It's no issue.
I'm thinking nobody wants to touch the Battle of the Beams. I think they're wanting to forget about it and hope we do too.
Man, that's pretty devastating stuff right there.
So you're a Nazi then, Brian? Do you believe that Hitler was right?
Right about what?
Right about what, dog?
Right about what?
Gary, we're not doing that, Gary. This is Flat Earth Friday, Stationary Saturday. That's
Okay, I will not ask another question about that. Sorry.
But you know I ain't shy. But your bottle up. But your bottom obstruction there in that hallway is a globe issue, not a flat Earth issue.
Yeah, I won't ask another question about that.
As you said yourself, that hallway is obviously flat, so there is no curve.
Oh, look, Justin up here too. Go ahead,
Gonna let
Brian.
Lynn and Justin close us out.
Well, Lynn got her hand up too. Brian can finish his thought.
No, it was good. I just wanted to point that out that he owned himself on that. He said that the hallway was obviously flat. Then if it was, it shouldn't have disappeared bottom up, man. And it was definitely what'd you say, 10 yards? That's definitely shorter than a mile.
Nobody knows that hallway was flat.
That's a globe issue, not a flat Earth issue.
Nobody knows that hallway was flat.
You see how many hallways
You think they
curved?
built it crooked?
Gary?
Yeah.
How many curved hallways you been in?
Are you serious? You think something can be absolutely flat?
That hallway's flat, bro.
In a hallway.
See, now you want to know why people think you're a drunk.
So is that Brian?
Did I just turn your brain into drunk brain or something? Did I just
No, let's seriously get into engineering and how floors are laid.
Did you say how do you know that hallway is flat?
I did, yeah. How do you know they're always flat?
How many hallways you been in that ain't been flat?
Every single one I've ever been in is not flat. Do you know what flat means?
You gonna
because I'm an engineer.
Curved or something?
I've
This
actually
asshole's talking about granite tables that are microscopic. They cost $10,000. It's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, you're correct in that. I'm also talking about iron tables that you scrape in to flatness. So I know exactly, as an engineer, what flatness is because I've done it.
Guys pulling out a micrometer.
So to say a hallway is flat is absolutely ridiculous. There's no way on a flat Earth or a globe Earth that a hallway is going to be flat. Level, whatever you want to call it.
True level, right? Are we in this Rick and Morty episode right now?
How many microns do you want to call it from one meter from the start to 10 meters? Because it's not flat.
We're living on a ball, man. You got me. I've been dusted by Gary the drunk.
No, don't be condescending. Don't be condescending. The question was about the hallway, and it's flat. A hallway is not flat, and if you think it's flat, then you're deluded.
For all intents purposes, it's flat. You
No,
want to say
for
it's
not
out a
all
few
intents and
If you want to
purposes.
say it's out a few 10,000ths of an inch, go right ahead.
It might
I'm
be
with
an
ya.
inch. It might be an inch.
Oh,
You
it ain't
don't
no
know.
inch. Come on, Gary.
These guys,
So what's your qualification then?
But their own ball, man. Go out and put that level of scrutinization to your own beliefs there, Gary. Oh wait, you don't even know what
No, you're just being condescending now.
Well, can I can I interject really quick? So, Gary, first of all, I wouldn't appeal to credentials. Brian, I think it's possible. Yeah, it's possible the hallway isn't flat, but let's assume it isn't. Okay, so let's assume it isn't. Let's assume there is 1 inch, 2 inch, 5 inch of slope. Gary, are you suggesting that that slope would produce the results, the bottom of obstruction?
Of course it would.
Okay, so what if that experiment was done on something like what Methuselah suggested, which is a granite slab, which is, for all intents and purposes, flat enough to not produce bottom of obstruction if that isn't produced on a flat?
I've done it.
So bottom of obstruction is produced even on a flat surface. Is that true?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm an engineer. So we
why
have
would it
granite
matter?
tables that are 3
Why would it matter if
meters.
it's flat or
We
not
have
then?
granite tables that are 3 meters long.
Yeah.
and
Wait, so hey,
things
Gary,
don't disappear.
Hey, you said you're an engineer. I used to do floor coverings, and I used to put in all kinds of floors, whether it was hardwood,
Floors,
granite.
right? Okay.
No, I'm asking you, what kind of engineer are you when you talk about that? Because there's many different engineers. There's electrical engineers. There's
Right. Okay. I'm an aerospace engineer.
Okay, so do you know anything about floor coverings?
Why would I need to know anything about floor covering?
Because weren't you talking about the video of the floor being flat, whether or not the floor is flat?
No, I'm going to ask you a question to to destroy that. So, how do you know your floor covering is flat?
Well,
and
because we use something
no,
when
no,
anything's...
hold on, I'm still
Okay,
talking.
do you want me to answer the question?
No, I'm still talking.
Okay.
What does flat mean?
Level surface, relatively smooth.
No, it doesn't.
Like, man, you're never gonna get past.
Okay.
Devoid
for the audience's sake.
Hold on. Devoid of curvature.
So flat means devoid of curvature. What about slope? Can something be flat and sloping? That's to Gary. And Gary, you gotta unmute again. The room was muted.
Just for audience purposes, before Gary answers, when anytime we're doing a floor, and if it's out of level, we use what's called self-leveler. It's a liquid concrete. You mix it up very thin. You use a string, and you lay it out, and it will literally flow to the low spaces, and it will level everything out. You can use big, huge bags of it. I've done it on entire basement floors to make everything leveled out. It's not that hard to make the surface of a floor level. People do it every single day. I'll close
And
with
after you do that, if you use a level or a laser level, it is perfectly level.
Bro, we use lasers, we use grinders, we will grind concrete, like all of it. Like,
yeah, I've done the same. I was just adding to your thing. Gary, you have to click the unmute button because the room was muted.
I'm sorry about
Yeah,
about
there
that.
you go, bud.
Who is it that's talking? Because I don't want to just talk to the person. I'd rather say the
that
name.
was me. My name is Mr. And the particular floor that you're talking about is a VCT tile, which is a vinyl composition tile. And those tiles, they're mostly in grocery stores and things like that. They're very commercially used, but you have to have a almost perfectly smooth and clean floor to install those on because they will crack, they chip, they're very brittle, they're very rigid. And so, like, as soon as I see that, that's what I know that she was working on. I could almost tell you, if you send me a picture of your floor, I could tell you what it is. You know, like, I've done it for years and years of my life before getting into what I do now.
So I'd agree with you with that because I work in, like I've said, I'm an engineer. I install factories and I install floors in factories, and the factories are many 100 meters, and the floors need to be flat. But flatness is not. How do you think flatness is determined?
Hold on, real quick, Gary, because I know this might take a minute. I do want to respect some of the other speakers that didn't get a chance to speak.
Oh, so I'm being shut down again.
No, we're gonna come back to you. We're probably gonna let the rest of the new speakers speak. We'll let y'all get like a 5 more minutes back and forth. I don't even know if y'all talking about something specific or if y'all just talking about something arbitrary. But if it's arbitrary,
It's pretty arbitrary because in any construction, you never have to account for curvature of the earth. I don't care how big of a fucking area that you're constructing. Never
That's a
once.
lie.
It's not a lie, Gary. You might have to deal with topographical obstructions, but never do you deal with curvature of earth.
What does perpendicular mean?
Hold on. Like I said, y'all could just pause that for a second. Gary, I'll let you get the last word.
Hey, second, Gary, get the Time Vampire Award next 100 shows.
Can you hear us? Or like you got like the phantom mute button, bro. We can hear you though. So this is what we're gonna do. Let's slide to Lynn. I want to say what up to my man Justin, legend. And then we may give y'all a few minutes to, I don't know, do whatever y'all was doing. What's up, Lynn? Good evening on this stationary Saturday. Still Sundays in some part of the world.
Well, y'all may not like this, but I'm going to continue
It's Monday.
I'm going to continue this conversation with Gary because I have a couple of questions not along this line. But first of all, I want to say one thing I've noticed. Wow, Gary, please don't take this wrong. You and I have never had an interaction, and I don't mean this in a mean way. While sometimes it can be difficult conversing with Gary, what I have noticed is when the level heads address him with kindness and respect, it's a different conversation. So just keep that in mind. It may take a little more patience, but I really, really appreciated the way Alan interacted with him.
I completely agree.
Okay, now. Okay, and
Ken.
Wait a minute. I'm not done, Gary. Please don't interrupt. And I want to say, and for the most part, Mr. also, I believe that's who was talking to. Yes, about the floor. I understand about unlevel floors. I haven't seen the video, and so it sounds like it was a concrete floor. I have a old house with a very unlevel, whatever. So I understand about that. Okay, so Gary, I have tagged you in a couple things I posted to the Purple Pill, and I just want to make sure, because you weren't sure about the Nest or the Jumbotron, I want to be sure you know how to find them in your notifications. Are you familiar with notifications on Twitter?
You gotta
you have to unmute, Hunt.
He should be. He got a notification from me.
Sorry, I've just unmuted.
Okay. When somebody tags you, do you know how to check your notifications to see when somebody sent you?
Yes, I do know my notifications, but the Jumbotron stuff, I don't know. People have tried to take me through it a few times, and then on other spaces they call it something else other than a Jumbotron. They call it
the Nest
or something. Whatever.
It's got 2 or 3 names.
And I've logged on to my computer, my laptop, and tried to find and tried to find it as well. So yeah, maybe I'm a bit thick. I don't know. I can't find the Jumbotron. I can't find those things. I can see the dots that go across.
Yeah.
But
well, I can empathize with you because sometimes I work on my Chromebook, which is a laptop, and sometimes on my cell phone, and they're totally different for me. And sometimes I can do things and find things and accomplish things in the spaces on one device and not the other. So I empathize with you, but I think it's too late tonight for us to continue to go down this line. I just wanted to make sure that that you would get what I sent you, because one is it's a 15-minute video of Witsits that talks about curvature, but I did put just the 30 seconds in particular I would like you to watch. I would like you to watch the whole thing. It made a huge difference when I was first learning about flat Earth. So
I'd just like that. Sorry, what's your name?
I'm sorry. Well, I think on this phone my name is Lynn. I'm the little old lady with glasses and a top knot. I have 2 or 3 different accounts, but all my pictures look similar.
There's nothing wrong with an old lady with glasses.
Well, that's me. So anyway, so in that video, it because you had some comment, you made some comment about the horizon, how it never moved or something. I don't remember exactly what you said, but it shows in that time lapse video that it does things move around that you wouldn't expect. It really shocked me, and so I hung on to that video to share with people like you. So if you could watch that, and like I said, preferably the whole thing, but if you're short on time, just that 30 seconds that I put in. And then I also you asked for flat Earth proof. Excuse me, I need a drink of water. Flat Earth proofs. I have collected. There's at least 10 what I call evidences or proofs of flat Earth, and I put them in a flip book, and I sent you that. And so there are astrophysicists and geophysicists and different really smart people on there that have given their opinion that it is a flat Earth. And then I think there are the long distance world records and things like that. So there's 2 or 3 pages of links. Go through those, and then you'll probably have questions at the next Flat Earth. Bring those questions up, and somebody smarter than me will probably need to answer them.
Is it? Am I getting your name correct? Is it Leanne?
Lynne, Lynn Fox, on this cell phone, and that's what I mostly use in spaces.
Can
you say it for me? Because I don't.
I'm
like
sorry. You know what?
Yeah,
when
I think you tagged
I sent it from my Chromebook, and so it'd be from Tammy Lou.
I don't like to dispronounce. So Leanne.
No, Lynn, like
Leanne.
Like sometimes a boy is named Lynn, Lynn. Well,
right, Liam.
Lynn, yeah. But
right,
it has don't worry how to spell it. But anyway,
I'd like to say thank you very much for
So anyway,
what you
like
said.
I said, I'm not the science person. I'm not the person to ask the questions of, but they're there for you to look at, and then come back and ask Alan and people like that.
I've actually found those posts and things from other people now.
Mm-hmm.
From talking to you.
Okay.
So, thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome, hon.
I will have a look.
Gary, your Riz is excellent. Kudos to you, my guy.
Pardon?
Mad Riz.
Mad Riz, I see you, Gary. It's smooth with the ladies. Nice.
No way.
No,
way at all.
I think Gary mostly, not all the time.
No way at all.
Mostly.
Ladies scare me.
No, I think he mostly responds how he's talked to.
Absolutely. Thank you.
As all of us do, but we all overstep sometimes, and sometimes we let our, sometimes we don't mind our P's and Q's. Like we should. And like I said, it's getting late, so I'm going to be quiet and let this space closes because I know people are ready for it. I see Justin there. He might be wanting to talk. But anyway, everybody have a good night.
So Liam, so thank you very much. I really appreciate what you said tonight.
You're welcome, hon.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Brothers, Friday.
We over 24 hours, ain't we?
Getting close, I think.
No, we hit 24.
Let me do some quick math.
You going for 36 now?
I don't know. Proud on my head, man.
Man, y'all shut the space down 2 hours ago.
Yeah, it's 24 easy. I'm on 18 hours after my computer crashed at like 6 hours. So, congratulations, lads. Dude, 45 more minutes and we could be in the stationary Sundays.
3 years.
I knew they was going to say that. I knew they was gonna say that.
Come on now.
Don't any of you have jobs? Don't any of you work?
We work for the people, Gary. The people.
No, no, seriously.
Not on the weekend, Gary.
Are you all
Seriously.
retired?
I was at work earlier today.
Pardon?
My customers were listening to you guys bicker.
It was
Yep, so are my clients.
They were bickering about the origin of Ananukai.
No, not me.
Right, I don't think you were here yet.
Ananukai? Is it the Anunnaki?
Oh, so they heard Saucy Taylor.
I have a farm and lakes, so that's why I come on here late at night. So what do you do? Because a lot of you seem to be on here a long time.
Really, we only really frequent Twitter on the weekend, Friday and Saturday.
Oh,
We might
just
post,
weekends.
but, well, for us this weekend, we're in the States.
You worried about money?
So, can I ask you? This is a serious question.
Hold on, Gary. It's Justin's turn.
Okay. Will you let me back in?
What's up, y'all? I don't even have a whole lot to say. I'm just chilling. I find today's space extremely entertaining, so I'm just kicking back and enjoying myself. My lawsuit is still going on, in case anybody's interested to know. It's moving slowly.
I was just thinking about that like 2 days ago. I was like, bro, wasn't
Yeah, so as all legal things go, it's not moving quick, but we did request, my lawyer made a request for a settlement amount, which we know they're probably going to reject. So we really just want to push the envelope on them and try to take it to court. The only way I'll settle is if they agree to, never shut me up again. Like, we need precedent and we need the example set.
So what's your gripe? What's the problem? What's your gripe?
Gare Bear, relax.
Oh! I just got kicked out of
question.
I got kicked out of a county meeting, a public meeting, for no reason, for someone disagreeing with what I was talking about.
And so you take that to a court?
Yeah, I'm suing them for violating my free speech.
Right, so that's America. That's America all over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on with that. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but that's the problem with the world. That is America. They sue for everything.
Darn us wanting to speak our mind and not being trampled on and go to jail for Facebook posts. Hell.
No. You just want to make money.
Give up your
right.
right.
Want to make money.
Be trampled upon.
Just asking us about money.
Yeah, no one's suing for like a broken ankle over here to get a quick buck. We're trying to set precedent and put the government in their place.
So Gary, so you know how like when we're in spaces, right? And then like you're talking and then somebody talks over you or mutes your mic and then you be like, yo, that's not fair.
I'm going to shut up.
No, I'm just saying like, I was just asking, when that happens, how you feel when someone takes your voice away, when you feel like you have the right to speak, how that makes you feel bad? You feel like you have the right.
It's called a conversation rather than a mediation.
And you have the right to speak, right?
Correct.
So Justin is saying when he went to a public forum with his right to speak, the town, the city, the state that he was in didn't like what he was saying, even though he had the right to speak. and they shut him down and threatened to arrest him and took his voice. He's saying that's not right. I have a right to say what I want, no matter if you don't like it or not.
No,
So,
I'm not saying that's not right.
no, he's saying that, and it's the same thing that you say. You don't like being interrupted either.
So can the chap who was speaking originally say what his complaint was?
What do you mean my complaint? I was just telling a story in front of the commissioners about the Challenger explosion and making a request to them.
So you think the Challenger explosion was fabricated?
I think it was possibly empty when it exploded, yes.
So why do you think that?
Why? Because the most of the crew have exact doppelgangers that are the same age.
No, they don't. That's
Hey,
been
hold on.
proven wrong.
Whoa, Gary, time out, buddy. I'm not done. They have exact doppelgangers with the same age, face, and names, and that's statistically impossible. I'm still not done, but that's statistically impossible. But now go ahead. You said they don't. What proof do you have?
More proof than you do.
Well,
that
get
they
specific.
Double gangers.
What's that? So let's start with Francis Richard Dick Scobie. You want to talk about him? So what about him?
I don't want to talk about any of them.
So you don't know anything about it, but you have more proof than me?
I know all about it.
Well, then talk about it.
I don't need to talk about it.
Then what are you doing?
Because every single one of those persons who you claim to be double gangers and twins,
I don't claim. They're out there. We've confronted two of them.
No, you've not.
Yeah, we have. It's on video. You want to see it? Somebody put it up top.
I'd love to see it, but a video does not mean that that's real.
Do you mean it's the video does not mean it's the same person?
Hold on, just listen. Just listen to me as a person.
No, please do elaborate on the topic that you admit you don't know anything about. I'm anxious to hear it.
I know all about it. So
let's hear it.
Don't condescend me. That's
all right.
Shit. Right, so listen to me from a person from another country. You believe which conspiracies are all about. You believe that the government blew up a spaceship with nobody in it, and then they went and carried on their lives around the USA, the world, wherever.
Yes.
But they don't look anything like the people, and they've been proven, which you refuse to accept. They've been proven not to be the same people.
So Gary, do you think it's plausible that the government would ever fake people's deaths for some type of political motive or agenda?
That's a different question.
But can you answer it? It's exactly what we're talking about. Faking people's deaths for an agenda.
I'm not going to answer it because it's a different question, and you'll use it.
It's so weird.
Dude, I am fucking dying, dude.
Dude, what are you doing, bro? Like,
there you go. You're all laughing again.
No, Gary, I don't think
you have no
You know who else
proof.
was laughing, Gary? You know who else was laughing? Krista McAuliffe's parents were in the stands watching the rocket. And after it exploded, they have video of both her parents looking at one another and smiling.
No, you have
That's
a video.
awfully strange behavior.
You have a video.
If you have a child on a rocket and that rocket explodes, do you think you will be laughing about it, Gary?
No, you have a video staged and stopped at a moment when the mouths look like they're smiling.
Oh no, they were definitely smiling, Gary.
Footage.
It's video.
Gary,
It wasn't a
So
stock
what's your
picture.
evidence then?
Gary,
What's your evidence?
I'm friends
The
with
video,
I'm friends
Gary.
with her mom, and she texted me.
Now Justin's done a lot more research
you're
and
friends with their
investigation.
mom.
Yeah.
Justin didn't hear a story. Okay, he didn't hear a story and just believe it and go running around talking. He actually investigates it, Gary. Something you haven't done. Something I haven't done.
I have.
Gary, have you ever heard of Operation Northwoods?
I'll admit I've not heard of that one. No.
So that's a plan the government proposed to JFK in the 1960s, where they wanted to blow up airliners, either with people on them or people not on them.
No, that's
And
not a plan.
Okay, can I please finish?
That's not a plan.
Can I please finish?
No, you can't finish because you're lying.
Gary, self-control. You can, if you want.
Gary, it's declassified, and you can look it up in about 30 seconds on the computer in your hand. But I'll finish. So Operation Northwoods was a plan to blow up airliners, either fake or real, and blame Cuba in an effort to go to war. And JFK shot the deal down. So this was the government in the 60s planning to fake blow up an aircraft for a political agenda. So
can I
20 years
counter
later,
that?
it is not quite out of the realm of possibility that they would do it. So when you spend a minute and a half saying, how could you possibly believe something, because they've said it, they wanted to do it 20 years prior. It's not
So
out of the
can I
realm. So
counter
move on
that?
to the next point.
So can I counter that?
Yeah, sure.
If it was a plan, it would have happened.
No, they stopped it. You don't
So it
always go
wasn't a
through with your
plan.
plans. Have you gone through with every plan in your life?
So it wasn't a plan. It was a scenario.
Okay, it was a scenario. Are we going to split hairs over this like the flat floor?
No, a scenario is completely different to a plan.
Okay, so how does that change our topic or debate here?
That's ridiculous.
The government was proposing to fake kill people, right?
No, that's ridiculous. A scenario
Okay, it's declassified and you
is
can look it
not
up.
a plan.
You call it ridiculous.
No,
It's a plan, it's a scenario. You
not
can
a
call
plan.
it a plot, call it whatever you want. Call it Operation Northwoods, but it's real.
What job did you what job do you do? If you
Why is that
can't
relevant?
understand the difference between a scenario and a plan, I don't know what the hell you do for your living.
I think what's happening is when you get pinned into a corner, you split hairs over like a word instead of focusing on the topic. That's what we're doing right now.
Scenario and plan are completely
Okay, it was a
different.
scenario. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just go to Google. We're gonna validate this. This is an unbiased reference. This is mainstream.
I sent it to him, Sacred. I'll post it in the Purple Pill.
Okay. It says Operation Northwoods was proposed false flag operation in 1962 by the U.S. Department of Defense to justify a war against Cuba. The plan, we call it a plan, was to stage acts of terrorism against U.S. targets and blame them on Cuba. The goal was to overthrow Fidel Castro's communist government and invade Cuba. However, President John F. Kennedy rejected the plan. The Assassination Records Review Board discovered documents related to Operation Northwoods in mid-1990s, later publicized the information. So that's the official narrative. They called it a plan. They had a goal. They proposed the plan to the authority, the president. The president reviewed that plan for political purposes, and John F. Kennedy decided not to follow through with the plan. I'm going to unmute, and I'm going to let y'all continue.
Sounded like a plan to me.
Sounds like a scenario, if you will. But yeah.
No, it sounds like a plan.
Real quick before it picks up, Galatrax pointed this out earlier. What Gary's doing is called pill pulling, and that is where you hold the entire conversation and focus on some minute detail and split hairs over it. Like we just went over the definition. Is
wrong.
Yeah, that's why
100%.
Yeah, and then like when we got to the hallway thing, you're like talking about a micron deviation version. Like, dude, it's just like it's not a cool tactic, dude, and that's why nobody likes to engage with it, and we kind of like brush you off because when you get in that mode, the conversation immediately is dead. It's gone. It died. We're burying it. And
Oh, you mean the intellectual mode?
no,
Yes,
no.
that's the intellectual. You're an
Hold on.
intellectual, Gary.
Let's
Or-
refocus. So Gary did admit that now he acknowledges that it was a plan. So he's not.
Gary, can I ask you something? Does the idea that I think that these people either faked their death or the government's lying about this, does just me proposing the idea, does that like bother you? Do you think that's like disrespectful? Is that a problem here?
It's nowhere near that.
Okay, I was just curious if some of your frustration with me having the idea, like, I just don't know, like, what would be the big deal if I even thought that they faked their deaths? Like, should that even bother you? You know,
It bothers me because there's no proof.
there's no proof. So you don't think it's strange that 3 people from the space flight have people with exact same names and look similar to them?
No, I don't. Because there's millions and millions of people on this earth.
But have you ever met someone? Do you think you would ever meet somebody that looks just like you and has the same first and last name?
Hold on, Justin. He was in the middle of talking. Go ahead, Gary.
Oh, my bad.
So there's millions of people with the same names and very similar faces, and because you want to think that the US government carried out what you think, it's just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Could I chime in quickly, if that's all right, after Gary?
Yeah, that's fine. As long as you do that, that's fine.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to point out is, Gary, what you're doing is appeal to incredulity, and Justin, what you're doing is appeal to possibility. But I do think the two sides of this argument are a conspiratorial side versus a coincidentalist side. So the idea, let's say it's 1 in a million, right? Let's say it's 1 in a million that 4 people have the same name, same face, around the same age, and they all are in a similar profession both before and after, this incident, and they're all on the same mission, but then they're all, college professors after, I believe. And then the other 2 people on the mission are identical twins. I know now that they're saying, oh, they're not identical twins. Let's
No,
say
they're not. They're not identical twins.
yeah, I know that's
twins.
like the retcon. Yeah, I know it's like the retcon, but I already addressed that. But let's say that they just have very similar looking brothers, right? Let's say that's the case, and let's say that the chance of someone has the same name as me, same age as me, is 1 in a million. Well, the chance of 4 people with the same name and same age, if it's 1 in a million, right? It's 1 in a million times 1 in a million times 1 in a million times 1 in a million. So you get into the astronomical odds of, coincidence theorism, where your whole argument is incredulity, where you're saying, do you actually believe, where actually that's a much stronger argument for Justin's part. So that's just addressing your side. For Justin's side, I wouldn't appeal to the possibility at all. I would ask him, what are his odds? What does he think the possibility? If he says the possibility is 0 that this happened, it's absurd. There's never a 0 possibility chance of something like this. I mean, it's like saying, what are the odds that the government's corrupt? I mean, is the government corrupt? Does the government do corrupt stuff? So I would avoid the appeal to possibility, where it's like, how do you? Yeah, that's it. Also, Justin, are you the guy that got kicked out for slamming a chally in open decorum? Was that you?
Wait, for doing what?
Slamming a chally?
Sorry, I just want to ask, what was the name of the person who was just speaking?
That was Galatrax.
What?
Galatrax. Sorry, I'm outside. My Wi-Fi might not be the best.
I enjoyed that. That was, yeah, good.
Hey, I got a question for Justin. Oh wait, I was actually asking Justin something. Go ahead.
Yeah, are you the guy who got kicked out for slamming a Charlie in an open discussion, like when you're allowed to speak?
Slamming a Chally. No, I
don't even know that. What's the Chowie?
Yeah, so in conspiracy theory servers, I do this thing where I have like probably 10 or 15 images and I think 2 or 3 websites that I slam all at the same time. I call it slamming a Charlie.
Am I interrupting now? I just want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, just 1 second, Gary. Let me ask Justin something.
Okay.
So Justin, like, despite whether you believe that it was a government conspiracy or you didn't believe it was a government conspiracy or all that stuff that happened, didn't you have the right to, or was it your goal to just ask them to look into it?
Yes, that's 100% correct. You know, we sort of digress into, you know, asking my opinion on the matter, but you're exactly right. I went in there to present information and ask them, the government, to look into it, investigate themselves. That's really all I was doing, and which is perfectly in their purview because they asked the federal government for help and investigations on all sorts of county matters. So I felt it was relevant, and that's what I brought to them. And you're right, because it's a relevant, regardless of how I feel about it or what the topic is. You know, a county official shouldn't be able to call me crazy and then throw me out. That's like viewpoint discrimination, is what my lawyer is calling that.
So that's interesting. So even just by saying, "Hey, government, I want you to make sure that this is on the up and up, that everything was transparent," they still took your voice away by just you asking them to be transparent.
Well, what's interesting is I didn't even get to that part. So they didn't even really know what my ask was. My ask was at the end of the speech. But since they cut me off halfway through, he didn't even really get to that part. You know, they just deemed it irrelevant, which is wild because homeless people go in there and speak about their pet snake, and they don't ever deem that irrelevant and throw them out. You get 3 minutes. It's a public comment period. That's what it's designed for. You've never had to stop in the middle and say why this is relevant to the county board. He literally stopped me and had the lawyer sort of make me explain myself before I was done. That's the most bizarre thing that's ever happened during a public comment period. And the lawyer's an expert in these cases, and he really feels I have a strong case because you can't. The kicker's when he called me crazy. It was one thing to have me escorted out, but to say, go see a mental institution, now you just admitted why you threw me out.
Oh no, that's crossing the line. What was their basis of saying of claiming irrelevance?
So this is a county commission meeting, and they're claiming my gripe is with NASA, the federal government. But my in was Kennedy Space Center, where the launch happened, is in your county. So while it's federal, it's happening in your county, and you deal with federal matters all the time, whether it be the Department of Transportation. They actually deal with NASA on a regular basis. They write letters to them, they work hand in hand. So for them to say that, like me and Austin Whitsitt were in there, they're talking about NASA and funding and partnerships like few minutes before I go up. But when I come up and talk about NASA, it's irrelevant. You know, that's basically their excuse for saying, or their justification for, I'm triggered by the topic. Let's get this guy out of here. We're going to claim relevance. And that's what they did. But he really shouldn't have called me crazy.
And it's also a First Amendment violation, right? But I think there's the auditor. Oh, I don't know if he calls himself an auditor, but his name's Dr. Justin Spiess. He's the dreaded rabble rouser, and he often gets silenced. And they say that his topics aren't germane, you know, to the discussion. But you could really go up there and just like scream fuck you" over and over again to all of them for your 3 minutes. You have those 3 minutes to redress your government. You should be able to redress them any way you see fit.
100%. And this is why Alex Stein, who I'm sure y'all are familiar with, is allowed to go around in any county commission meeting in this country and dress up as a rubber duck or a freaking clown and sing and rap and do all this stuff. And they can't do anything to him because that's your First Amendment right. So for me to go in there in a suit and not curse and not be disrespectful, like I didn't even break decorum. Like with some of these guys, they'll be like, oh, well, the judge will say he was acting like a total jerk. You know, we're not going to side with him. But when they watch my video and I go in there and just ask them to simply investigate something in a suit, they're going to have a hard time saying that I was in the wrong and the guy behind that podium is back there screaming, calling me crazy and asking the police to remove me. I mean, I had like regular women in the room that had no association with me were like sticking up for us because it was so out of line.
Yeah, they can do something. They can have you removed, but it's not legal. It's totally unconstitutional. You can sue for a First Amendment violation. There's plenty of people that do that. I don't know, however your legal process is working, but yeah, I would sue for a First Amendment violation. You can literally redress them any way you see fit. You could scream slurs if you wanted to, any way you see fit.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of the angle we're going is First Amendment. So we'll see what happens. Lawyer, like I said, is very experienced in these cases. He's done a ton of them. And when he saw mine, he was like, this is top tier, like solid wise. Like they'll most likely have to just settle and get rid of us and we'll be able to, I really just want to, this isn't about the money, you know, it's about speaking freely. If they settle for like $2,000 and just pay our lawyer fees, we'll be like, okay, great. Just tell me that I'm allowed to go back in there because then it's game time. I'm going to go in there and talk about more stuff. But right now, hell, I feel threatened to go back, right? Are they going to take away my free speech? I've been kicked out.
So can you surmise what your problem is?
What's that?
I'm just asking. Can you surmise what your problem is?
My problem is I just feel that they faked the explosion and those people are still alive. And I don't think that traumatizing the entire nation and all those school children is right. And if I'm right, then I think people just deserve to know the truth. It's that simple.
But you have no proof.
No, I'm just asking for an investigation.
But you have no proof.
So
no,
Gary,
I'm asking for an investigation.
So Gary, you have a point. He doesn't have proof. That's why he's asking for investigation that the government was behind facilitating, like purposely blowing up the rocket, because there have been other theories that they didn't plan for the rocket to explode and that the people just weren't in there. And when the rocket exploded, they had to figure out what to do because the people that were supposed to be on the rocket weren't on the rocket and they were still on Earth alive. So just let me just surmise it for you. Yeah, Justin could be right that the government was behind facilitating faking the death, or could be wrong and they just faked them going on to the rocket and the rocket just happened to explode because it was faulty. And now they have to find a reason for all these people that everyone thought was on that rocket, but they were still here on Earth hiding.
So I'll just ask a question now. So why would any government, authority, or anyone fake that? Why?
Oh, can I answer that one?
What? No, listen.
I feel like I've answered this a trillion times,
What
but I'm
is the
happy to.
purpose? What would be the purpose of doing that? What would be the resultant of doing that?
Yeah, can I answer this one?
Yeah. Let me give it to you. I'm going to pass it right to you. I'm a little honestly exhausted from answering that specific question. It's a good one. I'm honestly not. It's pure speculation because, again, we're asking for an investigation. I didn't do it. I don't claim to know these people or know why they did it. And if they're psychopaths, then we'll never understand why psychopaths are doing things. But with that said, let whoever, I think it was Galatrax, is going to talk about the why. But, collective trauma can cause people to be very supportive of a particular agency, that type of thing.
So you have no answer then?
Oh, I have an answer, but you're not gonna like
Sure,
it.
I don't have one.
Yeah, so his answer is decent. He has I mean, it's all speculation, right? So the question itself is an appeal to ignorance, and it's like, okay, so if I'm on an island, Gary, if I'm on an island, right, and I've been to every edge of the island, right, I don't know what's across the water. Does that mean that I'm not on an island?
You're in Ireland. That's Southern
Winging a
Ireland.
myth.
No, just it's an analogous situation, right, Gary? So let's say I'm on an island, right? Hypothetically, just follow me here, right? We're on an island, me and you, right? And we've been to every edge of the island, surrounded by water, right? And we don't know what's across from the island. We just see water. We don't see any other islands. We just see water. Do we need to know what's across the island? Say there's nothing. Say it's just water permanently. We don't need to know that we are on an island, right?
Absolutely. That's got nothing to do with the Challenger.
It's an analogous situation to your question.
And the fabrication of people and the utter disrespect that certain
There it is.
people on here
I'll let you finish and I'll address.
believe that they didn't die on that flipping.
Our intelligence think they could go to space, man. The fact that they can't even go to.
Oh, okay, Brian is Brian. I can tell Brian because of his voice.
Gary, I'll let you finish and I'll address. I have a good argument for your position.
Go on then.
Yeah, so first of all, you lied to Justin before when you said that you didn't feel that his position was disrespectful, or you're lying now when you say it's disrespectful. Either way, those two statements that you made before and now they're not the same. They're the opposite. Second of all, he doesn't need.
They're the opposite. What's that mean?
That was the first part. I still have to address your other argument before.
No, explain it.
Oh, because before he asked you, do you think his position is disrespectful?
Yes.
And you said no, and that has nothing to do with it. And now you're saying
no. I said yes.
No, you said no.
You said no.
Okay, carry on.
I'm not trying to gaslight you. I remember you saying
Gary,
no.
Respect. Honestly, he was like, "Oh yeah, I did do that. My bad. Respect."
All right, so that was the first part. The second part is the island is analogous because you don't need to know the why. You don't need to know every circumstance of a situation to know whether or not the premise is true. It can be true independent of that. Thirdly, it's a speculative question. So you're saying, assuming it did happen, why did it happen? Which would mean that you entertain the possibility that it did happen, i.e. the fraud happened. So I want to ask you, is there a 0% chance that the fraud happened, or is there a % chance that the fraud happened? Or do you think it did not happen, there's no way it happened?
Are you seriously talking about you think that the Challenger
incredulity
didn't fly up there and explode and the people that were on there died?
Incredulity. That's do you really believe that? No.
I absolutely believe it. Of course I do, because I watched it.
And you're saying there's a 0% chance that those people are still alive?
0% chance.
All right, then that's all that needs to be said. Why would we discuss something with someone who's arguing in bad faith? I mean, he's saying that there's a 0% chance that you're right. Justin, there's no reason to continue the discussion. That's it. That's all we need, right? Because you say there's a 0% chance that he's right. He says there's a chance that you're right, but he wants to look into it. I mean, one side's arguing in good faith, one side isn't.
Every single one of the claims of the conspiracists about the twins and the lookalikes and the same names have been. It's absolutely ridiculous. What? Just answer, all of you on here now. Answer me. why on a flat Earth would anyone conspire to send up that rocket and claim
70 million bucks a day.
that it blew up and died and that the people died? Why would they claim that?
So
it's a bad faith question.
Just real quick. So Gary, you specifically asked why on a flat Earth.
Yes, I said that on purpose. Yeah, I said that on purpose.
Right. So if this is a flat Earth,
no, it's nothing to do with the flat Earth.
Hold on, Gary. Hold on. Don't interrupt. We did. Make sure everybody didn't interrupt you. You said why on a flat Earth would this?
Why on a globe Earth?
No, wait. That's not what you said. Don't switch the topic.
No, you're twisting it.
That's a different question.
You're twisting it.
Gary, don't be in bad faith, Gary. You said flat Earth. Yeah, you laughing because you know that's what you said. You don't want to be looked at as dishonest, right? You're not a dishonest person, right, Gary?
You know exactly what I was saying.
Let me finish, Gary. You asked,
funny you are.
Hold on, Gary. You asked why on a flat Earth would this happen? If this is a flat
and the
Earth.
answer should be the same.
Gary, you want to make me mute you, so then you're gonna cry on the timeline about me muting you?
Well, that's what you normally do.
No, I don't. I actually defended you multiple times, didn't I?
You've been good recently. Yes.
All right. All right. So can we just continue that same energy?
Yes.
So you asked why would this happen on a flat Earth? If it is a flat Earth, that rocket wasn't going to space. You knew that. You knew I was about to say that, Gary. You asked that question. I answered.
There's nothing to do with the flat Earth.
It was not going to space, Gary. It wasn't
nothing
going
to do with the flat Earth.
Then why did you ask me? Why did you bring up the flat Earth?
Because I was taking the piss.
Hey, well, I don't know what to say about that, bro. You just stop being on spaces while you.
My question.
No diddy.
Did you listen to my question?
Yes, and I repeated it back to you 4 times before you try to change it to something else.
So say it again then, and I'll correct you.
You said why would this happen on a flat Earth? And it would happen on a flat Earth.
No, I didn't say why would it happen on a flat Earth. I said why on a flat Earth would people lie about the shuttle blowing up?
They didn't lie about the shuttle blowing up. The shuttle actually blew up.
So you agree the shuttle blew up, but you don't think anybody was on it?
Well, people could have been on it, and it could have been just random people that look exactly like the people that were supposed to be on it.
But they don't know because that's been proven.
Don't know. Yeah, we don't know. So I have the right to address my government and say, hey, since my tax dollars are going to these services, I want you to look into it. And if I do that, I should not have my voice taken away. I should not be ridiculed for mental health. And I should not be threatened with arrest because this isn't that type of country where I don't have free speech. Does that make sense?
I'm asking a serious question now. So does that really happen in the USA?
Yeah,
there's tons of videos. There's tons of videos of people going to public forum where they have First Amendment rights to redress government, and those rights. Well, that First Amendment rights, they're constitutionally protected rights. They're technically not rights that, the Constitution doesn't give rights, it protects rights. But tons of times you can look up dreaded rabble rouser. He gets kicked out of meetings all the time. They say that his comments are not germane to the public forum when he specifically chooses comments that, for example, people have done that same meeting. Like, for example, someone will talk about students in a school district. He'll talk about students in the school district. They'll say he's not germane, or he'll redress, specific employees. People in that same meeting, we'll talk to those specific employees and they'll say, oh, it's not germane. So yeah, people do get silenced when they go to public forums where they're allowed to say literally whatever they want, and they get arrested and they sue and they make thousands of dollars doing this. You could do it if you wanted to. You could become a U.S. citizen, Gary, and you could go to these public forums of any of your choosing and just start screaming F you to all of them. If they arrest you, you could just sue, make a couple thousand if you want.
You see, I didn't realise how bad. I've worked with, and I've been working in America, Indianapolis mainly, and Virginia, and I did not realise it was that bad about what you've just said. Because
yeah, I could link you to a couple channels. I would recommend Dreaded Rabble Rouser. That guy's a doctor. He's a military veteran. He got attacked because he was protesting mask mandates in schools because he I think he's a doctor in psychology. He studied the effects of masks on children because when children can't see people's faces, it inhibits their learning quite a bit.
I
They need to see
absolutely agree with that. But children,
yeah, so he was attacked for that, and there were 3 witnesses, and they didn't arrest the attacker. So that's what started his whole thing. So then he started redressing his government in these public meetings, and he kept getting kicked out and arrested, and it's a whole thing. His name is the Dreaded Rabble Rouser with a capital DR because he's a doctor. And then James Freeman's also dope. Justin does the same exact thing. That's actually how I saw him slam a Charlie.
I just like to say, I agree with about the children and masks, but my sister and my cousin died of COVID, so you know I may have a different perception, but absolutely, children should never ever have been masked.
Hey, Gary, that is a really good point. Now, with that being said, because I want to get your opinion on this, I want Justin to close off this conversation, and we got a couple hands, but I want to ask your opinion on it. Now, children are important because that's the next generation, right? These are the people that's going to lead the country. This is our future. If it's a possibility that the government is being deceptive and they're taking. Hold on. Just let me finish my question. I just
want to jump in. Governments are always deceptive.
Hold on, but I want your opinion on this. I want you to pay attention to what I'm asking. If the government is being deceptive and they're taking this narrative and they're teaching this narrative of this exploding Challenger and all these people dying, and they're teaching this to the hold on. And they're teaching this to the children in school as curriculum. Does Justin have a right to make sure they're not lying? Does he have a right to do that? Does he have a right to ask them to make sure there's no dishonesty in his government? Does he have the right to do that?
Yes, he does.
And that's the whole point. And they took his mic and they said, if you make us look into this, if you speak on this, we're going to arrest you. And that's why there's a loss.
Really? They said that? They would arrest him?
Ask Justin.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
What, they arrested you?
No, they threatened. They said, remove this man from the chambers. And if I didn't leave, they would have arrested me.
But they didn't arrest you?
No, they just removed me from the building. I'm pretty good at not getting arrested.
Yeah, they would have trespassed
video.
On
I shared the video of Justin speaking to the space.
I know
if you want to see Gary.
I know quite a few Americans that are good at not getting arrested.
That's funny. Gary, I shared the video of Justin speaking to the Senate committee for you. If you want to see it, Gary, I shared that video to the space of Justin speaking to the Senate committee.
Yeah, and just to like end on the motive thing, you know, in the same way that Operation Northwoods was going to be used to traumatize the country to build support for war, I believe this could have been used to traumatize the country to build support around NASA and their programs.
Yeah, but you believe that?
Yeah, it's possible, yes. So let me just also finish too with like a motive. It's very difficult sometimes to, I know like naturally we want to jump to understanding the why, but if I pull up to my neighbor's house and knock on his door and I find a bunch of, dead bodies and there's this horrific crime scene and I call my buddy and I say, hey man, there's all these bodies at this house. It's awful. And he's like, no way. I can't understand why anyone would ever do that. That's ridiculous. I'll never believe that. And I'm like, well, I'm looking at the evidence right here. It happened. And he's like, well, I just can't understand why anyone would do that. And I'm like, well, let's call the police and have them do an investigation, and then we can get to the bottom of it. We don't always know the motive. Sometimes you never know the motive. It goes unsolved. So that's exactly what I'm doing here. I'm just asking for them to reinvestigate this situation, and then we can get to the bottom of it. But demanding for me to know, to get inside their head of people I don't even know if this was true is almost impossible. I understand you're asking me to speculate, but it's just very hard for me to do that, and that's why I'm asking them to crack open that can of worms.
Okay, chap. So, in my opinion, you're not speculating. You're just. It's to me to believe that has been done purposefully. It's absolute disrespect to the 40 years of space exploration. You think because you're a flat earther that is justification of flat earth, because you think you have no proof, no evidence. You think that they blew Challenger up with no people on it.
Gary, yeah, I've answered that a couple times, but what does flat Earth have to do with the Challenger?
Because that's one of the flat Earth beliefs.
Well, if I was a globe earther, I could still have the same gripe about the Challenger and concerns about NASA.
No, you would not.
Really, I know quite a few people who still believe in the globe, but have a lot of questions about NASA and don't believe we went to the moon.
Yeah, and they're flat earthers as well.
Oh, okay.
Yo,
I give up.
I appreciate that.
You don't have to give up. All you have to do is give a credible reason why.
No, I mean,
government would blow up a spacecraft.
I told you.
That you don't even believe goes to space.
Hey, Gary, why do liars lie?
Why do liars lie?
Yeah, why do liars lie?
Because they believe the lie.
Wait, because they believe the lie?
Good answer.
Yeah. So what's your answer then? Why do liars lie?
Well, I think there's lots of reasons why liars could lie.
Cool.
So, I mean, to ask him, why would they lie about that? I mean, why do liars lie? Who knows why people lie? There could be lots of motivations.
They're doing something bad, and they want to keep...
Liars lie for...
to hide the truth, right?
No.
Normally. They don't?
No, normally for monetary reasons.
There we go.
Oh, so like, what is it, $80 billion a day or something?
You've all changed the subject again.
No, it's still about the subject, because you asked why would they lie about the Challenger exploding with people on it, and I just asked a simple question of why would liars lie?
So you think your government...
Yes, Gary. Yes, I think my government.
I do.
Yes,
we
absolutely.
A lot. I appreciate you lending your opinion. Hopefully, we added context. I know you don't agree with Justin's premise, but I do think that you agree he has the right to address his concern.
I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah. So I think
I appreciate that.
Everybody should be able to question. Yes, I completely agree with that.
So that's the common ground, and I appreciate you acknowledging that. And that's the whole point. Whether we agree on a premise or not, he should have the right to speak his mind. And they threatened to take his freedom.
Absolutely.
So now that you got the context, does it make a little bit more sense why he's going through the process of holding them accountable now? It's not just because he believes something, it's because you took my rights away.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last bit.
I said it. Now do you understand why he's going through the legal process? It's not because he believes certain things about the challenger. It's because the governments and the state took his rights away.
Yeah, but the legal process has been done time and time and time again.
And he's got to go through it. He's got to go through it.
No, so no, it's been done time and time and time again.
But if
So
someone,
what did he do?
if someone took your rights away, Gary, wouldn't you want to go through a legal process?
No, he can do it. That's fair. That's fair enough. He can do it.
Right, that's what he's doing.
The resultant isn't going to be any different.
Well, we'll find out, and we'll let you know what happens. Okay, come back to Flat Earth Friday.
You know I will.
I know you will, Gary. You love it over here. All right, hold on, Gary. We do got a couple hands, and we are literally about to shut this down because it is stationary Saturdays into still flat Sundays.
What's up?
It's Monday.
You're not
here.
We went all the way for y'all. So I think we got D3 up.
Was there Dr. Bennett that just jumped in here? I'm not tripping. Yeah, D3. Yeah, it's D3.
Hey, what's up? I just was surprised that you guys are still going. Just wondering, I got 2 questions for any Globers listening. Does anybody have a triangulation that shows spherical excess using plane surveys? And does any Glober have an experiment I can check out that demonstrates light carries the image of an object it reflects off in the distance beyond the horizon up over the curve? So those 2 things I'd really like to be disproven on. Thank you.
Were you here earlier when Orbital was on mic?
I think I was like just waking up, so I wasn't really tuned in, but I think I heard a couple things. Why? What did he say?
He just did something real like bot-ish. The only people that I know for a fact that were there the last time was Shinku. I think Brian was there, but yeah, he did something like real bot-ish. I was on
Still in here.
What do you mean bot-ish? Like just he's spamming somebody?
No, he had the same exact like verbatim statement that he did the first time he came in here. Like when I say verbatim, I'm putting those 2 clips side by side. Like verbatim. And when we like said something to him that was like very like just specific, he responded like AI, "Hi, I'm here to help you." Like, you tried to hear it. It was real bot-ish.
That's funny. Well, I guess
only
the
one.
Globers have no input for me.
There's only one in here. I don't know if you want to.
Oh, okay. We're running low on
What was that about?
we're running low on Globy steam.
Yeah, what was that about, Clovis?
Nah, I've heard you speaking. I'm not really too interested in speaking with you, brother.
Good call, man. Good call. That's why I love you, D3. That's why I love you, man.
Yeah, that's fantastic because you know you're going to get beat.
Yeah, this is so he said like he wasn't interested in engaging. He didn't say he wanted to listen to you try and bait him into engagement.
How is everybody?
No, come on. Why?
Nah, we already came, dude.
No,
Gary, we already gave you enough time, bro. You're come back
Yeah,
next
you
week
have.
or whatever. So we're good, man. Anyway, what were you saying?
Yeah, you
D3?
have. But why won't that person...
no buts, Gary, no buts. No buts.
No, he
dog. Gary, you're slipping. You had a great interaction. You had a great time. We're not mad at you yet. And so just, let's leave it at that. Why keep pushing it?
Yeah.
Don't be weird. Don't be weird.
So
don't be weird.
question.
Nope. No questions. Don't
No,
be weird.
one single question.
None. Counteroffer. None.
Oh, those
That was
gifts are
Zero
funny.
questions, Gary.
Can I ask a question?
The question
No,
was...
the question is irrelevant because no one's going to answer it. Just mute your mic and say it into the air. What's up, D3? How you been today, brother? Been chilling or what?
Yeah, man. Just chilling and listening. Just wanted to ask if anybody had those two things, but it seems we're running low on Steam right now, so I'll try again next week.
Yeah, you caught us at the end. You doing a nice closeout. Alan was just about to update us for upcoming events, and we was about to show y'all out. It's midnight here, and still no curvature Saturdays. Stationary.
Still flat Sundays. Some parts of the plane.
Flat Earth Sundays now. So we went ahead and did the 72-hour.
Still flat Sundays, bro.
Or whatever. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'll update the top. Besides the attack on Flat Earth that we witnessed, the scam challenge, I think that was a pretty good week. There were some other things that happened in the midst of the ether, but I don't even think they're worth getting like.
I feel grifted. I ain't gonna lie.
We should have like recaps at the end. Like, what happened on this show?
Yeah,
Witsit won $2,000.
over under with Witsit / Morty.
Was Flat and Destruction in your timeline telling you how he won or something?
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
He'll be there.
There was supposed to be Flat Destruction, but there was none.
Dude, that guy's still tweeting to this day. I was checking. I got a notification from Lynn Fox's tweet, and there was a reply from a spam user or whatever, and I clicked it. And guess who it was, dog? It was literally Guy. It was literally Guy McGuyerson, who to this day, a 73-hour space has gone on. This dude never showed up, dude.
Never.
That's crazy. But he's like still in full tweet mode. Like that's how you know you're super irrelevant to a conversation.
Bro, not even the algorithm acknowledges him. They said, nah, just stay in the spam.
Dude, yeah, Twitter turned him down. Elon had enough. He was like, bro, you're tripping. Get the fuck out of here. That's
he
crazy,
got de-speakified.
Yeah, he got de-spoke.
Oh, wait a minute. Shout out to Lynn for doing the speakify meme. Did y'all see me posted up there?
Yeah, she hooked us up. That's the thing that he replied under. He replied under that. And it's like, bro, just come up here and talk. Like, if we mistreat you, we're gonna look retarded. So obviously you can get your full shit off. Like, but just straight cowardice, dude.
De-speakify is nasty vocab.
Like, yeah, I was about to pull up, but they suddenly shut the space down. Oh, really? How long were they live? 3 days straight. Yeah, dude.
I was busy, bro. I was busy.
Dude, the weekend's over, dog. The whole weekend was this. That's crazy.
I got a life, man. I got a life. Catch me on Monday through every other day you're not here.
Yeah, turn up with the homies, man. Matter of fact, I let them know what you got going on, and then we saw the cage. K let them know what you got going on. Everybody know where to find the squad.
Word. So Tuesday, Shane's going to be doing a presentation on electricity and the nature of the electric field. And then Stone's also going to have a follow-up to the paper that we read on Thursday regarding the Byfield-Brown effect, where they were claiming to get some increased results out of that. Stone had some additional thoughts and clarifications on that paper that he wanted to add, so tune in for that. And then Wednesday, we'll probably join one of the community spaces hosted by Brian and Ken and the other lads, see what's going on there. And then Thursday will be another reading night. And then that following Friday will be episode 114 of Flat Earth Fridays, where D3 will show up and ask for some proofs from the globularists proving their position, and none will be manifested, unfortunately.
Didn't you say McToon wanted to audit something that you were doing?
Me? I have no idea.
Oh gosh, let him audit something. That'll be the worst.
I don't know if it was audit, but he wanted to review something that he was. I have it in my calendar. I didn't write enough notes, but something
Oh,
that
I'm not
went
sure.
over. Okay.
I know he said that he was gonna drop something on Witsit because like he's supposed to be paying Witsit lawyer something.
That dude can't even spell audits.
That guy's super weird. I hope he doesn't get to go to Antarctica.
He's just gonna be breathing all heavy down Austin's neck.
Yeah, dude, talk about a fourth wheel or whatever, a third wheel. You're just gonna be behind him, mouth breathing and shit, like
Dude,
watching
for
Austin
real.
while he sleeps.
Yo, I can imagine Wits like on the plane just trying to go to sleep, and this dude with his head just poked around looking at him.
Gotta get them all.
So
You
a
smell
bad
just like I
agent is
thought you would.
scared.
Saving samples of his hair and shit.
Oh shit!
Do you guys remember that cartoon, Hey Arnold, where that girl Helga Pataki? Dude, how do I remember that? Your girl Helga Pataki. Shout out to her. She had a shrine of Arnold in her closet.
On the football head.
Yeah, dude, he's got one of those in his closet, and you know he definitely hangs out in there a lot with it.
He whispers to it in the evening.
You smell different when you sleep.
He gets into fights with it.
Wits should make a Witsit doll for Globers.
And it comes with a little bottle of.
Nah, we don't need nobody trying to do no black magic from the closet shrines.
The voodoo doll and shit.
What was the suggestion yesterday though?
By salad dressing.
The salad, yeah.
Gotta have it. Comes with a little bottle.
Definitely. I'm probably gonna look for a space to jump in to mess with some Globers.
What, they holding the space or something?
No,
I'm gonna see if there's anything out there because I'm on the opposite timeline, so I'm up.
We're gonna definitely be on TikTok this week.
Oh yeah, go out at TikTok. They up right now. Hey,
chat. Oh, go ahead.
We might, yeah, go ahead, probably. We might be on TikTok fairly soon, within the next day or so too. So tap in with us if you want to go catch a live or something.
I can hop in a live, listen. You might be able to come up and grab a mic, but there are like requirements for the certain amount of followers to get up there and really like do some battling. But yeah, we're gonna have to do that.
I might even host my own. I gotta get some shit off.
But it's been real cool, y'all. Today was a funny one. Like today was actually hilarious, dog. We laughed. I think we all got a good laugh in, and we all deserved it. Globies ain't apply no pressure as usual. So it's like a very successful flat fest. Don't you guys agree? W's in the chat.
Hey, if y'all grab some clips, man, add us. Run it up.
To quote the great Galatrax, orb in hand, you guys really slammed a banger. Or whatever he says. Slammed a... What did he say earlier?
You can't quote him, bro. You can't quote him and fuck it up.
Can't remember what he said. He slammed a coddle or a chodel or something like chodel. That's what it was. A chally. He slammed a chally.
Probably in a bed.
Slammed a chalupa. That's what we're going with now. Guys slammed another chalupa. Classic.
What you said, Ken?
When we learn more about you being a Fed.
Oh yeah, I didn't know they employ flat Earth feds, but that's a new one.
You're Fed now too?
Hey, I want to see your badge.
Welcome to club. I'm a Fed too, man, so that's all good.
It's shiny.
Agent Proud.
Oh, that's
What agency do you work for, Plaid?
Fucking science. Yeah, fucking science, bro.
Till next time.
Did it again.
Yeah, fucking science, bro. Lab coat, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Lab coat, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class. Bob, quit writing raps in your log sheet. No one's gonna sign.
He's on fire! He's on fire!
Slow down, sir. Stop running in the hall, sir. Anthony, get the class. You're never gonna become a college student at that rate.
Got it. Fucking science. Yeah, fucking science, bro. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class. Bob, quit writing raps in your log sheet. No one's gonna sign your ass. Okay, let's get scientific. Fossil fuels come from years and years of biodecomposition. It's really just scientific. Why didn't all the fossils turn to oil? Some did, some didn't. Anyway, didn't Rockefeller pay a scientist off the year?
Making bio.
Wait, what was that? You wanna come up here in front of class? What, you wanna teach? You really think you're smarter than me?
Replay.
No, sir. Sit down. Here's your homework on the atom bomb and the World War, how it affected us then and now. Well, I seen the footage and I really just want some answers. How does someone film an atomic bomb and it doesn't destroy the camera? I mean, I was just... Bro, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. Fucking science, bro! Lab coat, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Welcome to history! We evolved from Neanderthals. That is no mystery! Well, why are there no monkey fossils? What, are you kidding me? I'm just saying. I should have learned that way back in elementary. What?
I have a diploma. Do you have a diploma or a learning disorder?
My wife is a lawyer.
Computer credentials.
Doing fine with the things that we taught her. I'm just using the scientific method. Did we evolve from electronica boy or Homo erectus? And all of the fossilized footprints in the fossil records don't show a line of thrust. That's not consistent with compression.
What the fuck did he just say?
Yeah, okay, smartass.
This is real knowledge.
Save all that hippie shit for art class.
It's really starting to bug me on this one. You're gonna have to trust me on this one. I've done the studies on this one.
You're a little rusty on this one.
I mean, why can't you just answer my question on the subject? But it's not in the fucking book.
Then it's not up for discussion.
Sound like Gary.
I love science. Lab coat, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Damn, must have been a hell of them Stegosaurus. It's over century burning fossil fuel. Still ain't no shortages. I'm Neo, but I'm nothing short of a Morpheus. Fuck, thought this was a globe. I gotta check my coordinates. You could blame my disorderly conduct on my subordinates. If it ain't no Coriolis, who's to blame for New Orleans? Why the poorest people always get extorted by corporate giants? We don't boycott, we buy in, and I find it unfortunate. Yeah, me plus you plus her plus her, that's four. Bring your worst and I'm gonna bring much more. Leave your nerves, your skirt both at the door. Add it up. In case you didn't know. Fucking science, bro.
Well, Earthshine is much brighter than moonshine.
Fucking science, bro.
Moonshine. Moonshine.
Nodules.
Moonshine.
Fucking
moonshine.
How many fingers am I holding up? Come make them beatin' if you bold enough. Bobby Ray don't give no ounce of fuck. Your team is weak and beat your bouncer up. Stupid.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers.
Like us suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black the suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed. Medicated means in the red disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceased, elimination leaves, taken by the beast, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cost won't dumb it down for the people lost, so sorry, that's your ego soft, fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock and think like us suburbans they watching, always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in, black the suburbans they watching, background we swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in, 1984.
Heating up.
Door should have read George food supply absorb. Wonder what's in store. 1984. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Censorship is war. Better bring your sword. Better than veteran. Don't.
He's on fire. Kobe.
$114 on their head. Next week, pull up. Can't do
Fighting
shit
to
with
explore
us.
what's beyond the shore. Censorship is war. Better bring your sword. Better than veteran. Don't.
And his name is Mr. Friday.
And I float in the ether, it's coming through speakers. You're talking to see me speaker, but you're not about it. Like a legal confounded with thoughts of profound. To people they drown, and I wonder what sound is. A perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate, and I swear to fake, and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station. Censorship is war. Better bring your sword. Better than veteran. Don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a choice but to let him in. I float in the ether, it's coming through speakers. You're talking to see me speaker, but you're not about it. Like a legal confounded with thoughts of profound. To people they drown, and I wonder what sound is. A perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate, and I swear to fake, and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, take it, debate it, regurgitate it. Like a like always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black the suburbans they watching. Background we swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in.
Holy. Holy. Oh my! He's on fire!
You probably feet are standing to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around.
No figure, no motion, no reputation.
You probably feet are standing to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know the moon, it wasn't never found, never found. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably feet are standing to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know the moon, it wasn't never found, never found. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably feet will stagger to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know they never left the basic clouds, basic clouds. They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa, I did not believe there is a flat earth. That whole thing look like it is for facts, bro. Why would they tell me the shit is round for? Must be true cause that shit in the textbook. Only when the sun is out it opened my eyes. It ain't coming up and setting on the same side. Then I saw the moon and sun is about the same size. Now I know that what I learned is a pseudoscience. When I throw a bowling ball at a pet, it doesn't roll around and come in my day. How the world is supposed to rotate unless the sun revolves around all our heads. You probably see a thing fall to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. It doesn't roll but fucking settles down, settles down. They made up everything. everything. They made up everything. You probably still believe in up and down, up and down. I can't explain the fucking middle ground, middle ground. It's gravity, then why the shit so bounce, shit so bounce. They made up everything. They made up everything. Whoa. I seen the picture from the moon. Was Photoshop real pretty too? The fucking field was overused. Africa had too many Jews. And I once took everything in faith. Like I'm sending monkeys into space. But when a map is open, I can say that it is flat and not a fucking sphere. The stuff you say is really matter now, matter now. You know the world is really not around, not around. You are the realist in the ghetto now, ghetto now. You question everything, don't believe anything. You telling people on Nintendo now, Nintendo now. That gravity was all invented now, invented now. Gravity was shot in and out, in and out. They made up everything since 1983. Whoa. I'm mocked and disrespected, told that I'm gay, 'cause I don't believe the round lie. I'm not gay. Everybody think that you a pedo now, pedo now. Because you say the world is not around, not around. You asking Jesus for a peso now, peso now. You got a penny G, I could use anything. You sucking D for fucking cheddar now, cheddar now. You on the street with all them bottle hounds, bottle hounds. You mixing meth and fruity pebbles now, pebbles now. You didn't do anything, they made up everything. Whoa.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
Yeah. They don't do it how we do. Niggas ain't on the shit we on, we on, we on. Everything new, new. Spikes on the loop, batons, batons, batons. I'm around the bullshit like a matador. I'm used to the bullshit, it don't matter, boy. Corporate acquisitions, accumulations of wealth. Built with the gods and double knowledge yourself. Entrepreneur business, Moulin Rouge religion. That pussy make a weak nigga break down. So what you want, the cheese or the cheeks? You want the cheeks, she want the cheese. Bitch gotta eat. I'm having the epiphany, you niggas ain't shit to me. Worse than the scum in the slum I'm from. I'm a Southside nigga, yeah, I'm bout mine. You be that next nigga carnage, come out line. You ain't made of what I made of. You a bum nigga with a bum bitch. Your shoes come from Vegas. You counterfeit, fraudulent, fakers. What kind of rich nigga bitch look like that? Now we pulling up the lot. Break hit the button, then we pulling out the top. Shines on stunning, and I'm pulling out a knot. Strapped with the Glock, we don't pull it out a lot. The front, I'm in on how we do. Niggas ain't on the shit we on, we on. Everything new, new. Spikes on the loop, batons, batons. We up, nigga.
Visualized everything I needed and dreamed. Penalized every whole nigga, they have a scheme. Guns in your video get you locked in the beam. Me, I kill a nigga quick, no worries, my record clean. Murder one become manslaughter, stressed and brought up. Charity work, parking tickets and no charges. Fuck nigga, you fucked over your father when he gave you a dick. Should've been a bitch in pajamas. I made my first $1 million fucking dollars. Bought a Bible, oh yeah, God got me. Made my second $1 million, bought a chop and binocular. I'm scared, this shit don't happen to everybody. I'm on Instagram looking at your favorite single. Debating on shit I fuck or jump on her single. 20,000, she got a hell of a ad-lib. I'm in her mouth like I know it can have kids.
You don't know we pulling up the lot. Break hit the button, then we pulling out the top. Shines on stunning, and I'm pulling out a knot. Strapped with the Glock, we don't pull it out a lot. The front, I'm in on how we do. Niggas ain't on the shit we on, we on. Everything new, new. Spikes on the loop, batons, batons.
I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Once upon a time, it was all just one big lie. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is Photoshop, you know, cause it has to be. Really got a lot of nerve. I think I'll see Waldo before I see the curve. Still talking about gravity, Einstein? How about you show us the bending of space-time? Hey, What happened to the baseline? Dodging the question, are we? Okay, fine. Nah, man, but the globe's already been proven. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were that stupid. What do you mean? I studied it in college. Oh, you mean that blue pill you call knowledge? Are you ready to step out of the matrix? Or are you just too dumb and complacent for this to make sense? I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. All I see. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake, and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat, and there's no proof of gravity. Wait, what? Oh no, I was talking about the
glober to move over. There's no rovers on Mars or the moon or the stars. Space. Oh, the glober to move over. There's no rovers on Mars or the moon or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is Dancing with the Stars. Too much food up on your plate. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day. Until I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof. You should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat Earth, it took me years. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe Earthers in last days. And when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. You don't worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy. God diss him if he plays.
Hell no, I ain't going over there.
Yeah, flat is not a shit. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. God diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh?
Come on, man. That's too easy.
Shout out to my guy, Big W's. Don't take no L's over here. We on the front line, feet on lane, we in the field. Let's go.
Geopolitically, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they super pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now
hey, you with us? You with the A-team? Let's know that.
Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a
misinformation,
be absorbing quick. Took the people's signature, that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informant to informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there's shortages. Dollar that's supported with empty fortresses, but what's important is this reporting ships important. Yes, of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks. We're ignoring which informant, disinformant this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those as subordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. For Israel, Wonder is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deal. I'ma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get real politically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real?
Going down. Lower ground 4.
Oh, look who's here. How are you?
Dr. Forrest, dial 118, please. Dr. Forrest, please dial. REN. Accessible.
Chemtrail clouds on sleep though, sleep though. The rain down on sleep though. Fluoride water on sleep though. New world order on sleep though. Diabetes soda on sleep though. Yeah, clone and modified beef though. Heavy metals all in drink though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Put him in it. 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 Love y'all. Let's go. Put him in it. Put him in it. Came a coffin. Yeah. People watching. Count shit. Yeah. Nigga sleepwalking. All these dead riders. Well, it ain't about it. Laws ain't talking about shit. Well, baby mama. You don't want to stir the pot. You don't want to detox. You don't sleep though. You ever heard about Basquiat? You don't want a Tupac. You want love and hip hop. I don't sleep though. Taking cheap shots all week though. False flag headlines all week though. Talk out lying on the street though. I'm just trying to make it out in one piece though. Peace though. Wake up! Clone politicians don't sleep though. Earth let it fuck, I'm sleep though. Geoengineering, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Clone and modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Put him in it. 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 I'm sleep though. Feds follow nigga in street clothes. Hoes ain't sticking to the G code. Like a nigga do people charge me though. I'm sleep though. Click, clack, bang, bang, and reload. Hoes set a nigga up for the kilo. I leave. Maybe I'm crazy, no kilos. I'm sleep though. Deep underground ETs though. Burning Mac, man, soul, rest in peace though. Found Make 28, well, we know. Nigga, what you talking about? Talkers talk, and doers do shit people talk about. Nothing to argue about. What we talking about? How must I remind ya? I don't wear designer, no genre attire. No genre. My son so was all up inside your vagina, tampons, panty liners. Yeah. And the blood got the kids all confused. Teaching sex ed in preschool. Designer babies in the womb. Stars shining through the moon. But I'm sleep though. Chemtrail clouds, I'm sleep though. I'm sleep though. It's the rain down, I'm sleep though. Yeah. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Clone and modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Put him in it. 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 Put him in the car.
Uncle Merchant, I was just scared as hell. You gonna drive him for forever. That nigga, you gonna die. The fuck? Well, come here. Mama, come here. Hurry up. Check it out. Fuck the world, mama. Suck the dick.
Well, you don't know if it's part of the show.
Squad white.
Welcome to the show. If you don't know,
We set the standard out here. Levelheads run Splatter's Twitter.
Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it.
And we do this shit for fun. Light work.
You don't know.
Imagine if we took this shit serious.
Welcome to the show. If you don't know.
Shout out to my boy Alan. Hold me down, proud.
8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace.
And the OG.
I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I with the dreadful fate, forced to try in a way.
Ryan's
to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and
what up, Meth?
But my brother, heaven could
TM still in here.
Don't work in space, it's all fake.
I see you, Ether.
But you're too far gone, it won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along. Like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond and lives of truth. The song that turns mankind from the wrong. To the holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just to go along. I said,
Blue Nutty!
Welcome to the show.
Block in the building.
If it's part of
what up, kid? I see you, Karen. Shout out Justice Apple Golden. Number 2. What's up, Antonio? I see you. Bob and Dan, Chris, Thomas, Pat, Goop, Aaron Moon, Sierra. Mars is in the building. Wayne, Eccentric. 3 pieces, we don't fuck with you. Bye. Hey, Wayne. The Zen. Leland the Legend. What up, Melissa? In fact. Last man. First Mac. FOC. OC. Z. It's the Levelheads. Batter Fridays. One and only. And I'm your host. Sacred.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Blow clowns gotta get a life, bro.
Get off Twitter and go outside.
Triple kill.
See y'all next week. Levelheads and we out. Gang.
All right, lads and ladettes. Catch you guys on Tuesday. Peace.